Martial Peak, Chapter 4950, Something We Need to Confirm. Martial Uncle Zhao. Feng Ying faced the person who just arrived and bowed in greeting. Yang Kai also bowed slightly from where he stood behind her. On the other hand, Martial Uncle Zhao stared at Feng Ying in surprise. "Feng girl, you're back. Didn't they say that you were left behind in Black Ink clan territory? How did you manage to return?" She replied, "I was lucky to survive." As for how she managed to return, she did not explain in detail. He nodded lightly. "You will surely receive a great blessing after surviving such a difficult ordeal. Don't squander your opportunity. I hope that you can slaughter even more Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield from now on." She responded affirmatively. After that, he stuck his head into the hall and looked around before he frowningly asked, "Brother Zhong summoned us here, so why isn't he here? Did something happen?" She respectfully answered, "Martial Uncle Zhong has something important to announce. Unfortunately, this disciple does not know the exact details. Please enter first, Martial Uncle Zhao. Martial Uncle Zhong will be here soon." Martial Uncle Zhao nodded. Then he strode into the conference hall and randomly found a place to sit and wait. Martial Uncle Zhao had only just entered the hall when numerous streams of lights came flying over from all directions. Every one of them was an 8th Order master. They were clearly the people in charge of the various front lines on the battlefield. In other words, they had the same status as Zhong Liang. Feng Ying and Yang Kai stood outside the hall, greeting each arrival in succession. As the guests entered, Feng Ying told Yang Kai who was from which cave, heaven or paradise. Although there were tens of thousands of masters in Blue Sky Pass, there were only a handful of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters among them. In fact, there were only several dozen in total. Feng Ying had been living here for thousands of years, so it was only natural for her to know them all. These 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters could be said to be the pillars of every great pass. Every one of them was an incredibly valuable asset, and they basically held important positions that placed them in charge of commanding the human army and protecting the various defense lines. As expected, there was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. It was just that he did not know Yang Kai's origins, so he did not pay much attention to him. Besides, this was not a place where people made connections to climb up the social ladder. Yang Kai simply memorized the name and appearance of this 8th Order master without saying too much to the other party. Most of the 8th Order masters who came here were acquainted with Feng Ying. Some of them glanced at Yang Kai but did not pay much attention to him. However, Yang Kai felt as though the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master from Shiyi Paradise had been observing him closely. The other party even seemed to have a look of doubt on his face when he entered the conference hall. Nevertheless, he did not say anything to Yang Kai. In the end, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering whether it was simply his own misunderstanding. Everybody waited in the hall for some time, but there was still no sign of Zhong Liang anywhere. It didn't take long before somebody lost their patience and complained, "What the hell is that old fart Zhong doing? I have an ongoing battle at the moment. Why did he send an urgent message to summon us here? Is he playing a joke on us? Where is that old fart Zhong?" "Brother Zhong, please don't be so impatient. Since we received an urgent message from Brother Zhong, then it must be something important. Although you have an ongoing battle, the outcome will not be determined for some time yet. It's time to let the subordinates under our command rest for a while." Somebody earnestly responded. It would seem that this person was quite open-minded. "Speaking of which, have you visited the old ancestor? Are his injuries severe?" "I've sent a message and received a response claiming that old ancestor is in the middle of recovery, so I didn't dare to disturb him. I don't think it's very serious. It's not the first time something like this has happened after all. Old ancestor is treating his wounds, as is the royal lord. It's the same for both sides. If I had to say, we should find an opportunity to charge forward. Once we find the place where the royal lord is recuperating, we can vanquish him. In that way, the war will go smoothly for us." "Brother, you're not a child anymore. Why are you spewing such nonsensical words? The place where the royal lord is recuperating will surely be under strict guard. We might be able to charge forward, but we won't be able to return alive. You should think before you speak. Who did you just call brainless? Of course, I'm referring to the person who answered. For a time, the quarrel became very fierce. There was no saying whether these two quarreling Eighth Order masters did not get along with each other in the first place, but as soon as they started arguing, they started to roll up their sleeves to get physical. Consequently, the people around them panicked and quickly stepped in to calm them down. Outside the hall, Feng Ying and Yang Kai glanced at each other with speechless expressions. Eighth Order masters held highly revered positions, so most people had the impression that they were all stern-looking and dignified people. Who could have imagined that these Eighth Order ancestors would be squabbling inside the conference hall like hawkers at the market? If news were to spread out to the public, nobody would believe the truth. A stream of light suddenly sped over from a distance and landed in front of the two. It was Zhong Liang. Feng Ying and Yang Kai bowed in unison and looked up only to see Zhong Liang holding a person in his grasp. That person was clearly a black ink disciple. His eyes were filled with inky darkness, and although there was a seal placed on his body that suppressed his strength and prevented him from circulating his power, he continued to struggle endlessly against his restraints. Upon seeing this black ink disciple, Yang Kai immediately had a vague understanding of Zhong Liang's intentions. No matter how beautiful his words were, nobody would believe them without proof. Therefore, Zhong Liang had obviously rushed to the battlefield outside the Great Pass and captured a black ink disciple so that Yang Kai could use purifying light in front of everyone. Zhong Liang nodded and directed his words at Yang Kai. "Come with me." "Yes." Yang Kai responded affirmatively, then he followed Zhong Liang into the hall. The noise inside the hall died down abruptly. Many people turned to stare at them in astonishment, wondering why Zhong Liang had captured and brought a black ink disciple here. "Brother Zhong, you're finally here," somebody remarked. "I've made you wait," Zhong Liang cupped his fist apologetically. "It's just that this is a very important matter, so I had to take some time to prepare." While speaking, he threw the black ink disciple in his grasp to the ground. The black ink disciple might have been placed under a seal, but his movements were unimpeded. Thus, he quickly stood up and looked around cautiously. Everybody in the room was also scrutinizing the black ink disciple. All the people present in this room were Eighth Order masters, so this black ink disciple did not pose any threat to them. Be that as it may, they had a vague guess that Zhong Liang's announcement had something to do with the black ink disciples. There was no need for him to capture one otherwise. "What is going on, Brother Zhong? Can't you tell us now? The front lines are still fighting. It will be a problem if we remain here for too long," somebody urged. Zhong Liang nodded. Just as he was about to speak, somebody else suddenly interrupted the conversation. "Brother Zhong, before you begin, there is something I want to confirm." Zhong Liang turned to look in that direction and nodded. "Please speak, Brother Tian." Likewise, Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person who spoke earlier was the same person who was staring intently at him earlier. At the time, he had the feeling that this person's gaze contained some sort of deeper meaning, but could not be sure. It would now seem that his guess was correct. He recalled that Feng Ying had introduced this person as Tian Xiaozhu of Shihi Paradise. Tian Xiaozhu said, "I heard a message from a disciple under my command claiming that the revealing black ink array had reacted to a certain individual when a group of people entered the inner sanctum earlier. However, you insisted on bringing him into the inner sanctum. Is that true, Brother Zhong?" Zhong Liang frowned slightly. He knew that the person who sent the message was most likely one of the people guarding the revealing black ink array. Even so, he could not blame the other party. They were simply carrying out their duties. Unable to prevent him from bringing Yang Kai into the inner sanctum when he insisted, they could only send a message to the ancestors of their respective cave heavens and paradises to ask them to investigate and determine the truth of the incident. "It looks like I won't be able to keep this matter hidden anymore." Zhong Liang smacked his lips. "I had hoped to avoid attracting trouble, but it looks like I won't be able to avoid this issue." In the end, he nodded. "It's true." Seeing his admission, somebody exclaimed in astonishment, "If the revealing black ink array reacted, That can only mean that they have black ink strength in their body. That person is a black ink disciple. How can you bring such a person into the inner sanctum, Brother Zhong? Could it be this person? That person glanced at the black ink disciple that Zhong Liang had just brought in. Tian Xiaozhu shook his head. It's not this black ink disciple. If my guess is correct, that person should have been him. Am I right? While speaking, he glanced towards Yang Kai, who was standing next to Zhong Liang. Yang Kai bowed politely. Junior Yang Kai greets seniors. Many people studied Yang Kai curiously. Some people seemed confused while others seemed thoughtful. Zhong Liang sighed softly and looked at Tian Xiaozhu. Brother Tian, what are you trying to say? Tian Xiaozhu said, Brother Zhong, you insisted on bringing this boy into the inner sanctum without even placing a restriction on him. That can only mean that you are not worried about him in the slightest. However, the revealing black ink array could not have been mistaken. In other words, he most likely has black ink strength in his body. But, judging by his appearance and actions, he does not seem like a black ink disciple. Despite having black ink strength in his body, he is not being corrupted by it. Looking at this situation, doesn't anything come to mind? Somebody suddenly understood and shouted, A four-universe pillar? A series of gasps rang out, and many pairs of eyes flashed with interest at those words. Another person asked excitedly, Does the boy really possess one of the four universe pillars? Only those who possessed one of the four universe pillars would not be converted into a black ink disciple despite having black ink strength in their body. It was not as if something similar had never happened before. After all, Yang Kai was not the only person with a four-universe pillar among the human race. With a four-universe pillar protecting their small universe, it stood to reason that black ink strength could not invade one's body regardless of the circumstances. However, it was a different case altogether if they took the initiative to open the portal to their small universe and accept black ink strength into their small universe. In the past, many human masters with the four universe pillars had carried out various experiments to accept black ink strength into their small universe. They wanted to see if the corrosion of black ink strength was stronger or the power of the four universe pillars was greater. The results naturally spoke for themselves. Those who possessed the four universe pillars would not be affected in any way even if they opened the portal to their small universe and drew in black ink strength. Although this matter could be considered a secret, all the people present in this room were Eighth Order Masters who had heard about this matter to some extent. That was why some of them immediately guessed the truth once they heard Tian Xiaozhu's statement. Zhong Liang scowled deeply. Faced with so many inquiring eyes, he knew that he could not keep the secret hidden any longer even though he wanted to for Yang Kai. He had repeatedly reminded Feng Ying and the senior brother standing guard for the old ancestor not to reveal the secret that Yang Kai possessed a world spring. His actions were to prevent these exact kinds of situations from happening. Unfortunately, he failed to prevent such a situation in the end. The disciples guarding the revealing black ink array had sent a message to Tian Xiaozhu, and the quick-witted Tian Xiaozhu managed to deduce the truth based on such meager information. Hence, Zhong Liang nodded with a sullen expression. Brother Tian is correct. Yang Kai does indeed possess one of the four universe pillars, the world spring. Despite having some guesses, the crowd could barely conceal the joy on their faces when they heard him confirming their speculations. Somebody then asked, Which cave heaven or paradise does this boy come from? Zhong Liang turned to the side and looked at Yang Kai, indicating for him to explain the situation himself. Yang Kai glanced at one of the elderly men and cupped his fist. This disciple married two Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples and became a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law. Greetings, Elder Lu. Martial Peak, Chapter 4951, Good steel should be used to forge excellent blades. Thanks to Feng Ying's secret introductions earlier, Yang Kai had memorized the identity of this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor. This person was Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's Lu, and Yang Kai had originally planned to visit this person when he had the time. Now that the situation had come to this, he could only reveal his identity in advance. Luan raised his brow, looking extremely surprised. He had not expected Yang Kai to be part of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Even if Yang Kai was not born in Yinyang Cave Heaven, the fact that he could marry 2 Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples indicated that he was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, the sect would not have allowed the 2 disciples to marry him. Everybody else was also extremely flabbergasted. It turned out that the little brat standing in front of them was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Not only was he not from any of the cave heavens or paradises, but he was also only in the 6th order open heaven realm. How did he come to the black ink battlefield? Even if he was a Yin-Yang cave heaven son-in-law, there was no such precedent throughout history. In the black ink battlefield, all the cultivators in the 7th order open heaven realm and below were the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises exclusively. Only a few of the high-rank open heaven realm masters were from outside sects. They had been forcefully dispatched to the black ink battlefield by the cave heavens and paradises. Knowing that Yang Kai was part of Yin-Yang cave heaven, Lu An's expression immediately became much friendlier. He nodded lightly and asked, "Whose disciple did you marry?" He was not asking out of simple curiosity. Words were useless without proof. There was a need to verify the truth in case Yang Kai turned out to be lying. If he believed those lies blindly and something were to happen in the future, it was Yin-Yang cave heaven's reputation that would suffer a heavy blow. Yang Kai replied, "The disciples that this junior married are the legacy disciple under Su Ling Gong and the legacy disciple under Chen Xiu." Luan murmured, "So it was Su and Chen boy." If Yang Kai had mentioned the names of Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan, there was a possibility that he would not have recognized them. After all, it had been a long time since Luan came to the black ink battlefield. The 2 women might not have even been born yet when he left the sect. However, Luan recalled the names of Su Linggong and Chen Xiu to some extent. That was especially true for the person called Su Linggong. Although Su Linggong was nothing more than a rising star in the sect who had yet to advance into the open heaven realm when Luan left the sect, he was already being trained and nurtured as a core disciple at the time. Furthermore, Luan heard that Su Linggong joined the black ink battlefield several decades ago. It was just that Su Linggong did not come to Blue Sky Pass. Nevertheless, it would not be difficult for him to verify these facts. Listening to the conversation between those 2, the others could basically confirm that Yang Kai was indeed part of Yin-Yang cave heaven. Somebody immediately cupped his fist at Luan and said, "What a blessing, Brother Lu." "Congratulations, Brother Lu." Despite the congratulatory words, Luan did not seem happy. He simply smiled bitterly while shaking his head and waving away their congratulatory wishes. On the other hand, the frown on Zhong Liang's face deepened. Yang Kai, was it? Among the congratulatory wishes, somebody spoke up suddenly. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the voice belonged to Tian Xiuzhu. He immediately cupped his fist and bowed, "Yes." "What order were you when you first advanced into the open heaven realm?" Tian Xiuzhu asked. Yang Kai answered, "The 5th order open heaven realm." "5th order," Tian Xiuzhu nodded lightly. "You must be wondering why we are offering our congratulatory wishes. In truth, this is something related to you." Yang Kai looked puzzled. Just why would this be related to him? Besides, he was certainly curious as to why the others were congratulating Luan. Luan raised a hand to interrupt. "Brother Tian, let's talk about this later." There was a hint of reluctance and guilt in his expression. Tian Xiuzhu looked at Luan. "The Black Ink clan is currently besieging Blue Sky Pass. This is the time when we need to strengthen the might of our forces the most. Therefore, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Since all the 8th Order Masters have basically been gathered here, it's a good opportunity to speak openly about this matter. Brother Lu, I'm sure you understand that this Tian has no selfish intentions. This is all for the greater good of the human race." Luan sighed softly. "Of course, I know that you are not being selfish, Brother Lu. But," Tian Xiuzhu said, "this matter concerns the entire human race, not just Yin-Yang cave heaven. Brother Lu, you may remain silent if you feel guilty." Luan sighed again and said no more. Afterward, Tian Xiuzhu turned to look at Yang Kai. You not only possess one of the 4 universe pillars, but have also suppressed and sealed black ink strength in your body. So, you should know how the 4 universe pillars hold up against the black ink strength. Yang Kai nodded. This junior naturally understands. It was thanks to the world spring that his small universe remained flawless. Back when he was in the Black Prison, even the secret technique of the Black Ink Royal Lord had no effect on him at all. It could be said that he would never need to worry about the corrosion of the black ink strength as long as he had the world spring. In fact, as long as he was strong enough, he could charge right into the middle of the Black Ink clan army without any worries. Tian Xiaozhu bluntly got to the point. The 4 universe pillars are very useful to the human race, but they are very rare and hard to find. That is why, if any of the 4 universe pillars appear in the 3,000 worlds, the cave heavens and paradises will spare no effort to obtain and deliver it to the Black Ink battlefield. The 4 universe pillars would then be refined by an 8th order open heaven realm master and used to fight the Black Ink clan. The old ancestors are strong enough that they have no need to fear becoming corrupted by black ink strength. Unfortunately, there have been precedents where 8th order open heaven realm masters were corrupted. The 4 universe pillars can protect an 8th order open heaven realm master on the battlefield, which will allow them to fight the Black Ink clan freely and without fear of becoming corrupted. This matter is something that holds great significance to the human race. On the Black Ink battlefield, only 8th order open heaven realm masters are eligible to possess a 4 universe pillar. That is because only 8th order open heaven realm masters can protect such a treasure. You are only in the 6th order at the moment. If you enter the battlefield, there is no guarantee that nothing will happen to you. More importantly, if anything were to happen to you, the human race would not only lose you as an individual but also an extremely rare and precious treasure. In addition, the Black Ink clan will surely target you if they learn that you possess one of the 4 universe pillars. It would be very detrimental for you. After all, the Black Ink clan is extremely repulsed by the 4 universe pillars. If given the chance, they will never allow any human cultivator with a 4 universe pillar to walk free. As you are now, you are not strong enough to protect the 4 universe pillars. Do you understand what I am trying to say? Tian Xiaozhu looked at Yang Kai solemnly. At first, Yang Kai had not quite grasped the situation, but Tian Xiaozhu had spoken so clearly that it was impossible for him not to understand now. He immediately nodded in response. If I have heard you correctly, Senior, you are asking me to offer up my world spring. Tian Xiaozhu nodded. Good steel should be used to forge excellent blades. This old master's words may be somewhat cruel, but I do not have any selfish intentions. I am speaking for the sake of the entire human race. Of course, please do not worry. This old master does not covet the world spring in your possession. Since you come from Yinyang Cave Heaven, the world spring will be taken over by Brother Liu instead. Yang Kai immediately understood. It now made sense as to why they asked him which cave heaven or paradise he came from earlier. They had been preparing for this moment. Depending on which cave heaven or paradise he came from, an ancestor of that particular cave heaven or paradise would naturally be the one to take possession of the world spring. If you had the potential to advance into the 8th order open heaven realm, this old master would not have had to play the part of the villain. Unfortunately, you only advanced into the 5th order as a starting point, making your limit the 7th order. Even if you became a 7th order open heaven realm master, you would still lack the necessary strength required to protect the world spring. Tian Xiaozhu exhaled softly and looked at Yang Kai sternly. So, little friend, this old master asks that you offer up the world spring in contribution to the entire human race. Yang Kai remained silent and said nothing. He certainly did not expect to encounter this situation after coming to the Black Ink battlefield. Although he heard Feng Ying mention that all the 4 universe pillars belonging to the human race were in the hands of the 8th order masters, he had not thought much about her statement at the time. It would seem that it was not because the 8th order open heaven realm masters had amazing opportunities, but that the situation had resulted from intentional distribution of resources. In the past, people who were not in the 8th order open heaven realm might also have obtained one of the 4 universe pillars, but they had always voluntarily offered up these treasures so that the ancestors of their respective sects could make best use of them instead. The Black Ink clan must also be privy to this information, which was why they did not bother to perform a thorough check on cultivators below the 8th Order Open Heaven realm after converting them with Black Ink strength. If not for that, the Black Ink clan territory lord would not have departed with such peace of mind after he corrupted Feng Ying. If this were any other place, Yang Kai would definitely have suspected Tian Xiuzhu of malicious intentions for bringing up this topic. However, this was the Black Ink battlefield. There might be some friction and conflicts among the various cave heavens and paradises, but they were of one mind and one will when it came to the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan. It was just like how Chen Xiu had schemed for his own disciple to suffer from cultivation dissonance in front of Yang Kai in order to protect Yin Yang Cave Heaven's face. He had no malicious intentions towards Yang Kai at the time and was simply acting in the best interests of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Likewise, Tian Xiuzhu held no malicious intentions towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai himself could perceive that fact. After all, even if he offered up the World Spring, his actions would not benefit Tian Xiuzhu in any way. The World Spring would only be handed over to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm ancestor of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Luan. It was just as Tian Xiuzhu had said, this was all for the sake of the greater good of the human race. When Yang Kai remained silent, the atmosphere in the hall turned colder. Everybody knew that this situation was very unfair to Yang Kai, but it was not as if they had never encountered similar situations in the past. They had always handled such situations in this manner. There was no reason for them to make an exception for this case. Tian Xiuzhu continued, please rest assured. Giving up the World Spring will indeed damage the integrity of your small universe. However, the inner sanctum will prepare a profound Yin spirit fruit for you. We will help you repair your small universe so that your cultivation will not be affected in the future. In any case, there is no hurry. You are only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm at the moment. Even if you wanted to offer up the World Spring right now, you don't have the necessary ability to do so. We will only ask this of you when you advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm and your small universe transforms from immaterial to material. When Yang Kai first obtained the World Spring, he had been placed in captivity by Xia Lin Lang in the Shattered Heaven for some time. That incident had occurred for this very reason. She had also wanted to obtain the World Spring, but she had to consider Yang Kai's inadequate cultivation. She believed that his small universe was still immaterial and that he could not cut off a part of his small universe for her. Therefore, she had provided him with various cultivation materials to help him advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to her, his small universe had transformed from immaterial to material a long time ago. He could have separated the World Spring from his body at any time if he wanted. Needless to say, there was another method available. That method was much easier, which was to kill him. Once Yang Kai died, there was a chance the World Spring would emerge when his small universe collapsed. However, even for the human race, forcibly asking a junior to give up the World Spring was already very cruel, so how could they outright kill him? Nobody would agree to carry out such a heinous act. Zhong Liang stood silently by the side. There were two reasons why he had previously inquired about Yang Kai's initial order when advancing into the Open Heaven realm. The first reason was that he had been confused as to whether Yang Kai was part of the human race or the Dragon Clan. The second reason was that he wanted to know the limits of Yang Kai's future cultivation. As soon as he learned that Yang Kai had initially advanced into the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, he immediately decided to ensure that the news regarding Yang Kai's possession of the World Spring would never be leaked to others. That was because he knew that they would face this issue once the information was exposed to the public. If anybody else had possessed one of the 4 universe pillars instead, Zhong Liang would have wholeheartedly agreed that they should offer up the World Spring. But Yang Kai was different. The ability to cast purifying light would be instrumental for the human race. Hence, it would not be beneficial for the human race to incur his wrath and resentment at such a time. Secretly glancing at Yang Kai, Zhong Liang discovered that Yang Kai looked calm and indifferent. There was no sign of anger or resentment at all. Thus, he couldn't help feeling impressed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4952, this junior can advance to the 8th order. No matter who was faced with such a situation, it would be difficult for them to remain calm. Therefore, Zhong Liang was quite impressed by Yang Kai's reaction. It was true that Yang Kai did not feel any resentment. He could understand that Tian Xiuju's actions were not aimed at him. Rather, Tian Xiuju's actions and words came from a place of righteousness. In order to protect the secret of the Void Corridor, Meng Qi was willing to sacrifice his own life. In comparison, how could Yang Kai not endure such insignificant grievance? Yang Kai, this is for the greater good of the human race. Tian Xiuju earnestly persuaded. Seeing that Yang Kai remained silent, he thought that the former was unwilling to compromise. Ultimately, though, the willingness of the other party did not matter. This was how such matters had been handled since ancient times. It was a given that those who stepped foot into the black ink battlefield had to put their individual lives aside. Therefore, he believed that Yang Kai would eventually come around. Yang Kai shook his head. "Senior, you have misunderstood. This junior is not an unreasonable person. You have made yourself very clear, so how can this junior not understand?" Tian Xiuju nodded in relief. "It's good that you understand." But Yang Kai changed the subject. "From what you mentioned earlier, Senior, this junior will not need to offer up the world spring if I can advance to the 8th order open heaven realm in the future, correct?" For him, offering up the world spring would definitely cause some damage to his small universe. Although a profound Yin spirit fruit could repair his small universe, he would no longer be able to ignore the corrosion of black ink strength. That would be extremely dangerous on the black ink battlefield. It was not that he was unwilling to sacrifice himself for the human race. Had the cave heavens and paradises not made far more sacrifices for the human race throughout the ages? They had silently waged war against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless eons and invested unimaginable amounts of manpower and resources into the effort. It could be said that the stability of the 3,000 worlds was inseparable from the contributions of the cave heavens and paradises. In the safe and stable environment behind them were Yang Kai's subordinates and disciples in Voidland, as well as his friends and relatives in the star boundary. If he were an ordinary open heaven realm master, he would not have hesitated to give up the world spring. However, Yang Kai was confident in himself. He had always been able to crush opponents in the same realm as himself. In other words, if he could advance into the 8th order open heaven realm in the future, the role he could play and the strength he could exert would definitely be greater than any of the ancestors in front of him right now. Tian Xiuju was stunned for a moment, but he nodded anyway. "That's how it is. If you can advance into the 8th order open heaven realm, then there is no need for you to give up the world spring. The inner sanctum will also spare no effort to help you advance to the 8th order as soon as possible so that you can contribute to the human race." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "This junior can advance to the 8th order." Everybody else was startled by his words and somebody scowled and pointed out, "Brat, didn't you say that your initial breakthrough was to the 5th order? How can you advance to the 8th order? Don't tell me you have an innate open heaven pill from the universe furnace on hand." Innate open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace were natural products of the world that contained the mysteries of the universe. They could help a person break through the shackles of their limits and ignore the bottleneck of the open heaven realm. As long as they had enough of such spirit pills, they could even advance into the 9th order open heaven realm, regardless of their starting point. Unfortunately, one could only encounter such treasures serendipitously. The universe furnace was one of the most profound and mysterious treasures in existence. Not only was it extremely elusive, but its occasional appearance in the world was also very short-lived. Therefore, it was no easy task to obtain innate open heaven pills. What's more, even if such treasures were on hand, Yang Kai would not have the chance to consume them. They would be given to an 8th order open heaven realm master instead so that he could advance into the 9th order open heaven realm. It would always be highly beneficial for the human race to gain an additional 9th order master. Yang Kai calmly explained, "It is true that this junior only broke through to the 5th order open heaven realm initially. However, this junior was later fortunate enough to consume a mid-rank world fruit and advance into the 6th order open heaven realm. A mid-rank world fruit? Somebody exclaimed in surprise while the others looked on in shock. As 8th order open heaven realm masters, how could they not know about the existence of the world fruit? That was an even rarer treasure than an innate open heaven pill. Somebody said, "It is rumored that there is a world tree that grows in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. The Grand Ancient Ruins boundary is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter. Could that be where you obtained your world fruit?" Yang Kai nodded affirmatively. "I accidentally became involved with the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and spent some time inside that place. It was also inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that I obtained the world fruit." A series of gasps rang out throughout the conference hall. That was an incredible opportunity indeed. A mid-rank world fruit could not only increase one's cultivation by an entire order, but it also increased the limit that they could achieve in the future. Luan probed further. "Does that mean that even though you were only in the 5th order open heaven realm when you first advanced into the open heaven realm, you actually have the opportunity to advance to the 8th order in the future?" The 4 universe pillars had a huge appeal to open heaven realm masters, especially 8th order masters like themselves. Possessing one of the 4 universe pillars would allow them to fight with greater efficiency on the battlefield. Luan was truly reluctant to snatch the belongings of a junior, but in light of the bigger picture, Yang Kai was powerless to protect the world spring. Leaving this matter alone would only result in a huge loss for the human race. That was why he had remained silent all this while. He had silently considered this matter in his heart. If Yang Kai was made to offer up the world spring, he would definitely have to compensate Yang Kai for the gesture. At the very least, he had to protect Yang Kai as much as possible within the scope of his ability. Nevertheless, he did not expect to learn that Yang Kai had consumed a mid-rank world fruit before. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded firmly. "That is why this junior has the confidence to advance to the 8th order open heaven realm." Luan nodded lightly. "You should put in more effort in the future then. If you need anything, please let this old master know." Since Yang Kai could be considered part of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, it was only natural that Luan would pay more attention to him when they resided at the same Great Pass. Although there was no strong sense of factionalism in the Great Passes, it stood to reason that most people would be closer to others of the same sect. "Many thanks, Elder," Yang Kai bowed. On the other side, Tian Xiuzhu fell silent for a moment before he said, "If that's the case, then the matter regarding the world spring is settled. However, this old master would like to say something." Yang Kai looked at Tian Xiuzhu. "Please enlighten me, Elder." "The black ink battlefield is extremely dangerous. You need to be very careful. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a huge loss to the human race. This junior will bear that in mind." Yang Kai bowed. Zhong Liang, however, just snickered at those words. "Brother Tian, if you knew what this brat did in the past, you would not bother to warn him about such things." Tian Xiuzhu asked curiously, "What did he do?" Zhong Liang glanced at Yang Kai. "This brat is the boldest one I've ever seen. He disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple and spent several years in the Black Ink clan's territory. It was all thanks to this brat that Feng Ying and the others managed to come back safely." Everybody in the conference hall immediately became speechless, too dumbfounded to say anything. The corners of Lu An's face twitched, and he was filled with lingering fear. "You disguised yourself as a Black Ink disciple and spent several years among the Black Ink clan? That's not bold. That's reckless." Tian Xiuzhu's mouth quivered in anger. What if your identity was discovered and something happened to you? He had tried his best to protect the world spring. Not only did he not hesitate to use his authority to coerce the other party, but he even demanded that Yang Kai offer up the world spring without any regard for his pride. Who could have known that Yang Kai had done such a terrifying thing? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I had no choice." He had not wanted to do something so risky either. Unfortunately, the place connected to the Void Corridor was located inside a sealed world in the Black Ink clan's domain. having found himself in the Black Ink Clan hinterland as soon as he arrived, what else could he have done? Luan scolded, "Don't be so reckless again in the future." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, "Yes." Many of the Eighth Order masters in the hall were staring at Yang Kai with strange expressions now. Nobody had ever done such a thing throughout all of history. If it was said that they had only paid attention to him earlier because of the World Spring, then they were now paying attention to him because of his conduct. Somebody suddenly turned to look at Zhong Liang. "Brother Zhong, you mentioned that Feng Ying and that group of people only returned thanks to Yang Kai. What did you mean?" Zhong Liang did not bother to explain. Instead, he turned to look at Yang Kai and instructed, "Show them." Seeing was always better than listening in terms of clarity. That was why he had gone out of his way to capture a Black Ink disciple. It was so that Yang Kai could easily demonstrate his ability. Outside the palace where the old ancestor was in retreat, Yang Kai had used the Black Ink strength suppressed inside his small universe to demonstrate the effects of the purifying light. It was just that Zhong Liang was reluctant to reveal the fact that Yang Kai possessed a world spring, so he had gone to the trouble of preparing in advance. Who could have known that Tian Xiaozhu had already inferred the truth? He couldn't keep the secret hidden at all. If he had known earlier, Zhong Liang could have saved himself the trouble of capturing a Black Ink disciple. Yang Kai responded affirmatively and strode towards the captured Black Ink disciple. The Eighth Order masters watched curiously, wondering what Zhong Liang was selling in his bottle gourd. A seal had been placed on the Black Ink disciple, so he could not circulate any strength, and he had not dared to act rashly after being thrown here by Zhong Liang. Of course, he had been observing his surroundings vigilantly in hopes of finding an opportunity to escape, so when he saw Yang Kai walking towards him at this moment, he stepped back defensively. But where could he go in his condition? Furthermore, it only took Zhong Liang a casual wave of his hand to completely lock the Black Ink disciple in place. A yellow and blue light suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hands, which immediately attracted everybody's attention to him. Zhong Liang also paid close attention. Even though he had witnessed this sight before, he could not tear his eyes away at this moment. A distinct yin and yang element power radiated from the blue and yellow lights respectively. Then, in front of everybody's eyes, Yang Kai clapped his hands together. A pure white light bloomed into existence when the yellow and blue lights merged together. The white light immediately cascaded down on the Black Ink disciple. In the next moment, the Black Ink disciple revealed a look of pain on his face. A thick layer of Black Ink strength simultaneously seeped out from his body, accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds. To the onlookers' astonishment, the Black Ink strength was then purified by the white light and vanished into nothingness. The Eighth Order ancestors who were watching closely widened their eyes instantly at the sight. There was a loud clatter as most of them knocked over their chairs and involuntarily jumped to their feet in astonishment. Their expressions were filled with shock, and their widened eyes overflowed with disbelief. Even though they were worldly masters, they had never seen such an incredulous situation before. The Black Ink disciple's pain only lasted for a moment, and his expression soon calmed down. Under the shroud of the white light, both his figure and his expression appeared hazy. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and nodded lightly at Zhong Liang. Only then did Zhong Liang dispel his power around Black Ink disciple and take a step back. The entire hall was deathly silent. Everybody was staring at the Black Ink disciple in stunned silence, and it was only a long while later that the sound of people nervously gulping echoed throughout the room. Somebody finally asked, "Brother Zhong? What is this?" He had a guess in his heart, but he could not be certain. That was because what he saw with his eyes might not be what he was thinking in his heart. There were many people with similar thoughts. All of them turned to look at Zhong Liang with an inquiring gaze, hoping to gain a more definite answer from him. Zhong Liang smiled slightly. "Don't tell me you don't understand what just happened." Tian Xiaozhu's expression was grim and cold. "Brother Zhong, this is an important matter. Now is not the time for jokes. Could it really be the same as what we are thinking?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4953, unable to be spread to the public. Zhong Liang nodded seriously. What you are thinking is exactly how things are. And that's also the reason why I summoned you all here. Impossible. Tian Xiaozhu faintly lost his composure. Black ink strength is extremely corrosive. Once a person's small universe is corroded by it, they will lose themselves completely. It is not as though we have not tried various methods to reverse this phenomenon throughout the ages. Even the old ancestors have been trying to find a solution, but they have never succeeded. How is this possible? It was not that he did not want to believe the truth, he was simply afraid that having great hope would only lead to greater disappointment. Seeing is believing, Zhong Liang quickly said. He was feeling a little more comfortable with himself at the moment. When he first learned about this matter, he had also been filled with a sense of incredulity. In fact, he was so shocked that he lost the composure of an eighth-order ancestor. Therefore, he secretly felt cheerful to see the others reacting much more dramatically than him. It was not that he was trying to mock them, he was simply in a good mood. Turning to look at the black ink disciple he captured previously, he asked, "How do you feel?" After the black ink strength had been dispelled, the black ink disciple remained standing frozen on the spot with a deep frown on his face. He seemed to be confused by the situation. However, he had not forgotten everything he did when he was a black ink disciple. Looking back now, he could not understand how he had become so fanatical or how he could willingly follow behind the black ink clan to attack his fellow comrades. Even though he understood that his actions were caused by the corrosion of the black ink strength, he was filled with guilt at this moment. Upon hearing Zhong Liang's question, he looked up with a strange expression. It seemed as though he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Answering Senior's question, this junior feels as though he has just woken up from a long nightmare. Zhong Liang nodded. Now that you have awoken, you should be more careful in the future. Yes. Open your small universe. We would like to investigate, Zhong Liang instructed. The former black ink disciple nodded and opened the portal to his small universe with great enthusiasm. In the next moment, the eighth-order ancestors who had been waiting for what seemed like forever quickly poured their divine senses into the small universe to investigate. The eighth-order masters probed very carefully without missing any nook or cranny. Only after a thorough sweep did they slowly withdraw their divine senses. Most of them had looks of disbelief on their faces, but even more of them were delighted beyond words. Throughout the ages, the human race had fought against the Black Ink clan. Although they had always guarded the various great passes and prevented the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds, the price they paid was the continuous investment of generation after generation who would eventually meet their deaths. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan endlessly sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. As soon as one was cut down, another would immediately sprout up again. They would never be wiped out for good. The human masters who passed through the no-return pass would forever lose their chance to return home. That was because nobody could guarantee that they had not been corroded by Black Ink strength on the Black Ink battlefield. If they accidentally allowed a Black Ink disciple to return, it would be a disaster for the 3,000 worlds. The key was in the Black Ink strength. This was an extremely strange and intractable power. Even a ninth-order old ancestor could not dispel Black Ink strength that had invaded a Black Ink disciple's body. Hence, their only option was to slaughter the Black Ink disciples to prevent future troubles. However, they had just witnessed a method that could easily purify and dispel Black Ink strength inside the body of a Black Ink disciple. Not only could this secret technique restore order to chaos, but it also allowed the Black Ink disciple to break free from the corrosion of Black Ink strength and recover their true nature. How could they not be excited and elated? All of them could understand the preciousness of this secret technique. This was definitely something that could rewrite the endless years of conflict between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Taking a deep breath, one of them turned to look at Luan and asked, "Brother Lu, since when did Yin-Yang Cave Heaven become capable of such a feat? Why have we never heard you mention anything before?" Yang Kai could be considered part of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Even if he was not born in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, he was a son-in-law. Therefore, it was not strange for the speaker to associate them together. What's more, when Yang Kai cast the secret technique just now, He had clearly used yin and yang element powers. The two powers had converged into one when he pressed both his left and right palms together. There were some similarities with how certain yin-yang cave heaven secret techniques operated. Luan shook his head with a serious expression. I don't know anything either. He could not be certain whether this was a secret technique from yin-yang cave heaven. After all, he had been stationed on the black ink battlefield for thousands of years. It would not be strange for him to know nothing if this was a new secret technique that was recently developed by his juniors. After listening to the conversation between these two, Yang Kai cupped his fist, reporting to seniors, this secret technique did not originate from yin-yang cave heaven. Tian Xiaozhu chuckled. Regardless of where the secret technique comes from, an ability that can dispel and purify black ink strength is a good ability. If this secret technique can be spread to the public, we humans will never need to fear the Black Ink clan again. Somebody else immediately nodded in agreement. That's right. We have been troubled by the Black Ink clan for so many years. If everyone can master this secret technique, then we will no longer need to fear the corrosion of Black Ink strength. Nobody else will ever be converted into a Black Ink disciple again. We can even charge straight into the Black Ink clan's territory and purge all the Black Ink clan once and for all. His face flushed red as he spoke. It was as if he could see the glorious scene in front of him, and his heart was filled with excitement. Everybody else was also influenced by the beautiful dream he described, and many of them looked extremely excited. At the same time, they finally understood why Zhong Liang had sent an urgent message to summon them despite knowing that the Black Ink clan army was still attacking. The significance behind this secret technique was too great, and the news had to be announced to the public as soon as possible. Although some people were originally dissatisfied with Zhong Liang's impatience, their dissatisfaction had all but vanished at this moment. This was an important matter that could benefit the entire human race after all. Seeing the heated discussion, Yang Kai sighed inwardly as he had no choice but to disappoint them. Seniors, this secret technique cannot be taught to the public. Nobody else can cultivate this secret technique either. Only this junior can use it. The discussion in the conference hall stopped abruptly as countless pairs of eyes turned to look at Yang Kai. Even Zhong Liang stared at Yang Kai in astonishment. He had known that Yang Kai had the means to cast the purifying light, but he did not know much else. There had been no time for him to ask either. Hence, he made some assumptions since purifying light was a secret technique. Even if it was impossible for everybody to cultivate it, there were thousands of talented individuals in Blue Sky Pass, so there were bound to be some who would succeed. He never imagined that he would hear such words from Yang Kai. Why can't others cultivate this secret technique? Luan asked in confusion. He had the same thoughts as Zhong Liang. Since it was a secret technique, there would definitely be a method to cultivate it. As long as this method could be spread to the public, there was bound to be somebody who could successfully cultivate the secret technique. Yang Kai explained, this secret technique was not obtained through this junior's own cultivation, but was rather granted to me by senior experts. There is no cultivation method, so naturally, it cannot be taught to others. Having said that, he lifted his hands and activated the two marks. The marks that resembled a sun and moon instantly appeared before the eyes of the Eighth Order ancestors. Yang Kai then continued, these two marks are the foundation to cast purifying light, and they were given to me directly by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer respectively. The yin and yang element power that this junior used to condense the purifying light before also comes from the source of those two seniors' power. The burning light and serene glimmer. Somebody gasped in awe. Meanwhile, most of the others looked solemn instead. These two famous existences were so well known that it was difficult not to have heard of them. It was rumored that they were ancient masters born alongside the world itself. Moreover, they represented destruction and annihilation. The chaotic dead territory where they resided was filled with dead silence. Nobody could enter that place and survive for long, much less meet these two supreme beings. For Yang Kai to claim that the two marks were given to him by the burning light and serene glimmer, they could hardly believe their ears, but on second thought, It was possible that the powers of such beings were the only thing in the universe that could restrain the black ink strength. Luan frowned. You've met the burning light and serene glimmer? Yang Kai nodded. I spent some time with them in the past, and we can be considered friends. The Eighth Order ancestors felt their faces twitching hard when they heard those words. On the other hand, Zhong Liang widened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai like he was looking at a ghost. If Yang Kai had claimed that he was fortunate enough to meet the burning light and serene glimmer, then they would have reluctantly accepted his explanation. After all, neither the marks on his hands nor the purifying light could be faked. However, Yang Kai claimed that he had spent some time with them and could even be considered friends. He was friends with those two existences? Those are words not even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors would dare to say. It is quite easy to get along with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, but they have some unique hobbies. Yang Kai casually explained. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan? Zhong Liang was puzzled. Oh, that's how the burning light and serene glimmer requested I call them. Upon hearing those words, Zhong Liang felt his brow twitching as though he was playing the drums. What kind of relationship do they have? Why is he calling them Big Brother and Big Sister? Luan coughed lightly and asked cautiously, what unique hobbies do they have? Yang Kai looked ashamed. It's hard to look back on the past, let alone mention it. He could not speak the truth out loud. He could not bring himself to tell them that he had played house with those two for a long time in the chaotic dead territory. Every time he thought about that time, he couldn't help feeling ashamed deep inside. Changing the topic of conversation, Yang Kai added, but it is precisely for this reason that this junior was blessed with these two marks by them. It is only with their strength as the source that I can unleash purifying light. Therefore, it is not that this junior is unwilling to teach this secret technique, it is simply that I cannot teach it. For the same reason, no one else can cultivate this secret technique. After listening to his explanation, everybody finally understood. This was certainly a secret technique that could not be spread to the public. They had been imagining a better future just moments ago, but they were forced to give up that hope at this moment. The value of a secret technique that could be taught to the masses and a secret technique that could not be taught to the masses was not equal. It could be said that the significance of purifying light had been greatly reduced. For that reason, all the people who had high expectations earlier were extremely disappointed. After a short silence, Zhong Liang finally opened his mouth. Although it is impossible to spread this secret technique to the public, Yang Kai is able to perform this secret technique. That in itself is already very helpful in the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Now that you have gathered here and witnessed the power of purifying light, please announce this good news when you return. Tell the disciples that they no longer have to hold back when fighting the Black Ink clan. They can fight without any inhibitions. Even if they accidentally become corroded by Black Ink strength, they no longer need to sacrifice parts of their small universe as before. They only need to return to the inner sanctum as soon as possible. I will designate an area where Yang Kai can help them to purify Black Ink strength that has seeped into their bodies. Also, as long as your lives are not at risk, please try to capture the Black Ink disciples alive when you are on the battlefield. There's no longer a need to kill them outright. Martial Peak, Chapter 4954, Find someone named Yang Kai. On the Black Ink battlefield, the human race had always upheld an unchanging stance towards Black Ink disciples. Kill without mercy. It was not that they were being ruthless, rather, there was simply no other solution. The Black Ink disciples corrupted by Black Ink strength would always hold the Black Ink clan supreme over all else in their hearts. In other words, they stood against the human race as mortal enemies. If the human race did not kill the Black Ink disciples, then the Black Ink disciple would kill them instead. Over the years, countless people had been corrupted by Black Ink strength and converted into Black Ink disciples by the Black Ink clan. On a similar note, the number of Black Ink disciples who died at the hands of their original allies was too high to count. Which one of these Black Ink disciples did not come from one of the major cave heavens or paradises? Which one of them was not one of the elite disciples of these forces? This was the cruel reality faced by the human race. Even so, they were powerless in this situation. All they could do was prevent themselves from being corrupted by black ink strength as much as possible, and the price they had to pay for their safety was to voluntarily sacrifice parts of their small universe. Unfortunately, their sacrifice would cause their cultivation to decline, their order to fall, and their martial Tao to be cut off forever. At least 20% of the cultivators at each of the various great passes had an incomplete small universe, regardless of their order in the open heaven realm. Their damaged small universe was the best evidence of the deadly struggle against the Black Ink clan. There were many Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the various Great Passes. Where did these Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters come from? All of them were originally cultivators in the Sixth Order whose strength had declined by an order. Throughout history, the lowest order among the personnel dispatched to the Black Ink battlefield by the Cave Heavens and Paradises was the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. They would never send somebody in the Fifth Order as they were too weak to join the war against the Black Ink clan. As a result, almost all of the talented individuals accumulated by the human race over the eons had been gathered on the Black Ink battlefield. That was also the reason why Yang Kai felt that the overall strength in Langya Paradise was hugely different from what he imagined when he went there in the past. It turned out that what he saw was not the full heritage of Langya Paradise. The existence of purifying light had resolved the problem that had always been insurmountable to the human race. Hence, it was only natural that the news would rouse the excitement of the people. It was conceivable that the morale of the human race army would increase sharply once this information was spread to the public. Morale was something intangible, but it played a big role in any war, even the one between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai gave a gentle reminder, "Seniors, I must inform you that using this secret technique is not without cost. Just as this junior mentioned earlier, this secret technique is cast by drawing upon the powers of the burning light and serene glimmer through the two marks on my hands. Since this secret technique and the means to activate it were given to me by the burning light and serene glimmer, casting it is essentially effortless on my part. However, performing the secret technique requires a certain amount of resources. This junior has some materials on hand, but they are not inexhaustible. So, this junior would like to ask the seniors present to warn others to try and avoid being corrupted by Black Ink strength as much as possible." Luan nodded and said, "That's only natural. After fighting for so many years, it has become a habit. Even if the news spreads, the disciples will not allow themselves to be easily corrupted by Black Ink strength." Zhong Liang looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Yang Kai shook his head, "No." "Good." Zhong Liang turned to look at the others. The Black Ink clan is still besieging Blue Sky Pass at this moment, so it is not convenient for you to stay here for a long time. Let's deal with the war first. Somebody inquired, "Where will you place Yang Boy?" Zhong Liang had mentioned earlier that he would set up an area within the inner sanctum where Yang Kai would be responsible for helping the disciples to purify the Black Ink strength in their bodies. It was only natural for this location to be clarified in advance. Zhong Liang pondered for a while before he spoke. "How about the central square? It's the most central spot." Everybody nodded in unison, "Good." Now that the discussion was over, everybody left quickly. They were the masters in charge of the various defense lines after all, so it was not appropriate for them to remain here for too long. Before leaving, Luan said a few words with Yang Kai in private. He did not say much and simply told Yang Kai to let him know immediately if there was anything he needed. They were one family after all. He was happy to help out Yang Kai within the limits of his abilities. For that, he even left his contact information with Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling grateful. After everybody left, Zhong Liang beckoned to Yang Kai, "Come with me." The two of them strode out of the conference hall. Feng Ying was waiting for them outside and, with a flicker, all three of them sped off in a certain direction. A short while later, they arrived in the sky above a huge square. Zhong Liang explained, "During the battle, you will be stationed here. There will likely be an endless stream of disciples who come asking for help after becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength. When that happens, we will be relying on you." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Senior Zhong may rest assured. As long as it is an issue caused by black ink strength, this junior will definitely solve it. Zhong Liang nodded in satisfaction before turning to Feng Ying. From now on, your task is to protect him. Do not allow any harm to come to him. If you lack the necessary manpower, I grant you the right to mobilize the people of the inner sanctum at will. Disciple understands. Feng Ying cupped her fist. After watching Zhong Liang leave, Yang Kai glanced at Feng Ying. Many thanks for your hard work, Martial Aunt Feng. Feng Ying shook her head. It's nothing. On the contrary, you should take some time to treat your injuries and recover. You were rushed off your feet earlier and didn't even have the time to tend to your wounds. I'm afraid you will become very busy soon. In the previous battle with the Black Ink Clan army, Yang Kai had transformed into a grand dragon and used his body as a shield to protect his allies. Naturally, he was battered and bruised from the Black Ink Clan's assault. After entering the inner sanctum, Zhong Liang had then brought him all over the place. Therefore, Yang Kai had not had the time to treat his injuries so far. His appearance at the moment could only be described as unkempt, and there were various bloodstains all over his body. Of course, his injuries were not important given his recuperative abilities, but his strength had indeed been heavily expended. Even he would need some time to recover and recuperate. All right, then I shall trouble you to stand guard, Martial Aunt Feng. Yang Kai nodded and sat down cross-legged without another word. Stuffing a recovery spirit pill into his mouth, he slowly began to refine the medicinal efficacies. Despite being inside the inner sanctum, one could still vaguely hear the sound of battle coming from outside the Great Pass. In addition, the impact caused by the shockwaves of battle would occasionally be transmitted from the outside. It could be seen that the war was very intense. Although the life-or-death battle outside raged on incessantly, Yang Kai and Feng Ying enjoyed a peace that was as calm as water. They waited for half a day only for nobody to come. Yang Kai focused on healing in the meantime, without feeling bored or frustrated. All of a sudden, there seemed to be a commotion coming from the side. Feng Ying immediately looked in that direction and saw several streams of lights speeding over at a high speed. There were 6 or 7 figures in total. The person in the lead stood in midair and looked around below him with all his might. Without warning, he pointed in the direction where Yang Kai and Feng Ying were located and shouted loudly, "This way! This way!" At the same time, he took the lead and rushed over. Feng Ying instantly became vigilant. Zhong Liang had entrusted Yang Kai's safety to her, so naturally she did not dare to take her mission lightly. Having seen purifying light in action, she deeply understood the importance of Yang Kai's existence. Fortunately, the newcomers did not act rashly. As they approached, the group's leader immediately cupped his fist. "Senior Sister Feng." Feng Ying nodded lightly and asked, "What's the situation?" That person pointed behind him and explained, "They have been corroded by black ink strength. Martial Uncle mentioned that we should withdraw as soon as possible if we ever find ourselves in such a situation and come here to find somebody named Yang Kai. Supposedly, he has the means to resolve the situation." Truthfully speaking, if it had not been an 8th Order ancestor who told him about this matter, he would not have believed those words at all. In the past, the people who were corrupted by black ink strength would sacrifice a part of their small universe as soon as possible to resolve the crisis. However, it was too late for that now. The speed of the black ink strength's corrosion was very fast. If they wanted to sacrifice their small universe at this point, there was no saying how much they would need to give up. There was a high possibility that doing so would endanger their life. In other words, if Yang Kai could not resolve this matter, then the people who were corroded by black ink strength would most likely die on the spot. It was just that those words had come from an 8th Order ancestor. If they could preserve the integrity of their small universe, then they were willing to give this method a try. While speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai who had already stood up. "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded. "Indeed. I've never seen him before. Moreover, the aura coming from him does not seem very powerful. He is definitely not in the 7th Order. Can a person like him really remove the threat of the black ink strength's corrosion?" That person felt his heart sinking in his chest and did not dare to hope for too much. Yang Kai looked behind that person and saw that 7 people had come in total. Leaving aside the leader, there were 6 others in groups of 2. Each group contained one person who seemed to be struggling and urging their power as if resisting something, while the other person in the group had an expression of great concern mixed with a trace of vigilance on their face. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. The 3 people who seemed to be struggling and silently urging their power to resist something were probably the ones whose small universe had been corroded by black ink strength. They were currently fighting the corrosion of the black ink strength, but their efforts were tantamount to drinking poison to quench their thirst. In other words, their efforts were not having much of an effect and could only serve to delay the process of becoming corrupted. Meanwhile, the other 3 were most likely in charge of monitoring the ones who had been corrupted by black ink strength. After all, if things spiraled out of control, then it might become necessary to execute their comrades. Lastly, there was also a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master acting as the group's leader. This arrangement was fairly reasonable, lest somebody became completely corrupted by black ink strength on the way here. If that were to happen, such a lineup would be capable of dealing with the situation. Can you save them? The leader clearly did not dare to expect too much, but he couldn't help asking anyway. Yang Kai glanced at that person and nodded, "Don't worry." He did not waste any more time and quickly activated the yin and yang element powers. Yellow and blue lights bloomed into existence and soon transformed into a pure white light. "Let those 3 stand together," Yang Kai instructed. Although the 3 of them had been corrupted by black ink strength, they were stubbornly holding on to their true nature by the skin of their teeth. With the help of their companions, they stood together in one place. The white light immediately engulfed them. Feng Ying had seen this situation many times already, so it was no longer surprising to her. On the other hand, the 4 others who escorted those 3 here felt as though their hearts were leaping up into their throats. They stared unblinkingly at the sight in front of them, not willing to miss a single thing. Sizzling sounds filled the air, and the 3 men revealed expressions of pain. Fortunately, their pained expressions gradually calmed down as the black ink strength in their bodies was purified and dispelled. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his hand and the white light continued to linger. Shrouded in the white light, those 3 men successively opened their eyes with surprised expressions on their faces. "How is it?" the 7th Order leader asked nervously. Looking at them, it seemed as though the black ink strength had truly been dispelled. However, until he received a definite answer, he did not dare to believe that it was true. "Squad leader, I think we're all right now," one of them replied. "What do you mean by that? Are you all right or not?" The squad leader glared. Another person added, "It's probably fine now. The black ink strength has been dispelled." "Open your small universes," the squad leader ordered. The 3 men obediently did as they were told and opened up their small universes. The divine senses of the squad leader and the other 3 men surged as they probed the situation together. A moment later, they looked at each other with shocked expressions. There was not the slightest trace of black ink strength left. It was unbelievable. Martial Peak, Chapter 4955, Blue Sky Pass Heritage. "Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" The squad leader looked at the 3 of them with concern. All 3 of them shook their heads, indicating that they were truly fine. Only then did the squad leader turn to look at Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. The 8th Order ancestor had informed him about this matter, but he had not dared to believe those words. The human masters who remained on the black ink battlefield all this time were all too familiar with black ink strength. Once they were touched by it, it would cling to them like maggots on rotting bones. The only way to protect themselves was to take decisive action within a limited time after becoming corroded by black ink strength. It was only because of the 8th Order ancestors' orders that he decided to give this method a chance. Leading his squad members, he brought them back to Blue Sky Pass and came to the central square. What happened next was beyond his expectations. Yang Kai had actually managed to solve this problem that had plagued the human race for countless years. What's more, judging by the way the secret technique was cast, Performing it did not seem to be difficult. It could even be said to be extremely easy. He had never seen such means like the white light before, but he could clearly see the black ink's strength dissipating under its shroud with ease. A sense of excitement suddenly surged up in his heart. I can't believe the human race has developed the means to resolve the corrosion of black ink strength. This problem has tormented us for eons, but will no longer be a problem in the future. I can foresee just how much the morale of our people will be boosted once the news spreads to the public. He solemnly cupped his fist. Thanks are not enough for this kindness. In the future, please feel free to let us know if you ever need our help, Brother Yang. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from one of the cave heavens or paradises. In terms of status and hierarchy, he was definitely in a higher position compared to Yang Kai. Nevertheless, he addressed Yang Kai as Brother Yang, which showed how grateful he was. Likewise, the 6 behind him also cupped their fists and bowed. In particular, the gratitude of those 3 who were rescued earlier was beyond words. They knew that if it was not for Yang Kai's help, the best outcome for them would be to sacrifice a part of their small universe and experience a decline in their cultivation. That was something no Open Heaven Realm Master would ever want to experience. Although the profound Een Spirit Fruit, which could mend damaged small universes, could be found on the black ink battlefield, there were extremely few of them, certainly not enough to go around. Even if they found one of the rare profound Een Spirit Fruits, they generally gave them up to those with higher cultivations. Naturally, that meant those with cultivation below the high-rank Open Heaven realm would never get the chance to consume one. Yang Kai not only helped them to resolve the issue regarding the corrosion of black ink strength, but also ensured that their cultivation remained intact. Such a grace was not something that could be made up for with simple thanks. You are all too polite. This is my duty. Yang Kai returned the bow. The war is ongoing, so we cannot stay here for long. We will now return to the battlefield. When the war is over, if we are lucky enough to survive, we will share a drink with you, Brother Yang. The squad leader cupped his fist and quickly said. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. I wish you good fortune in battle. The group of 7 came and left in a hurry. Regardless of the cave heaven or paradise they came from before, they had completely placed their own survival aside on this battlefield. Looking at the 7 departing figures, Yang Kai sighed softly. He did not know when these 7 people had come to the black ink battlefield or how long they could endure this cruel war. There might come a day when they were killed by a black ink clansman and died a tragic death. Be that as it may, it should never be forgotten that they were also the sons and daughters of their parents or the parents of their own children. After seeing the situation on the black ink battlefield side with his own eyes, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little depressed. On the contrary, these people who had been living in this situation for so long had already become accustomed to such matters. He suddenly turned to look at Feng Ying. Just now, those people called the person in the lead, squad leader. Is the formation of the human race army divided into individual squads? Feng Ying became more and more certain that Yang Kai knew nothing about the Great Passes. That was because all the questions he asked were related to general knowledge and common sense issues. However, she had already experienced similar situations several times before, so she was no longer surprised by his questions and explained patiently, a squad is the most basic unit at any Great Pass. In general, 10 to 15 people form a squad, 100 people form a battalion, and 500 people make up a division. Of course, the numbers vary slightly from case to case, but this is the general makeup. The framework of the human race army was based upon how Great Battle Heaven organizes itself, since they are very experienced in army warfare. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had heard of Great Battle Heaven even when he was new to the 3,000 worlds, so he knew that this cave heaven was different from the others in the sense that they managed themselves like an army. He had wondered why Great Battle Heaven organized their disciples in such a manner, but now, it would seem that the reason was related to the black ink battlefield. Tell me more about the Great Passes, he said. She asked, what do you want to know? Anything is fine. Feng Ying fell silent for a moment before she suddenly sat cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, stretched out her hand, and gestured on the ground in front of her. It didn't take long for her to draw a picture of the 8 trigrams on the ground before her. Generally speaking, the deployment of the troops at every great pass can be based on this diagram. I also told you just now that the framework of the human race army is based on the squad as the basic unit. Above a squad is a battalion, above a battalion is a division, and above a division is an army. Moreover, every great pass has 4 armies which are titled East, West, South, and North. This arrangement is so that 4 cardinal directions surrounding the great passes can be guarded at the same time. The formation can be further subdivided into smaller parts. Each army is further divided into left and right wings, each composed of a number of divisions. For example, the North Army's 2 wings each have a 1st Division, 2nd Division, 3rd Division, and so on and so forth. Do you understand so far? Yang Kai nodded, yes. The situation on the black ink battlefield side reminded him of the battle between humans and demons in the Star Boundary. At the time, all the humans on the Star Boundary had been conscripted as soldiers. The 61st Army he commanded had also made great contributions to the war against the demon race. The past flashed through his mind, as vividly as though it was just yesterday. Feng Ying continued, Marshal Uncle Zhong Liang is the Western Army's army commander. He is responsible for overseeing the defense line protected by the Western Army, the direction we returned from before. Meanwhile, Elder Lu from Yinyang Cave Heaven belongs to the Southern Army. If I remember correctly, he serves as its 4th Division commander. Each wing of an army is overseen by one of the 2 vice army commanders, while each division is assigned a division commander. Only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors are qualified to take up these positions. Naturally, the same goes for the army commanders. They are chosen from among the strongest and most experienced 8th Order masters. When it comes to the battalions, peak 7th Order masters generally fill such roles. The battalions are named after the 8 trigrams, in other words, heaven, river, mountain, thunder, wind, fire, earth, and lake. Take myself for example. Formally, I hold the rank of Battalion Commander of the Western Army's Right Wing 1st Division Heaven Battalion. Below battalions are squads. There is no special naming system for squads, and if they do have a special name, it is generally chosen by their squad leader according to his or her preference, or by the squad members themselves. The higher-ups will not restrict them in that sense. Among the squad leaders, some may be in the 6th Order, but most are 7th Order. Yang Kai listened silently, gradually gaining some understanding of the situation in the Great Passes. In any case, the division of troops was certainly very detailed and meticulous. He raised his brows slightly after giving it some thought. Back at the Grand Hall earlier, I saw a total of 53 8th Order masters. Leaving aside the 4 army commanders and the 8 vice commanders, does that mean that there are 41 divisions in Blue Sky Pass? Feng Ying shook her head. There are 60 divisions in total. It is impossible for Marshal Uncle Zhong Liang to summon all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors. After all, somebody needs to be in charge on the battlefield. Those who came back were just the majority. Yang Kai nodded in understanding and mentally calculated the total number of people in Blue Sky Pass. The answer left him feeling slightly horrified. So there are some 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass? 30,000 might not seem like a huge number. Thinking back to the time he served as the commander of the 61st Army in the Star Boundary, the number of people in his army had far exceeded that number. When it was first formed, the 61st Army had some 300,000 people in it, which was more than 10 times that of the entire Blue Sky Pass. However, the 300,000 people in the 61st Army were nothing compared to the 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass, because everyone in Blue Sky Pass was an Open Heaven Realm master. Even the weakest among them were in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. That was a terrifying lineup. If such a group of people were recalled to the 3,000 worlds, they could trample all the great territories with ease. They would be invincible since there was nobody who could be their opponent. Be that as it may, such an impressive army with such a glorious lineup was trapped in the Black Ink battlefield. Even though they had been fighting the Black Ink clan for countless years, there remained no hope of victory in sight. More importantly, this was only the situation at Blue Sky Pass. There were 108 cave heavens and paradises, which meant that there were 108 corresponding Great Passes. And the situation at each Great Pass was almost identical to Blue Sky Pass. The deeper he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled in fear. Throughout the ages, how much manpower did the cave heavens and paradises pour into the black ink battlefield? How long did it take for them to accumulate the power of the human race to such a scale? More or less. Feng Ying nodded lightly. She did not know the exact number of people in Blue Sky Pass. In fact, nobody knew the exact number because there were always a number of humans who would meet their deaths in each battle. However, the exact number should not be too far off from the numbers that he estimated. Although 30,000 might sound like a huge number, after dividing them to the east, west, south, and north, their numbers were not that large anymore. The 4 directions surrounding Blue Sky Pass would have some 7,000 or 8,000 guarding them. Marshal Ant Feng, you are a battalion commander. Is it all right if you don't go to the battlefield? Yang Kai asked. She shook her head. My subordinates can take care of themselves even if I am not there. It's not a big deal. On the contrary, your safety is of utmost priority. Nodding, Yang Kai began asking about other issues. I noticed that there were many warships on the previous battlefield. Feng Ying nodded and explained, warships can be said to be the biggest reliance for the human race to compete against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. 8th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have a certain degree of resistance to the Black Ink strength even if they directly enter the battlefield. As long as the duration is not too long, the Black Ink strength would not pose a problem for them. However, there are more than just 8th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Inner Sanctum. There are far more 6th Order and 5th Order Open Masters. In particular, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have suffered a decline in their cultivation as a result of sacrificing parts of their small universes. Since their small universes are all incomplete to begin with, they are easily corrupted by the Black Ink strength. Without a warship's protection, they would instantly turn into Black Ink disciples once they come into contact with the Black Ink strength. Therefore, you would rarely see any 6th Order or 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the battlefield. They rely on their warships to fend off their enemies instead. Essentially, each squad is assigned a generic warship while battalions have larger and more powerful battleships. Yang Kai recalled the time when Feng Ying had been pursued by the Black Ink clan army. At the time, she had leaped out of the warship to stop the enemy by herself. Judging by the situation, there was a high possibility that the people on the warship had belonged to her battalion. They had all been her subordinates. Martial Peak, Chapter 4956, Sharp Increase in Morale. When they returned from the Black Ink clan's domain, they had brought back more than 300 people with them. These people were former Black Ink disciples. Although 300 could not be considered many, these people were enough to form 3 battalions based on Blue Sky Pass organizational structure. That was not a small number either. Seeing as 500 people made up a division, 3 battalions worth of people could be said to be more than half the forces of a division. As might be expected, the number of 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the former Black Ink disciples who were brought back was a bit small, and most were only in the 5th and 6th Order. During their conversation, 2 more streams of lights sped towards them from a certain direction. Yang Kai looked up and saw faint signs of Black Ink strength coming from one of them. The other person seemed to be guarding his companion. After having prior experience, how could Yang Kai fail to realize that one of them had been corroded by Black Ink strength while the other was a companion in charge of providing an escort? The person who came swept his gaze around from above. Then he immediately landed in front of Yang Kai and asked anxiously, "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded. 2 colored lights bloomed from his hands as he walked towards the person who had been corroded by Black Ink strength. "Leave this to me." The person who came glanced at Feng Ying, and Feng Ying nodded lightly in response. Only then did he step away from his companion. A white light enveloped the other person. Accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds, Black Ink strength was dispelled and purified from his body. It only took several moments for everything to be dealt with. Those two carefully checked the situation inside the small universe and were filled with a mixture of surprise and delight. Just like the first batch of people who came here, they returned to the battlefield quickly after fervently expressing their gratitude. Afterwards, an intermittent flow of open heaven realm masters corroded by black ink strength came to the central square with the support of their companions. Yang Kai had been assigned to this area to help dispel black ink strength in the first place, so it was only natural that he did not refuse anybody who came to him. Besides, purifying light was neither complicated to activate nor consumed large amounts of his own strength. He could basically help the people who came here restore order to chaos and recover their true nature in just a few breaths. Not many people came at first, but those who did were filled with anxiety, anticipation, and uncertainty. Nobody had ever experienced such a situation before after all. The 8th Order Division commanders had explained the situation, so it was unlikely for anything to go wrong. Nevertheless, nobody could feel at ease without witnessing it for themselves. It was not until they saw the miracle with their own eyes that they finally felt completely relieved. As time passed, the number of people who came to seek treatment from Yang Kai increased sharply for some reason. Most of them no longer seemed as worried as the others from before, and even the people who escorted their companions here simply observed Yang Kai with curiosity. Yang Kai became extremely busy as a result. He generally rescued a dozen people a day, but there were also days when he had to rescue as many as 100. About half a month passed in this manner before he finally had time to rest. Yang Kai looked at Feng Ying in confusion and asked, "Is the situation where people are corrupted by black ink strength usually so severe? Didn't you say that they have the protection of their warships?" If this was the case, then prior to his arrival, the casualties among the humans after each war would be far too great. A rough estimate indicated that he had saved several hundred people in just this half-month alone. This number only included those who were corroded by black ink strength and not those who had perished on the battlefield. Even Feng Ying had noticed that something was wrong. Fortunately, she had kept in contact with the outside world and understood the reason for all this. With a shake of her head, she answered his question. It was not like this in the past. Although there had always been people who were corroded by black ink strength on the battlefield, such incidences did not occur so often. It's only like this now because of you. Because of me? Yang Kai seemed taken aback by her words. What does this have to do with me? All of a sudden, he seemed to realize something and his face cramped. Don't tell me. She nodded. Information about you has spread on the battlefield. Everybody knows that there is somebody like you in the inner sanctum who can use mysterious means to dispel and purify black ink strength. That is why they have stopped being so reserved when fighting against the Black Ink clan. In the past, becoming corroded by black ink strength was an issue that could not be resolved. Therefore, everybody acted cautiously to prevent themselves from coming into contact with the black ink strength as much as possible. However, Yang Kai's appearance had brought some changes to the situation on the battlefield. Although the division commanders had explained Yang Kai's existence and purifying light to the public from the very beginning, nobody had witnessed or personally verified the situation before. Who could be certain that this information was true? It was not that they did not believe in the 8th Order Masters, but that the situation was simply too bizarre to believe so haphazardly. When those who were initially rescued returned to the battlefield, though, the news began to spread rapidly. The increasing number of people whom Yang Kai rescued only caused the news to spread even faster. These people came from all armies and divisions in Blue Sky Pass. Their companions had witnessed them becoming corroded by black ink strength, returning to the inner sanctum, and reappearing on the battlefield in perfect condition after a short while. A quick inquiry was enough for them to learn about the treatment that could be found in the inner sanctum. It was true that there was somebody in the inner sanctum who could dispel black ink strength that had seeped into their small universes through some mysterious means. The division commanders had spoken the truth. Hence, morale instantly soared. The people in the eastern, western, southern, and northern armies no longer had any scruples and went all out in their battles against the Black Ink clan. It was only natural for the number of people who became corrupted by black ink strength to increase as a result. When the human race fought the Black Ink clan in the past, they would still feel shackled despite having warships as support. Now that they no longer had any scruples, not only was their morale boosted significantly, but their ferocity also increased considerably. Upon learning the truth, Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. What could he say? He could only remain in his post with peace of mind and help to dispel black ink's strength from the bodies of those who were sent here so that they could return to the battlefield. The changes in the humans were deeply felt by the Black Ink clan. The reason behind the changes was unknown, but the humans suddenly seemed extremely enthusiastic and full of fighting spirit. Due to the deaths of the Black Ink clansmen, countless black ink clouds of varying sizes would form all over the battlefield every time a war was fought. These black ink clouds often became supplementary tools for the Black Ink clan because the humans generally stayed far away from them. But now, things were different. The black ink clouds could no longer act as deterrents against the humans. In the past, by seeking refuge inside the black ink clouds when injured, the Black Ink clan could generally throw off their pursuers and preserve their lives. However, the humans seemed to have gone mad now. Even if a Black Ink clansman hid inside the black ink clouds, the humans would boldly rush in to attack them, as though they would never give up unless their opponent was dead. The Black Ink clan was stunned. The combat experience and doctrine they had built up over millennia suddenly became useless in the face of these changes. In their panicked and unprepared state, they suffered massive losses. What particularly puzzled the Black Ink clan was the humans' attitude towards the Black Ink disciples. In the past, the humans would put forth their best efforts to ruthlessly slaughter all of the Black Ink disciples they encountered. Now, though, they had begun to capture these Black Ink disciples whenever possible. As a result, many of the Black Ink clansmen lost their subordinates without realizing and could only watch in anguish as their servants were taken away. The situation of the humans improved significantly on the battlefield. Feng Ying had always remained in contact with the front lines, so she was not surprised to receive this information. If this trend continues, it won't take more than a few years to repel the Black Ink clan. She looked excited. A few years? Yang Kai was stunned speechless. How could a single battle last several years? Isn't that too long? A few years is considered a short time. Whenever the Black Ink clan army besieges a great pass, the war tends to last several years. It might even take up to several decades or even 100 years to resolve. She sighed slightly. There is no way for us to get rid of the Black Ink clan once and for all. Every time the Black Ink clan army is defeated, they will retreat to their territory to recuperate and come back again after they have accumulated enough strength. This situation has repeated itself over and over again at every great pass on the Black Ink battlefield for hundreds of thousands of years. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. If this war lasts for several years, then won't I have to remain in the central square for several years? This is a little different from what I imagined. He had initially assumed that he would follow the human race army onto the battlefield to destroy the enemy after he came here. Contrary to his expectations, he had been assigned to treat his allies in the rear because of his ability to cast purifying light. It was not to say that this was an unimportant matter, and Yang Kai was well aware of the importance of his assignment. The stability of the rear would largely determine the outcome of the war after all. Not to mention, his actions had greatly increased the morale of the human race army and affected the overall trend on the battlefield. But if he had to stay here all the time, that would be too dull. He would prefer to kill the Black Ink clan on the battlefield and contribute to the human race. Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Feng Ying smiled and said, "Be patient. Since your ability cannot be taught to others, Martial Uncle Zhong and the others will not let you go anywhere else." Those words troubled Yang Kai so much that he felt as though his teeth ached, his stomach ached, and his whole body ached. Martial Uncle Zhong immediately arrived at the mention of his name, carrying an individual with a ferocious expression and eyes filled with pitch-black darkness in each hand. He appeared next to the two of them and tossed both people in his grasp in front of Yang Kai and smiled brilliantly. "Young boy, did you run into any trouble?" "What trouble could I possibly face?" At first, the people who came to Yang Kai for treatment had harbored some doubts about his ability. However, once the news spread, those who later came to ask for help only had big smiles on their faces. Every one of them had been very friendly. Some even tried to build a connection with him and tried to become sworn brothers on the spot. Furthermore, all of them had promised to treat him to a drink if they survived the battle before departing again. If these people were to keep their promises, then he would need to spend a whole year just to attend all those banquets. Yang Kai shook his head. Looking at the two men who had been tossed to the ground in front of him, he raised his brow inquiringly. Black ink disciples? Black ink disciples had lost their true nature. They were different from the human masters who still retained some of their reasoning after being invaded by black ink strength. During this period, Yang Kai had also rescued many black ink disciples brought back from the battlefield. Zhong Liang nodded. I caught them on the battlefield and brought them back. Will it be a problem? Yang Kai replied, not at all. Taking a step forward, he used purifying light on the two black ink disciples. Meanwhile, Feng Ying stepped forward and whispered something to Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang nodded to indicate that he understood. A short while later, the black ink strength was fully dispelled. The two black ink disciples who recovered their true natures had confused and ashamed expressions on their faces. Every black ink disciple clearly recalled all the actions they took in the past. It was precisely because they retained those memories that they felt ashamed. After all, some of them might even have killed their own clansmen on the battlefield. Zhong Liang waved at them and motioned for them to step aside. Although those two had many questions, the Eighth Order ancestor had spoken, so they could only step back obediently. Zhong Liang walked up to Yang Kai, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Brat, what you are doing is very important to Blue Sky Pass. It may be boring, but please bear with it. Once the war ends, I assure you your contributions will be fully accounted for. Martial Peak, Chapter 4957, Impossible to satisfy everyone. I am only doing my duty. I don't dare to take credit. Yang Kai said humbly. Compared to his allies fighting on the front lines, it could be said that he was extremely safe inside Blue Sky Pass. Everybody else was doing their part in the fight against the Black Ink clan. Some people had even died for this cause. In comparison, his ability to purify and dispel black ink strength had been given to him by the burning light and serene glimmer. It was not even his own ability, so how could he dare to take credit for it? Zhong Liang nodded. It's good if you can think that way, but it does not change the fact that you have contributed greatly. Work should be rewarded, that is the rule here. The battle outside the Great Pass is fierce, so it is inconvenient for me to stay here for long. If you need anything, just let Feng Ying know. She will cooperate with you. Yes. Yang Kai responded. After watching Zhong Liang and the two rescued black ink disciples leave, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and examined his small universe. He had been mulling over a problem recently. How was he going to find an opportunity to break through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm? Unable to fight on the front lines, he could only remain at his position in the central square and passively wait for somebody to ask him for help. Therefore, he had a lot of free time on his hands for idle thoughts. Now that his cultivation could be said to have reached the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, further efforts to refine resources would have little effect on him. Furthermore, he had been raising a large number of humans and small stone race inside his small universe. To add to that, the time in his small universe flowed several times faster than the outside world. As things stood, he didn't even need to cultivate for the heritage of his small universe to grow stronger with every passing moment. Therefore, he currently suffered from a faint bloated feeling. That was naturally because his heritage had exceeded the limit that his current cultivation could store. Like how one would feel bloated after eating too much food, his capacity as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master made it difficult for him to accommodate so much power. If he wanted to resolve this issue, then his best choice was to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Unfortunately, he had already gone into retreat when he was in Black Territory in an attempt to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. His attempt had turned out to be ineffective, and there was no progress in regards to a breakthrough. Since entering retreat once had proven to be ineffective, it would likely be futile to enter retreat again. The faint traces of opportunity could not be obtained from secluded cultivation. In order to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, The proprietress had spent over 100 years in retreat in Void Land. That showed just how difficult it was for an open heaven realm master to advance from the 6th order to the 7th order. After all, it was a significant leap from the mid-rank open heaven realm to the high-rank open heaven realm. Throughout time immemorial, countless heroes had failed to overcome this obstacle and remained stuck in the 6th order open heaven realm for their entire lives. It would be very difficult for them to reach the 7th order open heaven realm in that state. In order to resolve the situation in his small universe, Yang Kai had been using his heritage to cultivate more profound Yin bamboo in his small universe. He had no other choice. The heritage of his small universe constantly became stronger and stronger, but he had no means of breaking through to the next order. If he did not use up some of his heritage, his small universe would become painfully bloated. Consequently, the profound Yin bamboo thrived in his small universe and grew wildly in numbers. Since he had one of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring, the profound Yin bamboo was of little use to him. Be that as it may, the profound Yin bamboo would be useful to the human masters in Blue Sky Pass. It would never hurt for him to cultivate more of them. He had given a small batch of them to Feng Ying. Although he only gave her a dozen or so bamboo shoots in total, she was absolutely overjoyed. It stood to reason that she understood the power of the 12 minor universe pillars. After all, there were quite a few high-rank open heaven realm masters among the human race who possessed one of them. It was just that the profound Yin bamboo had not appeared before. The other 11 types of the 12 minor universe pillars were different from the profound Yin bamboo in that they could not be cultivated in large numbers, much less shared with others. While the effects of the various 12 minor pillars were relatively similar, the profound Yin bamboo was undoubtedly the most useful in a situation like the Black Ink battlefield. That was because the profound Yin bamboo could multiply continuously. If the conditions permitted, every single high-rank open heaven realm master would be able to cultivate a bamboo forest in their small universe in the future. The cave heavens and paradises had poured great efforts into searching for the profound Yin bamboo in the past, but their efforts had never been fruitful. Feng Ying never expected that Yang Kai would possess the profound Yin bamboo. In this way, as long as enough time passed, all the high-rank open heaven realm masters in Blue Sky Pass would be blessed with their very own profound Yin bamboo. The profound Yin bamboo was highly effective at boosting their resistance towards the Black Ink strength, which would be of great help in the war effort. Unfortunately, the battle was raging fiercely at the moment, so it was not the appropriate time to bring up the matter of the profound Yin bamboo. Hence, Feng Ying suggested that Yang Kai inform the 8th Order ancestors about this matter after the current war had ended, a suggestion he readily agreed to. When he inquired about her advancement into the 7th Order open heaven realm, Feng Ying recalled her memories for some time before she responded, "I was fighting the Black Ink clan on the battlefield at the time. When my life was hanging by a thread, I felt a sudden enlightenment come to me. Thankfully, I survived that battle, and upon my return to the inner sanctum, I swiftly went into retreat and broke through to the 7th Order." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Most people would experience great terror when faced with death, but their minds would also become clear when faced with such a threat, and it would often be easier to comprehend things that had remained unclear to them previously. He himself had also broken through his shackles when he was faced with death, so he did not doubt her answer. Besides, she had no reason to deceive him. The next few days passed by as usual. Yang Kai was stationed at the central square of Blue Sky Pass, and countless people came to him for treatment. Under purifying light, the Black Ink strength in their bodies was reduced to nothing. During this period, there were also some 7th Order open heaven realm masters who came to him for help. After treating them, he would question them about the situation surrounding their advancement into the 7th Order open heaven realm. These 7th Order masters were quite open about their experiences. He had saved their lives, and what he asked was not a secret either, so there was no need for them to conceal anything. On top of that, they were desperate to form a connection with Yang Kai, so it was only natural for them to answer his questions to the best of their abilities. Everybody experienced different things when they advanced into the 7th Order open heaven realm, but these experiences could generally be divided into 3 types. For the first type, Their advancement just came naturally. Many of them eventually experienced the opportunity to break through after they had accumulated enough heritage. The second type achieved their advancement through voluntary retreat and broke through to the next order while they were in seclusion. Lastly, the third type experienced similar situations as Feng Ying. In fact, there were quite a few who gained valuable insight when wandering the border of life and death. Yang Kai had already gone into retreat once, so going into retreat again would probably be futile. With his aptitude, he believed that his advancement was simply a matter of course if he continued to accumulate experience. The main reason he could not realize the opportunity for a breakthrough was that his cultivation time had been too short. Most cultivators would spend hundreds or even thousands of years for their cultivation to improve until they reached the open heaven realm, regardless of how great their talent and aptitude was. Furthermore, after advancing into the open heaven realm, each advancement to the next order would require an even longer period of accumulation. The higher the order, the longer they would need to cultivate for. Under normal circumstances, advancing from the 5th order open heaven realm to the 6th order open heaven realm would require thousands of years' worth of accumulation. It would take even longer to advance from the 6th order open heaven realm to the 7th order open heaven realm. Accordingly, it might even take tens of thousands of years to advance from the 7th order open heaven realm to the 8th order open heaven realm. Not much time had passed since Yang Kai started cultivating. There was no need to mention the time before he advanced into the open heaven realm. It was enough just to look at the amount of time he spent after advancing into the open heaven realm to reach his current achievements. Back when he was in the shattered heaven, Yang Kai had been forced to cut off his future prospects and advance into the 5th order open heaven realm in front of everybody outside the shadowless cave heaven. Afterwards, he entered shadowless cave heaven and consumed a mid-rank world fruit, which allowed him to smoothly advance to the 6th order. There was no time for him to accumulate at all during this brief period. Furthermore, only a few hundred years had passed since he advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm. He only managed to obtain his achievements by relying on various opportunities. The time he spent on accumulation was extremely short. Although cultivating steadily was not a huge issue, nobody could say for certain how many years it would take before he gained insight on the fleeting opportunity for a breakthrough. That was most likely the main reason why Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend the opportunity for advancement after so long. Even if the heritage of his small universe was saturated to the extent where he felt bloated, he would not be able to advance to the 7th order smoothly in his current condition. After understanding this point, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling troubled. The passage of time was not something that could be accelerated after all. Now that he was on the black ink battlefield, his thirst for strength had grown far stronger than when he was in the 3,000 worlds. On this chaotic battlefield, he could only ensure his safety by having enough strength to protect himself. Otherwise, he would not have been so desperate to advance to the 7th order. It was not a bad thing to cultivate calmly and steadily after all. Unfortunately, this place was not the 3,000 worlds, where peace and stability could be found almost everywhere. Yang Kai had seen the situation where the Black Ink Clan army besieged Blue Sky Pass. Zhong Liang had assigned a post for him here so that his life would never be endangered, but could he really hide in this place for the rest of his life without taking another step outside? This was not the life he wanted. If he were honest, during the time he spent here, Yang Kai was practically raring to go after listening to the commotion from the fighting and explosions coming from the outside every single day. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to remain in this place because he had the means to dispel and purify Black Ink's strength. He did not regret exposing his ability. Since he had the means to help, it was impossible for him to stand by and watch as his allies got corrupted by Black Ink's strength without doing anything. He was honestly thankful that he could rescue the allies who were corrupted by it. It was just that. As a man, he looked forward to fighting the Black Ink Clan. On a battlefield where he could die at any time, he might even be able to perceive the opportunity to advance to the 7th order open heaven realm. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. He was tempted to rush into the battlefield and experience the battle with his own body. Be that as it may, it was not easy for him to leave this place. If he were to leave this place, there was nobody else who could save those who were corrupted by black ink strength. Since he had the ability, and it was unique to him, he had to take the bigger picture into account. In life, it was impossible to satisfy the desires of all parties. Those corroded by black ink strength continued to be escorted here by their companions to seek treatment, so Yang Kai was busy every day. One day, though, he was helping two people who came to him for help in dispelling the black ink strength in their bodies when he suddenly stared at the long-lasting white light and fell into deep thought. The two, who had black ink strength removed from their bodies, checked their condition and thanked him profusely after confirming that there were no issues with the treatment. However, his response was absent-minded and he continued to stare fixedly at the white light in front of him. Upon seeing that, they quickly understood that he had discovered something and did not disturb him any longer. Thus, they quickly left with their companions after saying their goodbyes. Once those people had departed, Feng Ying glanced at the white light. Then, she glanced at Yang Kai in curiosity and puzzlement. She had watched this treatment countless times by now. The same thing happened every time he finished treating the black ink disciples, but she had never seen any reaction from Yang Kai before. Hence, she could only wonder why he seemed to have discovered something new this time. It was just that she did not know much about purifying light, so she could not ask much. As time passed, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly brightened and a trace of excitement and elation also appeared on his face. Feng Ying couldn't stop herself from asking him, "Did you discover something?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4958, I have an idea. Martial Ant Feng, do you know how the purifying light is produced? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Feng Ying said, no. She had been guarding him all this time, so she was present every time he activated the purifying light. However, she had only seen what was happening on the surface. She did not know anything about the inner workings of purifying light. Even when Yang Kai had taken the time to explain this matter to the 8th Order ancestors in the main conference hall, she had remained outside and did not hear his explanation as a result. Yang Kai suddenly took out 2 crystals. One was yellow and the other was blue. Both crystals were the size of a fist and had distinct, sharp edges. Moreover, there was an unmistakable yin and yang element energy fluctuation coming from the yellow and blue crystals. Feng Ying raised her brow at the sight, clearly recognizing them as 2 5th-order yin and yang element materials. In addition, these 2 materials gave her a sense of great purity. They seemed to be of better quality than most yin and yang element materials of the same order. These are the yellow and blue crystals. Yang Kai stared at the objects in his hand, seeming to be talking to himself but also explaining to Feng Ying at the same time. They come from the chaotic dead territory. Stunned, Feng Ying soon yelled in surprise, "The chaotic dead territory? Which chaotic dead territory?" Yang Kai laughed. Are you implying that there's a second chaotic dead territory in this universe? You're right, Martial Ant. It's the chaotic dead territory where the burning light and serene glimmer are located. Feng Ying was flabbergasted. On the other hand, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, it is rumored that the burning light and serene glimmer are brutal and extremely dangerous. While there is some truth to that, the rumors are somewhat exaggerated. I spent some time in the chaotic dead territory and interacted with these 2 beings before. Interacted with them before? Feng Ying was confused and could barely believe what he was saying. A Black Ink clansman once appeared in the 3,000 worlds. Elites from all the cave heavens and paradises had to be dispatched just to suppress the chaos. Unfortunately, many people were corroded by black ink strength and were converted into black ink disciples because of this incident. In the end, I went to the chaotic dead territory to seek help. The burning light and serene glimmer were the ones who gave me these 2 marks. She asked, the ones on the backs of your hands? During this period, 2 distinct marks would appear on the backs of Yang Kai's hands every time he activated purifying light. Naturally, that had not escaped Feng Ying's notice. She had not understood the mystery and heritage hidden in the marks, but she immediately realized after listening to his explanation. Exactly. He nodded. With these 2 marks as the foundation, I can channel the powers of those two beings that are contained within these yellow and blue crystals. When yin and yang converge, the purifying light is produced. Feng Ying seemed to have an epiphany. In other words, you need to consume these yellow and blue crystals whenever you use purifying light. That's right. Yang Kai looked at the objects in his hand. Purifying light consumes these two objects when cast. His words immediately made her anxious. How many of these crystals do you have on hand? Yang Kai laughed. Martial Ant, are you worried that I will run out of these yellow and blue crystals? Aren't you worried? Even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. Nobody would be able to purify and dispel the black ink strength if Yang Kai ran out. It's useless to worry. Besides, I have a lot of these on hand. They will not be used up in such a short time. Yang Kai had made an astronomical fortune back in the chaotic dead territory. Even he did not know how many yellow and blue crystals he had received. The amount was so large that it was practically innumerable. What's more, there were countless piles of these crystals stacked up like mountains in his small universe. How could he run out of them in such a short time? Although he had split his collection in half and given one part to High Heaven Palace before his departure, he still had literal mountains of them in his possession. The yellow and blue crystals consumed during this period were nothing but a drop in the ocean for him. After listening to what he said, Feng Ying relaxed considerably. Even so, she admonished him lightly, we need to plan for that eventuality in advance. Have you tried using other yin and yang element materials to replace the yellow and blue crystals? I tried, but it didn't work. Purifying light has to be cast with the yellow and blue crystals that come from the burning light and serene glimmer. While speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively and continued, I didn't bring this up to discuss this matter with you, Martial Ant. Rather, I've always felt that the purifying light left over from purifying black ink strength within those I've treated goes to waste because there are no other immediate uses for it. Feng Ying nodded lightly. This situation had not escaped her notice. That was indeed the case. Every time someone infected came over, Yang Kai would use purifying light to dispel the black ink strength from them. However, the remaining white light would linger for a time before dissipating. In the past, she had thought that the ability came from Yang Kai himself and was not too concerned, but now that she knew the purifying light consumed yellow and blue crystals, she immediately felt a twinge of pain in her heart. The purifying light that had been wasted was still an invaluable treasure that could dispel more black ink strength if it could only be preserved somehow. What do you want to do? She asked, is there a way to prevent this wastage? I have an idea, but I don't know if it can be realized. He put the yellow and blue crystals away. Strictly speaking, the purifying light is just another form of energy. Since it is a type of energy, do you think it can be stored? Stored. She furrowed her eyebrows slightly. For example, with the help of a grand array. If we can achieve this, then there will be no need to worry about waste in the future. Yang Kai continued slowly, I have quite a few yellow and blue crystals in my possession. Nevertheless, it is better to plan ahead for the long term since we are on the black ink battlefield. We should save wherever we can. In that way, more people can receive treatment in the future. Her eyes brightened at those words. It's exactly as you said. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about the Tao of spirit arrays. You will have to consult others regarding this matter. Many thanks, Martial Ant. Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed. Feng Ying pondered for a while before saying, wait a moment. I will summon some people over. While saying that, she took out a communication artifact and sent out a few messages. Zhong Liang had already granted her the right to mobilize the people within the inner sanctum so that she could better protect and cooperate with Yang Kai. Hence, there were no issues with her current actions. Less than an hour later, an elderly man with a long sword descended from the sky. He greeted Feng Ying after he landed and studied Yang Kai with great interest. Feng Ying introduced them. Yang Kai, this is senior brother Fan Sun from Mo Sha Heaven. Yang Kai bowed. Greetings, Martial Uncle Fan. Fan Sun stretched out his hand and laughed loudly. No need to be polite. I have heard a lot about you, so I've been wanting to meet you all this while. Unfortunately, the ongoing war makes it difficult for me to leave my post without permission. Now that I see you today, I can see that you really are a talented young man. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was currently the most popular person in Blue Sky Pass. Quite some time had passed since his arrival, and at this point, almost every cave heaven or paradise guarding Blue Sky Pass had a disciple who was rescued by Yang Kai. There was no saying how many people were indebted to him by now. Those who had not been corroded by the black ink strength were naturally curious about these mystical means that suddenly appeared in Blue Sky Pass. The human race had been deeply troubled by the black ink strength for countless years because there had been no method to dispel it. Therefore, Yang Kai's arrival had undoubtedly brought a solution to this age-old problem. Who would not be curious about such a person and their means? That was also why Fan Sun behaved so politely. Things on the battlefield could change at a moment's notice, and he could not guarantee that he would not be invaded by black ink strength one day. So, even though he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he did not put on airs around Yang Kai. There was no saying whether he would need Yang Kai's help in the future, so how could he act arrogantly now? You praise me too much, Martial Uncle Fan, Yang Kai responded humbly. Feng Ying said, within the inner sanctum, in the 7th Order, Senior Brother Fan can be ranked among the top 3 in terms of his mastery in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Fan Sun smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Everybody has their talents. If your words spread to the public, Junior Sister, I will not be able to hold my head up anymore. His expression turned solemn. Why did you summon me, Junior Sister? Feng Ying said, Yang Kai is the one who has something to discuss with you. But, don't be in such a rush. I also summoned a few others, so let's wait for them to arrive before we talk about that. Doing that would allow them to save some energy from repeating themselves over and over again. Besides, it would be better to explain things in one go after everybody had gathered. Fan Sun nodded. With the goal of promoting a good relationship with Yang Kai, he spent the time chatting with him. While they were waiting, a cultivator who was corroded by black ink strength happened to arrive seeking help. Fan Sun witnessed Yang Kai casting the purifying light with his own eyes. The sight of the pure white light shrouding the cultivator and dispelling the black ink strength amazed him greatly. For people arrived in quick succession after a short wait. All of them were proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Their cultivations might vary, but even the lowest among them was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. These people would be known as Grandmasters wherever they went. According to Yang Kai's own system of classification for the Tao, all of them had reached the 6th level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, in the Tao of Spirit Arrays at the very least. It had to be said that Yang Kai himself was only at this level in his Tao of Time. Such talented people would not face the Black Ink clan's offensive directly on the battlefield and were generally stationed inside the Barrier Grand Array of Blue Sky Pass, ready to repair and maintain the operation of all the Grand Arrays at any time. As long as the enemies did not invade Blue Sky Pass, they usually would not face any danger. Feng Ying introduced everybody to Yang Kai. Yang Kai memorized their details and greeted them in turn. Like Fan Sun, the people who came were very friendly towards Yang Kai. It was only then that Yang Kai revealed his purpose of inviting them over. In order to show them what they needed to do, he deliberately cast the purifying light in front of them. After witnessing the purifying light, Fan Sun seemed pensive. That is a great idea, Martial Nephew. If we can achieve that, it will certainly be possible to save on some materials for later use. The others nodded in agreement. Fan Sun looked at the others. If that's the case, why don't we discuss how we should proceed with this matter? The others naturally had no objections. They immediately gathered together and communicated with each other through their surging divine senses. During this period, some of them even demonstrated various spirit arrays in an attempt to come up with a feasible solution. Yang Kai and Feng Ying remained idle by the side. They both knew nothing about the Tao of spirit arrays, so they could not provide any input. In fact, they didn't even understand what these people were doing most of the time. Several days passed in a similar fashion before the Spirit Array Grandmasters took action. In quick order, They set out various array boards and installed various array banners everywhere. Their movements were so smooth and skillful that the people watching could only gape in amazement. It didn't take long for them to finish setting up a new grand array. Fan Sun looked at Yang Kai. "Would you like to test out the spirit array, martial nephew?" "I would indeed," Yang Kai nodded and asked, "What is this spirit array?" Fan Sun smiled. This spirit array was specially researched and developed for this matter. It has the effect of sealing and storing energy. As for the name, we have yet to decide. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. These spirit array grandmasters had managed to create a brand new spirit array after discussing with each other for just a few days. It could be seen that their achievements in the Tao of spirit arrays were very high. Yang Kai stepped into the center of the grand array and stood still. Then, Fan Sun made a gesture with one hand, gently waved the array banner with his other hand, and shouted, "Rise." A transparent light barrier immediately rose up from the ground and closed around Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 4959, Sealing Array. Inside the nameless grand array, Yang Kai extended his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. He could not understand the workings of the grand array, but he knew it had been specially researched and developed for this purpose, so it certainly contained a sealing effect. As for whether it was effective, he would know once he tested it out. He immediately cast the purifying light. Of course, he did not use any yellow and blue crystals of a high order. He only used fifth-order ones just in case the experiment failed and they went to waste. A small ball of white light that resembled a small sun suddenly appeared above his hand the next moment. Under his control, the white light remained condensed in the palm of his hand without scattering or dispersing. It was extremely dazzling. Everybody watched intently as Yang Kai tossed the ball of white light that resembled a small sun into the air. The white light instantly filled the entire grand array but was blocked from escaping and sealed within its boundaries by the light barrier. Afterwards, Yang Kai waited quietly to see whether the grand array could keep the purifying light sealed for an extended time. This was a factor that would affect the next series of plans that he wished to implement, so he could not be negligent. He had to make sure that his plans were feasible. To that end, his divine sense monitored the changes in the white light at all times. Outside the grand array, Feng Ying and others were also paying close attention to the situation. It was just that the entire grand array was filled with blinding white light, causing Yang Kai's figure that was shrouded within the veil to become a little hazy when viewed from the outside. Yang Kai gradually revealed a happy expression as more time passed, having discovered that his previous speculations were correct. The purifying light was a unique and profound kind of energy, but at its root it was energy nonetheless. Since it was a type of energy, then it could be sealed and stored away. In that aspect, the spirit array created by Fan Sun and the others had already achieved this goal. The purifying light had been sealed within the confines of the grand array. Therefore, it could neither dissipate into nothingness, reduce in amount, nor become defective in any way. Moreover, it could be maintained for a long period of time. In this way, as long as the human cultivators corroded by black ink strength were guided into the grand array, the excess purifying light that remained after the black ink strength in their bodies was dispelled would no longer be wasted. Little by little, the many grains of sand would eventually build a tower. The existence of the grand array would undoubtedly decrease the consumption of the yellow and blue crystals to a great extent in the long run. "Martial Uncle Fan, that's enough," Yang Kai said. Upon hearing that, Fan Sun, who was controlling the grand array from the outside, immediately formed a set of hand seals and the light barrier of the grand array cracked open slightly. However, a portion of the purifying light inside the grand array escaped outside before Yang Kai could leave the grand array. Fan Sun resealed the light barrier as soon as Yang Kai left its range, but it was obvious that the amount of purifying light inside the grand array had decreased. Yang Kai looked back, and the look of joy on his face faded from his face. His brow furrowed tightly together instead. He had forgotten that while the grand array had an excellent sealing effect and could easily contain the purifying light, a portal would open whenever someone needed to enter or exit, allowing the purifying light contained inside to flow out. The losses accumulated from opening the portal once or twice might not be significant, but what about tens or hundreds of times? It had to be said that if this plan could be realized, then every cultivator who was corroded by black ink strength would have to enter and exit the Grand Array. In that way, the entry and exit of a single person would cause some amount of purifying light to be lost twice. That would be far too much waste unless they could keep the Grand Array sealed at all times. But if the Grand Array was sealed at all times, then those who were corrupted by black ink strength would not be able to enter. This was a difficult problem, and it was obvious that Fan Sun and others had also discovered this issue. All of them were frowning deeply at this moment. Yang Kai looked at Fan Sun. Is there a way to improve the Grand Array, Martial Uncle Fan? Fan Sun pondered for a while before he made a suggestion. We might be able to add a gathering effect, which may stem the loss. The others nodded lightly, with one of them agreeing, that sounds reasonable. Then I shall have to trouble you. The Spirit Array Grandmasters immediately got to work. They were planning to add an additional effect to the foundation of the original Spirit Array. Unfortunately, it was not as simple as adding one Spirit Array onto another. Each Spirit Array was intricately constructed, so adding an entirely new effect onto an existing array was by no means easy. The slightest change would affect everything else. That was why great changes had to be made to the Grand Array in order to add the gathering effect. They needed to make sure that the Grand Array not only operated perfectly, but also achieved the desired effects. Fan Sun and the others gathered to the side, busy as bees. From time to time, they would set up numerous array banners. At other times, they would gather together and hold a deep discussion. There were times when they even quarreled until they were red in the face due to various disagreements. Unable to help them, Yang Kai could only wait by the side. Those corrupted by black ink strength would occasionally come to him for help during this period. Needless to say, he swiftly dispelled and purified the black ink strength in their bodies. Those who came to seek treatment had no idea what Fan Sun and the others were doing, but most of the time, they would leave immediately after receiving treatment from Yang Kai and return to the battlefield to fight the Black Ink Clan. This battle would continue until the Black Ink Clan withdrew their forces. Only then would the current war finally come to an end. Several days passed in the same manner before a brand new Grand Array took shape. Fan Sun and others might have profound cultivation in this field, but even they were exhausted. Their exhaustion did not come from physical exertion though, but rather psychological exhaustion. Everybody knew that Yang Kai's request was extremely important, so they had given their all to fulfill his request. The mental burden bearing down on them was very exhausting. Just like before, Yang Kai stood in the middle of the Grand Array and cast the purifying light. The purifying light was allowed to flood the entire Grand Array as an experiment. The sealing effect of the Grand Array remained the same as before, so there were no problems in that aspect. The purifying light was perfectly sealed inside the Grand Array. However, the same situation repeated once more when the Grand Array was opened. A small amount of the purifying light escaped when Yang Kai walked out of the Grand Array's boundary. The amount that escaped might have lessened considerably compared to the first attempt, but it was obvious that the gathering effect could not achieve the desired result entirely. The purifying light was the only way to treat those invaded by black ink strength. Moreover, this ability consumed two unique materials known as the yellow crystals and blue crystals. These materials only come from the burning light and serene glimmer in the chaotic dead territory, so they could not be found on the black ink battlefield. In other words, if Yang Kai exhausted his supply of yellow and blue crystals, the human race would once again fall into a situation where they were powerless against the black ink strength. That was something nobody wanted to see. The trace amounts of purifying light that were wasted today might have been the last rays of hope for one of the corrupted at some point in the future. With those thoughts in mind, how could Fan Sun and the others dare to be careless? They all felt as though there was a heavy burden pressing down on their shoulders. The second experiment had undoubtedly ended in failure once more. Nevertheless, the Spirit Array Grandmasters gathered together again to learn from their previous experience and improve upon their solution. For the next 2 months, the Spirit Array Grandmasters would come up with brand new solutions and prepare a different Grand Array every few days. Be that as it may, the results of each experiment were unsatisfactory. They were unable to solve the issue of the purifying light escaping when the grand array was opened, so they could not avoid the wastage caused when people entered or exited. After just a short span of 2 months, all the spirit array grandmasters had bloodshot eyes. For them, their inability to answer Yang Kai's request was an indication of their lack of skill and their shortcomings in the Tao of spirit arrays. How could these people, who had always been proud of their ability, accept such a reality? They were the top figures who represented the Tao of spirit arrays in the major cave heavens and paradises. There were only a handful of people in the world who could surpass their achievements in the Tao of spirit arrays. Therefore, they secretly vowed to develop a grand array that could solve this problem perfectly. Following another failed experiment, they did not become discouraged. On the contrary, they seemed to become even more enthusiastic than before. It felt as though they had gone back to the time when they were young and learning as apprentices. Back then, they had yet to make great achievements in the Tao of spirit arrays. Despite facing all sorts of challenges, they had always figured out a solution to their troubles. The joy they would experience in their heart every time they solved a difficult problem was indescribable. They were looking forward to the day they would experience that feeling again. On the other hand, Yang Kai was worried about this group's mental condition. It was obvious that something was wrong with these spirit array grandmasters. They were putting in special effort and competing against their very own selves. Although there were times when being persistent was a good thing, there were times when they could fall into an obsessive state instead. During this period of time, Yang Kai had also formed a vague idea in his heart. It was just that he had been too embarrassed to mention his idea in front of them, lest he be suspected of trying to show off meager skills before an expert. But at this moment he could not remain silent any longer. At the very least, he would be able to provide them with a different perspective. Martial Uncle Fan, what do you think of this idea? If we set up a space array inside the grand array, then we can use the space array to come and go freely. In that way, there will be no need to open the grand array at all. If they did not open the grand array, then no wastage caused by the loss of the purifying light would occur. A space array? Fan Sun raised his brow at those words. His bloodshot eyes that were staring fixedly at Yang Kai gradually brightened. That's right. The space array. Why didn't I think of that? Similarly, the others also looked speechless and ashamed of themselves. How could they fail to realize such a simple thing until Yang Kai reminded them? Feng Ying secretly found the scene amusing from where she watched them by the side. She knew that these spirit array grandmasters had fallen into a spiral and were looking at things from the wrong direction. They had been constantly obsessing over creating the perfect grand array, so how could they even think about a completely different solution to the issue? There were times when overly complicated thoughts were not a good thing. It could be said that Yang Kai had brought them back to their senses with a single sentence. Fan Sun and others immediately cheered up and began working on preparing another grand array. With several spirit array grandmasters joining forces, it was only natural that a small space array would not be difficult for them. In less than a day, there was an additional space array inside the ceiling array. The space array was useless on its own, therefore, they prepared another space array at a place not far away from the grand array so that both space arrays could resonate with each other. When both space arrays were ready, Fan Sun suddenly spoke up with a troubled expression. Yang Kai, this old master suddenly realized a problem. Please elaborate, Martial Uncle Fan. In order to ensure that the purifying light does not go to waste, we worked very hard on the ceiling array. The ceiling effect is absolutely extraordinary as a result. To put it bluntly, the area covered by the grand array is completely isolated from the outside world. In other words, the two space arrays will not be able to connect with each other when the ceiling array is in operation. Fan Sun blushed slightly while speaking. The other spirit array grandmasters also revealed expressions of realization at that moment. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was stunned by those words. When he finally recovered from his shock, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was truly a huge blunder. He had merely been expressing his thoughts when he suggested using a space array. Unfortunately, It would now seem that his efforts had been for naught. Thanks to the sealing array, the space within was completely isolated from the outside world. The connection between both space arrays would naturally be cut off as a result, so it was impossible to transport something from the outside into the inside via the space array. Of course, it might not be completely impossible. I might be able to make some adjustments. When the space array is activated, the sealing array will activate at the same time to open a small portal. In that way, the two space arrays will be able to connect with each other. But I cannot guarantee that the purifying light will not be lost by doing that. Martial Peak, Chapter 4960, Dongguan Ping. Whether or not the purifying light will be lost, we will know once we test it out. Now that things had come to this, they had to explore every single possibility that came to mind. Fan Sun and others got to work again tinkering with the Grand Array. Another 2 days passed before they finally completed their preparations. As before, Yang Kai walked into the Grand Array and Fan Sun formed a hand seal to activate the sealing array. After that, Yang Kai cast Purifying Light. Looking at the pure white, flawless light, Fan Sun and the others couldn't help feeling a deep sense of pain and remorse. Over the past few months, their experiments had failed over and over again, resulting in them wasting quite a lot of the purifying light. These incidents had been eating away at their confidence, and they were starting to harbor great doubts about the craft they had honed over all these years. Both the space arrays had been inspected before the sealing array was activated, and it was confirmed that they were in working order. Now that the Grand Array had been activated, Yang Kai stood on the space array and tried to activate it, but sure enough, his attempt failed. It was just as Fan Sun claimed. They had poured massive effort into preparing the sealing array to isolate the inside from the outside. In other words, the space inside the sealing array could not connect with the outside world. Forget the two space arrays, even if Yang Kai wanted to perform instantaneous movement on his own, he could not escape from the confines of the spirit array without destroying the Grand Array first. Yang Kai, are you ready? Fan Sun shouted. Yang Kai replied, yes. Martial Uncle Fan, please begin. Fan Sun nodded lightly and changed his hand seal. With a slight wave of the array banner, the Grand Array underwent some subtle changes. Outside the Grand Array, everybody watched intently without even blinking. In the next moment, obvious fluctuations of space principles came from within the Grand Array, emanating from Yang Kai. Everyone quickly turned to look to the side. Sure enough, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared on the other space array. Unfortunately, some of the pure white light emerged along with him. The light lingered around his body and quickly dissipated into the surroundings. There was no doubt that the white light was the purifying light that was originally sealed inside the Grand Array. When the two space arrays connected with each other, Yang Kai was not the only thing to be transported out of the Grand Array. The purifying light had also escaped along the passage established by the space array. Fan Sun frowned deeply. This outcome was both unexpected and expected, therefore he couldn't help feeling extremely helpless. On the other hand, Yang Kai sighed softly. Even the space array could not solve their current conundrum. At this rate, he truly did not know how to solve this problem anymore. The failure this time had also affected him to a certain degree. That was because this matter was highly related to him. If they were unable to resolve this issue, the wastage of the purifying light was a secondary problem. More importantly, his future prospects would not be bright either. He was just about to console Fan Sun and the others so that they could think of other solutions when he heard Feng Ying's voice, Martial Uncle Donghua. Everybody quickly turned to look in Feng Ying's direction only to see her bowing in a certain direction in the sky. They followed her gaze and saw a burly middle-aged man suspended in mid-air. He was quietly looking down at the situation below him. Fan Sun and others hurriedly bowed in greeting, and Yang Kai followed suit. Yang Kai did not recognize the person who came. Although he had met most of the Eighth Order Masters in Blue Sky Pass back at the main conference hall, a few of them had not shown up for that meeting. Feng Ying had explained that it was impossible for Zhong Liang to summon all the Eighth Order Masters to the main conference hall at once. After all, somebody needed to oversee the battlefield. Martial Uncle Dongguo was clearly one of those people. Having said that, Yang Kai had seen this person passing by several times recently even though he did not recognize him. Every single time, Martial Uncle Dongguo would fly overhead with a group of people following behind him. He was always in a rush and seemed to constantly be busy. Yang Kai had noticed him looking down curiously on several occasions, but he was most likely in too much of a hurry to come over and investigate the situation. It would seem that he had some time on his hands today. There was no saying how long he had been watching the situation. After all, everybody had been so focused on testing the effects of the space array that they did not notice his arrival. Martial Uncle Dongguo walked over as though there were invisible steps leading downward under his feet. He turned to look at the ceiling array, then he turned to glance at Yang Kai. After a brief scan, he smiled and nodded at Yang Kai. Even though Yang Kai did not know him, he knew about Yang Kai. He knew that there was a person who could purify and dispel black ink strength in the central square. That person had helped countless resolve their crisis over the past few months. Many people he knew had also benefited from this person. That was why he had always paid attention to the situation every time he passed by this place. Feng Ying knew that Yang Kai was not familiar with Blue Sky Pass and did not recognize the person in front of them, so she took the initiative to explain, "This is Martial Uncle Dongguo Ping of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven." Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. Yang Kai raised his brow at the name and recalled the little fatty, Su Zhen. Speaking of which, he had not seen the little fatty again after they parted at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Su Zhen was a core disciple of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven after all. Not to mention, he had received the favor of a divine spirit while he was training in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and grew tremendously as a result. It was rumored that Su Zhen had successfully advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm a long time ago. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Dongguo." Yang Kai bowed once more. Dongguo and Ping nodded and said, "No need to be so polite. I've heard about you for some time now. Although I've passed by a few times, I've always been busy with work and could not make the time to come down. It so happened that I had some free time when I passed by today, so I came to take a look." Feng Ying explained, "Every time the Black Ink clan attacks, the people from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven are the busiest. If the warships on the battlefield are damaged, they will require many artifact refiners to repair and replace them. The fellow brothers of Divine Cauldron Heaven are proficient in the Tao of artifact refining, so this task is naturally entrusted to them." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard those words. It was not until this moment that he understood the reason why he kept seeing Martial Uncle running around recently. It turned out that Dongguo and Ping had been going around repairing the damaged warships. Since Divine Cauldron Heaven was famous for artifact refining, it was only natural that they were also capable of this. It could even be said that most of the warships at the Great Passes were produced by Divine Cauldron Heaven disciples. They were considered extremely precious talents, similar to array masters like Fan Sun. Such talented individuals would never be allowed to carelessly set foot on the battlefield, lest they were killed or corrupted by black ink strength and became black ink disciples. On the contrary, they gave those at the front strong support from the rear. "What are you doing here?" Dongguo and Ping asked with a glance at the ceiling array. Having passed by this place on several occasions, he had a vague idea about what they were up to, but he was not sure if the situation was the same as what he was thinking. It was precisely because he had some speculations on the matter that he deliberately took the time to stop and watch for a while today. Feng Ying quickly explained what they had been working on for the past few months and the challenges that they were facing at the moment. The person in front of her was not just an Eighth Order master, but also a division commander. Even if he would not easily set foot on the battlefield, Dongguo and Ping had the qualifications to intervene in such matters. Besides, she did not wish to conceal anything from him. Dongguo and Ping nodded after listening to her explanation, "So that's how it is." Then he suddenly suggested something. "Since the Tao of Spirit Arrays is unable to perfectly prevent the wastage of the purifying light, have you considered using the Tao of Artifact Refining?" Fan Sun was taken aback. The Tao of Artifact Refining? They were all Spirit Array Grandmasters, so when encountering problems, It was only natural that they tried to solve them from the perspective of spirit arrays. Why would they consider using the Tao of artifact refining? The Tao of artifact refining, Yang Kai murmured. His eyes lit up a moment later, and he rubbed his palms together. Right? How could I have forgotten about that? There were times when one might not see the light at the end of the tunnel. On the contrary, the road ahead might end in a steep hanging cliff. He had been working together with Fan Sun and others throughout this period of time, so he had been influenced by them and only considered the problem from the perspective of the Tao of spirit arrays. He had totally forgotten about the Tao of artifact refining. Back in the grand ancient ruins boundary, the little fatty, Su Zhen, had helped him to refine the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd which sealed and contained a large amount of Yuan magnetic divine light. In the past, Yang Kai had borrowed the strength of the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd to repel many powerful enemies. Strictly speaking, the Yuan magnetic divine light and the purifying light were essentially the same. Both were a kind of energy. Although they had different effects, there was no denying that both were a form of light. If the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd could seal the Yuan magnetic divine light, then it could also seal the purifying light. In his excitement, Yang Kai took out the empty Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and handed the object to Dong Guanping. Senior, please take a look at this. Dong Guanping took the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise. This object contains traces of divine cauldron heavens techniques, but which lousy brat has such poor skills to refine something like this? Yang Kai was instantly ashamed. When the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd was first refined, Su Zhen had yet to advance to the open heaven realm. In fact, he had only just condensed his Tao seal. Su Zheng had been in the process of accumulation, so his cultivation was not that high. Although he had received instruction from divine cauldron heaven, in the eyes of artifact refining grandmasters like Dong Guanping, Su Zhen's methods were indeed clumsy and crude. The Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd no longer contained Yuan magnetic divine light. Back then, Void Land had been in desperate need of cultivation materials, and the Yuan magnetic divine light was a metal element material. Moreover, it was a sixth-order material. For that reason, Yang Kai had used the Yuan magnetic divine light as a cultivation material for the disciples to refine. This bottle gourd is interesting at least. Dong Guanping carefully examined the bottle gourd. This gourd is born of the world, right? Yang Kai revealed a look of admiration. Senior certainly has sharp eyes. Dong Guanping asked thoughtfully, do you want me to refine something similar to seal the purifying light? In that way, even without you, others will be able to help dispel and purify black ink strength. Yang Kai shook his head. That's not the case. Although doing so is feasible, that will only increase the wastage of the purifying light. Senior, this junior was hoping to ask you to create an artifact that can satisfy the effect of sealing the purifying light, avoid any wastage, and even facilitate the entry and exit of personnel. Can that be done? Dong Guanping held the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and furrowed his brow in thought. Everybody else watched him intently. A long while passed before he finally nodded and said, it can be done. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Are you serious? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that his words were inappropriate and quickly explained, please forgive me, senior. It's not that this junior is not willing to believe you, it's just that this matter is extremely important, so we have to be extra careful. Dong Guanping smiled and said, it's fine. I understand your feelings. But, since this old master said that it can be done, then it can be done. The war is raging fiercely recently, so I might be quite busy. Let's do this. I will make some time to refine this artifact for you. The shortest will take 1 month while the longest will take 3 months to complete. While saying that, he tossed the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai exhaled slowly and cupped his fist. Many thanks, martial uncle. Dong Guanping waved his hand dismissively. It's all for the sake of our people. We are just doing our respective duties. Then, he glanced at Fan Sun and the others. Come with me. The sealing array will be needed. When that time comes, I will need your help. Naturally, there was no reason for Fan Sun and the others to object. Martial Peak, Chapter 4961, The Capital to Crusade. Time flew by quickly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The war had gotten more and more intense during this period. Although the Black Ink clan had suffered countless casualties, a steady stream of reinforcements continued to arrive from the rear as though their numbers were infinite. On the other hand, the human race relied on Blue Sky Pass's sturdy defenses in order to repel the Black Ink clan's repeated onslaught. There were not many casualties on their end. Blue Sky Pass itself was an enormous mobile palace artifact, so it had its own defensive mechanisms. Furthermore, warships and masters were frequently sent into battle to break through and disrupt enemy lines. As long as the Blue Sky Pass and the various warships remained intact, the lives of those hiding inside would not be endangered. Be that as it may, the number of people who were corroded by Black Ink's strength every single day remained very high. Knowing that they now had the means to dispel and purify Black Ink's strength, the human masters no longer had any scruples when fighting the Black Ink clan. If they had the chance to kill an enemy, they would not pass up on the opportunity even if they would be corroded by Black Ink's strength as a result. In the beginning, the Black Ink clan had been happy to see these changes. That was because many Black Ink disciples corrupted by Black Ink's strength would voluntarily defect to their side every time the human race and the Black Ink clan clashed. Contrary to their expectations, though, they were surprised to discover that not a single Black Ink disciple was born from the human race after a certain point in time. This phenomenon was extremely unusual, and this matter soon attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the Black Ink clan. They tried to learn more about this phenomenon, but were powerless to do anything about the situation. In the central square of Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai cast purifying light to help those infected dispel and purify the Black Ink's strength in their bodies. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of something traveling through the air at a high speed. It did not sound like the arrival of another infected person though. Thus, he took a moment out of his busy schedule to glance in that direction and was promptly astonished by the sight. Over there was a ship which by no means could be called small. Judging by its appearance, the ship did not seem to be a simple flight-type artifact but a warship. Yang Kai had seen many of the warships belonging to the human race during the time he spent on the battlefield previously. While there were various shapes and sizes to them, the vast majority of them seemed to adopt the appearance of a large ship. There were evident traces of an assault marring the surface of this particular warship, so it was clear it had seen action on the battlefield. Nevertheless, what surprised Yang Kai was the people standing on the deck of the ship. They were none other than Dong Guanping, Fan Sun, and the others. As soon as he saw them, Yang Kai became excited and hurriedly finished the tasks he had on hand. Only then did he soar into the sky and land on the deck of the large ship. After greeting Dong Guanping and the others, he examined the large ship with interest. Dong Guanping smiled. This old girl was taken out of the storehouse. Since you needed a finished product in a hurry, there was no time to refine a new one. The other functional warships are already in use by others, so although this one was badly damaged in the past, it has been patched up since then. You can use it with peace of mind. Yang Kai nodded and asked suspiciously, "Does it work?" Dong Guanping laughed. "Whether it can be used or not, you will know once you've tested it out. Since you wanted to seal the purifying light while also having a convenient method for entry and exit, this was the only solution that I could come up with." Fan Sun and the others also made many modifications during this period before they finalized the design. "We brought this here for you to make the final verification. Come, follow me." While saying that, he beckoned and guided Yang Kai towards the cabin inside. Upon entering the cabin, Yang Kai discovered that ship's interior had undergone a lot of changes. The entire hull had basically been hollowed out, so the entire cabin was nothing more than a huge empty space. The surrounding walls of the cabin were engraved with complex patterns, and a space array had also been prepared in the center of the cabin. Dong Guanping explained, "Those who were corrupted by Black Ink's strength can be teleported into this room via the space array on the deck. In addition, they can be teleported out in the same manner after the Black Ink strength has been dispelled from their bodies." Yang Kai nodded. "Your arrangements are very thorough, Senior." Dong Guanping waved his hands dismissively. That was Fan Sun's suggestion. He claimed that you have tried implementing this method in the past. If this method becomes feasible, then it will certainly be inconvenient to constantly open and close the grand array. To prevent any wastage of the purifying light, the existence of the space array is necessary. I also heard from Fan Sun that you've been experimenting for several months but have failed to solve this problem. In any case, this should be enough to satisfy your requirements. I've refined the interior of the large ship specifically for that purpose. On the other hand, Fan Sun and the others have supplemented the rest with the Tao of Spirit arrays. You can think of this cabin as a space similar to the interior of your bottle gourd. It has a strong gathering and sealing effect. Even if an occasional connection is formed between the space arrays, the purifying light sealed in this place will not escape. After he finished his explanation, he turned to look at Yang Kai. Do you want to test it? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. The space in the cabin was rather spacious. If he wanted to perform an experiment on its effectiveness, he would need to fill it with a large amount of purifying light to check its effects. That was why he drew upon the energy from a huge number of yellow and blue crystals all at once. At that moment, an extremely blinding white light bloomed in his hand and illuminated the entire cabin. The space inside the cabin was so huge that the purifying light seemed weak and scattered in comparison. Hence, Yang Kai cast purifying light several more times in succession so that it would become a little denser. After careful inspection, he confirmed that the purifying light showed no signs of escaping. The purifying light was perfectly sealed inside this cabin, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. It could be said that they had taken the first step forward. However, even when he was experimenting with Fan Sun and the others, there were no issues during the first step. Their troubles only came in the next step. If they could not resolve the issue of wastage caused whenever somebody entered or exited the grand array, then this matter could not be considered to be completely solved. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling slightly nervous. This matter was simply far too important to him. His ability to cast purifying light to dispel black ink strength had certainly brought great fortune to the human army in Blue Sky Pass, but at the same time, he was constrained by his ability. Due to his ability, Yang Kai had to remain inside Blue Sky Pass at all times. It was impossible for him to go anywhere else. The reason he had been so enthusiastic about solving this issue during this period was so that he could regain some of his freedom. The problem of reducing the purifying light's wastage was secondary. Yang Kai stepped onto the space array, breathed out lightly, and immediately manipulated space principles. The world spun around him and his vision blurred for a moment. Then he appeared on the ship's deck. Fan Sun, Feng Ying, and the others had been waiting above while paying close attention to the movements of the space array. As soon as they saw Yang Kai appear, they carefully observed the space array with solemn expressions. How is it? Yang Kai anxiously asked. Although he had not felt the loss of the purifying light when he was transported out of the cabin, it was better to ask the outside observers about such matters. Fan Sun stroked his beard and said, "It worked. I didn't see any signs indicating that the purifying light had escaped." Really? Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise. Feng Ying nodded as well. There was none. You should all come and give it a try then. Yang Kai gave up his spot. Feng Ying and the others did not refuse. They immediately took turns using the space array and teleported themselves into the cabin. A short while later, they used the same method and returned to the deck from inside the cabin. Meanwhile, Yang Kai watched them intently. His divine sense inspected the movements of every single person entering and exiting the grand array. In the end, he found that there were indeed no signs of the purifying light leaking. He rejoiced, knowing that his goal had been accomplished. Nevertheless, he couldn't help sighing slightly. It had not been easy. Despite joining efforts with Fan Sun and the others for several months, they had failed to produce satisfactory results. On the contrary, the matter was accomplished as soon as Dong Guanping intervened in this matter. It was not to say that the Tao of artifact refining was better than the Tao of spirit arrays, it was just that the Tao of artifact refining was simply more suitable for what he wanted to accomplish. Besides, the many spirit arrays inside the cabin were clearly constructed through a careful blending of artifact refining and spirit arrays. That was why they could produce such effects. Many thanks for your help, Senior Donghua. Yang Kai sincerely thanked Donghua and Ping when the latter walked out to the deck. Donghua and Ping waved his hand nonchalantly. You are too polite. There's no need to be so stiff, Martial Nephew. He paused for a moment before he continued. Actually, I would like to ask you for a favor. Yang Kai turned solemn. Please speak freely, Senior. Donghua and Ping replied. I originally planned to create an artifact specifically for the purifying light. It was only because of your idea that I changed my mind and modified this warship instead. While he was speaking, he suddenly glanced outside the Great Pass. The human race and the Black Ink clan were fighting fiercely outside the Great Pass with every passing moment. The sounds of their battle came from afar, accompanied by the violent fluctuations that came from the collision of energies. It was obvious that the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan were clashing with one another. Humans have suffered from the Black Ink clan's attacks since time immemorial. The cave heavens and paradises would often send a large amount of manpower to the Black Ink battlefield at regular intervals. Countless elite disciples have died on the battlefield for this cause. Even so, we have been unable to eliminate the Black Ink clan completely. The main reason was that we were powerless to invade the Black Ink clan's domain and eradicate them once and for all. Although the old ancestor occasionally leads a team into the Black Ink clan hinterland in person, such measures are nothing more than a temporary solution. It does not strike at the root of the issue. These invasions might even incite the wrath of the Black Ink clan, provoking a stronger retaliation in return. He turned to look at Yang Kai. The existence of Black Ink strength is a huge deterrent for us. However, your arrival and the appearance of the purifying light has greatly reduced the deterrence of the Black Ink strength and given the human race the capital to launch a crusade against the Black Ink clan. Looking at the current situation, in order to dispel Black Ink strength, those infected have to withdraw from the battlefield and come to you for treatment. But what if we deployed the ship to the battlefield instead? If someone is corrupted by Black Ink strength in battle, they will no longer need to return to the inner sanctum. On the contrary, they can quickly resolve the issue and return to the fight without delay. That will greatly preserve the manpower on the battlefield. Looking at things from a long-term perspective, if we refine more ships that contain the sealed purifying light and dispatch them along with the army, won't we be able to assault the Black Ink clan's core and finally eradicate them completely? His words were delivered calmly, but anybody could hear the anticipation and excitement hidden in his tone. Following his speech, everybody else's eyes also began to light up with excitement. That was right. They had been fighting the Black Ink clan for so many years, and the main reason they could not completely eradicate the Black Ink clan was that Black Ink's strength posed too much of a danger to the human race. They were powerless to invade deep into the Black Ink clan's domain as a result. Most of the time, they could only wait passively for the Black Ink clan to attack. Even if they ultimately repelled the Black Ink clan's forces, they could not eliminate the Black Ink clan from the roots up. They could only watch the remnants of the Black Ink clan army withdraw from the battlefield. The Black Ink clan would slowly accumulate their strength and make another comeback after several dozen or hundreds of years. In that way, the cycle would repeat over and over again. Naturally, that was because they had no means to dispel the Black Ink strength. Now that they had the means to do so, though, shouldn't they utilize this advantage to the fullest? When it came down to it, Dong Guanping was an 8th order ancestor. Standing higher allowed him to see further. While Yang Kai and the others were focused on solving the issue regarding the purifying light's wastage, he had already considered using it to launch a crusade. It was precisely due to his considerations that one of the damaged warships had been brought out from the storehouse and modified. The reason Dong Guanping did that was so that the artifact used to seal the purifying light would not only be suitable for a crusade but also come equipped with a strong defense. In this case, a warship in the shape of a large ship was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for such an endeavor. Martial Peak, Chapter 4962, Capture. This matter was extremely important. Therefore, it was not something Dong Guanping could decide on his own. They had to wait until the old ancestor fully recovered and returned from retreat before they could make a full report and plans could be made. Even if they prepared for a crusade against the Black Ink clan, this endeavor would involve more than just Blue Sky Pass. All the Great Passes would have to contribute to the crusade. The troops from each Great Pass would need to march forward together in order to eliminate and eradicate the Black Ink clan completely. The advanced preparations for the crusade would not be something that could be accomplished in a short time. Nevertheless, such a glorious future filled their imaginations vividly. To see whether or not this old master's idea is feasible, the battlefield around Blue Sky Pass is the perfect place to experiment. Dong Guoranping retracted his gaze. I have already contacted the 4 army commanders, so they should be arriving soon. This old master will explain this matter to them later, but the final decision on how to proceed will ultimately depend on them. In any case, we will need you to work hard when the time comes, Yang Kai. This junior will do his utmost. Yang Kai cupped his fist. When the results of the experiment came out and the application of the remodeled warship was confirmed earlier, Dong Guoranping immediately sent a message to the army commanders. 4 figures quickly arrived one after another before the people on the ship had even waited for a stick of incense worth of time. The Eastern Army's army commander, Ding Yao, came from Great Battle Heaven. The Southern Army's army commander, Liang Yulong, came from Crepe Myrtle Cave Heaven. The Western Army's army commander, Zhong Liang, came from Blue Sky Paradise, and the Northern Army's army commander, Shen Tu Mo, came from Azure Clouds Paradise. Every one of them was an 8th Order ancestor. Moreover, they were considered the best of the best among the 8th Order masters. The war was currently ongoing, and these 4 were in charge of guarding the east, south, west, and north directions around Blue Sky Pass respectively. Therefore, they would not carelessly leave their positions before the war ended. The last time they left their positions, it had been because Zhong Liang claimed that he had an important matter to discuss. This time around, Dong Guoranping had summoned them for another matter of great importance. It was something that required the army commanders to come forward in person, otherwise he would not have dared to disturb them so easily. They did not have much time, so they immediately inquired about the situation as soon as they arrived. Zhong Liang was well aware of Yang Kai's recent activities. Feng Ying, who had been serving beside Yang Kai all this time, would periodically send messages to him about the situation. However, the other 3 did not know much. Upon listening to Dong Guoranping's outlook on the war in the future, their eyes involuntarily lit up with hope. If that was truly the case, then Yang Kai's arrival would not only give Blue Sky Pass the means to resolve Black Ink strength, but also give the human race the power to launch a crusade against the Black Ink clan's domain. Such a matter was extremely important. Ding Yao was dressed in golden armor, looking absolutely imposing. All the cultivators from Great Battle Heaven generally dressed in this manner. After he entered the large ship and inspected the interior, he turned to the side and asked, "Does it work?" "It should work fine," Yang Kai nodded in response. Ding Yao frowned. "We cannot afford to be negligent in this matter. We need to take careful measures to ensure that this endeavor is feasible." While he was talking, he suddenly noticed a figure flying over at a high speed. It was a human cultivator who had been corroded by Black Ink strength and came here to seek treatment. As soon as he saw the 4 army commanders standing there, he visibly jumped in surprise and hurriedly cupped his fist in greeting. The 4 men waved their hands dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such courtesy. Yang Kai smiled. "Whether or not it works, we will know after this." There was no need to prepare anything on his part since people would come to him for help with dispelling Black Ink strength every single day. In fact, he was waiting for this very moment in the first place. The 4 army commanders immediately understood. Nodding lightly, they waited quietly. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stepped forward and guided the cultivator corroded by Black Ink strength to the space array. Despite activating the spirit array and transporting that person into the cabin, he did not follow along. A short while later, that person came out of the cabin again. He looked slightly dazed and in shock. Although he had heard about the person in the inner sanctum who had the mysterious ability to dispel and purify Black Ink strength from his allies, those were merely rumors that he had heard. He had not experienced such miracles himself, so he did not have much understanding regarding the matter. Now that he had experienced the situation for himself, he finally understood what the word incredible meant. The black ink strength inside his body had been dispelled cleanly in such a short period of time. Furthermore, not the slightest trace remained. He was no longer at risk of becoming corrupted by it. On the contrary, the gentle white light in the cabin had been as comfortable as the spring breeze. This is a true lifesaver. He was extremely grateful to Yang Kai. Nevertheless, the 4 army commanders were not reassured just yet. They carefully inspected that person's small universe and confirmed that he was perfectly fine before they released him. During this interval, Yang Kai took the chance to enter the cabin and check on the loss of the purifying light. The black ink strength had been brought into the cabin to be dispelled and purified, so the purifying light was bound to have been consumed to a certain extent. However, the results were as expected. The loss was almost negligible. He had drawn upon the power of many yellow and blue crystals in the cabin previously, so the purifying light sealed in the cabin remained quite dense. Dong Guanping said, "Brothers, this method is feasible." The method had been verified, so there was no need to harbor further doubts. There was a faint sense of excitement burning in their hearts now. Had the human race finally gained the means to support a crusade? If they could perfectly end the war on the black ink battlefield one day, then those trapped here for so long would finally have hope of going home. Liang Yulong nodded. This matter is extremely important, so we shouldn't reveal anything for the time being. We should limit this knowledge to the people present here. Needless to say, everybody understood what he meant. It was impossible to hide the existence of the ship. All the people who sought help would eventually need to enter the large ship in order to dispel and purify the black ink strength in their bodies. Therefore, what Liang Yulong had been referring to was the matter regarding the future crusade. The human race was not ready for such an enormous campaign yet. What's more, the old ancestors had yet to make a decision regarding this matter. If news about the crusade were to spread, it would only give the people hope and expectations. However, their hope and expectations would turn into disappointment if their plans failed to materialize. Yang Kai and the others naturally accepted the order. Zhong Liang patted Yang Kai's shoulder with a chuckle. "You've worked hard recently, martial nephew." Yang Kai truly was a treasure. How many losses had been prevented since he arrived at Blue Sky Pass? If nothing else, he had rescued all those who were corrupted by black ink strength recently. Otherwise, those people would either have been forced to sacrifice a part of their small universe and suffer a decline in their strength, or have been converted into black ink disciples and defected to the black ink clan. However, such incidents no longer occurred after Yang Kai came to Blue Sky Pass. Not a single black ink disciple had been converted by the black ink clan. The more Zhong Liang looked at Yang Kai, the more he approved of this boy. It was fortunate that Feng Ying had encountered Yang Kai back in the Black Ink Clan hinterland and brought him to the Great Pass. Blue Sky Pass would not have been blessed with such great fortune otherwise. "It is this junior's responsibility," Yang Kai replied humbly. "Old ancestor?" Ding Yao's expression suddenly changed, and he glanced in a certain direction. Startled by his words, everybody else turned to look in that direction only to see that there was nothing there. The old ancestor was nowhere to be seen. While they were caught up in their confusion though, a surging force suddenly erupted from Ding Yao's body. The force immediately sent Yang Kai and the others flying backwards. Since they never expected to be attacked here, they were completely caught off guard and could not react in time. Hence, all of them were sent drifting in all directions like fallen leaves in the middle of a storm. Suspended in midair, Yang Kai heard Zhong Liang shouting furiously, "Ding Yao, what are you doing?" His heart sank abruptly, wondering why Ding Yao had committed such an outrageous act. Could it be that Ding Yao was a black ink disciple? Now that the purifying light has been revealed, is he planning to kill me? But something doesn't add up. His actions might have been forceful, but there was no intention to harm. At the very least, I didn't sense any danger. I've only been sent flying by the impact. After he finally managed to stabilize his body, Yang Kai looked over and felt his face twitching at the sight. In the sky above the central square, Ding Yao was standing alone on the deck of the new ship. Moreover, the warship had been turned around and was currently facing the eastern defense lines. Looking at the situation, it would seem that Ding Yao had taken control of the ship and was trying to fly it towards the east. It was just that his path forward had been blocked, so he was forced to stop. Combined with Ding Yao's position as the Eastern Army's army commander, Yang Kai had a vague idea about the current situation. At this moment, Liang Yulong, Zhong Liang, and Shen Tuemo were standing in front of the large ship and blocking the path forward. Like Yang Kai, these three had been caught off guard and sent flying backward by the impact just now. It was just that they were Eighth-order masters, so not only was their foundation strong, but their reflexes were also quick. The sudden attack only stunned them for a moment before they immediately adapted. Ding Yao, your actions are dishonorable. Liang Yulong's expression darkened. Shen Tuemo frowned. What are you doing? Zhong Liang was polite and roared furiously, do you even need to ask? As soon as this hooligan made his move, I already knew what he had in mind. This old fart is planning to steal the ship. Ding Yao did not deny his actions. His intentions had been seen through anyway, so he cheerfully said, from now on, this ship will belong to the Eastern Army. On what basis? Liang Yulong yelled inquiringly. Ding Yao looked down condescendingly from above, based on the fact that I'm standing on it while the three of you aren't. Shen Tuemo chuckled, what does that prove? That only happened because you made a sudden move and we were caught unprepared. If it really came down to it, this ship should belong to the Northern Army. Take a look at the emblem on the ship. Don't you see that the emblem belongs to the Thunder Battalion of the Northern Army's left-wing 3rd Division? Disembark, Ding Yao. I'm bringing this ship back to the Northern Army. The ship was something Dong Guanping had taken out of the storehouse. It had originally been severely damaged and was barely usable after he made some repairs to the ship. Upon a closer look though, it turned out that the ship once belonged to the Thunder Battalion of the Northern Army's right-wing 3rd Division. Ding Yao sneered coldly and responded with 3 words, in your dreams. Zhong Liang persuaded earnestly, Ding Yao, why don't you come down first? Let's talk things out peacefully. Ding Yao snorted, I'm not coming down. You will definitely board the ship as soon as I come down. Zhong Liang was speechless. Senior brother, you're not a child anymore, why are you acting like a little brat fighting over a toy? What would others think if they learned about this? Nevertheless, he could understand Ding Yao's motives in snatching the ship. Bringing this warship back to the battlefield might not directly increase the army's combat ability, but it would greatly cut down on the travel time needed to purify black ink strength. Furthermore, the existence of the ship itself would be a tremendous stabilizing force. The morale of the army would be greatly improved as a result. It wasn't just Ding Yao who wanted the large ship, he wanted it too. We all belong to Blue Sky Pass. Although we are the army commanders of our respective armies, we cannot only think about ourselves. Ding Yao, if you take the ship away today, what will happen to the Southern Army, the Western Army, and the Northern Army? Zhong Liang asked gravely. Ding Yao snorted and motioned to the side. Isn't Yang Boy here? You can just go to him. The Eastern Army is having a difficult time on the battlefield. The presence of this ship might be able to change the war situation. Don't exaggerate, Liang Yulong clicked his tongue. The Eastern Army is having a hard time on the battlefield, but so is the Southern Army. Why are you only focusing on the Eastern Army and ignoring the lives of the disciples in the 3 other armies? Ding Yao, you are an army commander. How can you be so selfish? Martial Peak, Chapter 4963, Limit. Ding Yao curled his lips into a sneer. Don't try to push such nonsense onto me. There are great Battle Heaven disciples serving under your armies. How can I possibly disregard their lives? It's just that there is only one ship right now, so the Eastern Army will use it first. If you are truly selfless, then you shouldn't stop me. Liang Yulong's expression was dark, but he said nothing in response. Instead, he shot a look at Zhong Liang and Shen Tuemo. They could not allow Ding Yao to take the ship away today. If the news were to spread that only the Eastern Army had a ship while the Southern Army, the Western Army, and the Northern Army did not, wouldn't their subordinates criticize them for being useless? Shen Tumo frowned and said, Ding Yao, this warship will not be the only one. Now that we have a prototype, we are bound to have a second, third, and so on. Why are you being so anxious? There will come a day when every one of us has a ship. Nevertheless, Ding Yao remained stubborn in the face of their persuasion. He retorted, Since you're not anxious, then stop wasting my time. The army is still fighting outside, and the disciples are struggling desperately. This old master is not in the mood to waste my energy on you. Make way. The three of them naturally refused to move aside. On the other side, Dong Guan Ping sighed as he muttered, highly improper. At this moment, the army commanders were squabbling over the ownership of a ship. Their actions were extremely detrimental to their dignity. It was fortunate that no disciples had seen their squabbling, otherwise, they would quickly become laughingstocks. This ship was created by Yang Boy. Why don't we ask him for his opinion? The army he chooses will have the rights to use the large ship. What do you think? Zhong Liang suggested. While speaking, he secretly gave Yang Kai a wink. Among the 4 army commanders present, he was the closest to Yang Kai. He was certain that he held a great advantage if he asked Yang Kai to step forward. The other 3 could not object to this suggestion. Yang Kai's ability had been proven in the recent period, and many of the disciples serving under their respective armies had received help from him. More importantly, they would still need to rely on his ability to solve the problem of the black ink strength in the future. Rejecting this suggestion would simply cause problems for themselves. Therefore, Yang Kai had a great say in this matter even though he was only in the 6th order. Seeing the gazes of the 4 men turning towards him, Yang Kai felt speechless. He had seen the wink Zhong Liang gave him, but how could he be partial at a time like this? Besides, he could not be biased in this matter. After pondering in silence for some time, he cupped his fist and said, Seniors, although this ship can be used, I'm afraid it will not last for long if you bring it out to the battlefield. Ding Yao frowned. What do you mean by that? Yang Kai explained, the purifying light is the foundation that dispels and purifies black ink strength. Although a large amount of purifying light has been sealed in the cabin, according to this junior's estimate, it is only enough for 100 people at most. In other words, the purifying light will be exhausted after 100 people come and go. After that, this large ship will be nothing more than a decoration. The army commanders exchanged a glance with each other. Meanwhile, Ding Yao blinked his eyes. He suddenly realized that he had been overly eager after seeing the effects of the purifying light ship with his own eyes. Although he had heard rumors about the purifying light recently, he did not actually know much about the specifics of the situation. He originally thought that he could kick back and relax once he obtained the large ship. It was not until he heard Yang Kai's explanation that he learned that the purifying light would be consumed with each use. If it could only be used for 100 people, then what was the point? Can't more purifying light be sealed inside? Ding Yao asked. Of course, that is possible, Yang Kai nodded, but this junior has yet to run thorough experiments on how much purifying light can be sealed in this ship. That is why I have to ask you to leave the ship here, seniors. This ship has only just been completed, after all, so nobody knows if there are any hidden faults with it. If you leave the ship here for further observation, this junior will be able to check on and resolve its flaws more easily. Since a single bowl of water could not be split evenly, there was no need to split it at all. The large ship would remain here, and nobody could take it away. His words were not meant as a polite refusal either. Rather, checking the ship was really something that needed to be done. Yang Kai could not guarantee that the ship could withstand the test of time or the rigors of battle. That was something he would need to observe carefully to be certain of. By determining these flaws earlier, he would have an easier time working on them in the future. Ding Yao and the others looked at each other. Yang Kai had already spoken, so how could they not know that nobody was allowed to set their sights on the ship today? Ding Yao came down from the ship following a period of silence. Meanwhile, Zhong Liang turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, Approximately how long will it take for you to perform the necessary inspections and verifications? It will definitely take a few months. After all, many issues will not come to light if the time is too short. Zhong Lang nodded lightly and said, "Once you verify that nothing is wrong with the ship, we will proceed with mass-producing them. At the very least, we will need 4 so that each army will receive one." He turned to look at Donghua and Ping. "Many thanks, Brother Donghua." Donghua and Ping nodded. "Please rest assured, Brother Zhong. Artifact refining is the duty of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. I will live up to your trust." "Then it's settled." While speaking, Zhong Lang glanced at the other 3 army commanders. Naturally, nobody had any objections. Now that the discussion was over, there was nothing that required their attention anymore. In any case, they needed to preside over the battle faced by their respective armies at the moment and could not stay for much longer. After reminding the others not to reveal the matter regarding the crusade, they hurriedly left the scene. Likewise, Donghua and Ping, Fan Sun, and the others also departed soon afterwards to work on a new warship. The ship in the central square had been dragged out of the storehouse, so it was severely damaged and only just managed to meet the requirements after some patching by Donghua and Ping. If they planned to refine a similar artifact for each of the armies, then they would need to refine brand new warships designed specifically for this role. More than anything, they would need to focus on defense. This new class of warship could probably do without any offensive abilities, but its defensive abilities would need to be top-notch, otherwise, the losses would be massive if such a warship was damaged or destroyed in battle. It didn't take long before only Yang Kai and Feng Ying remained in the central square. "If anybody comes here for help in dispelling black ink strength, just let them in directly," Yang Kai instructed before he stepped onto the space array and teleported into the cabin. It was just as he had explained to the army commanders earlier. The large ship was newly completed, so there were many things that needed to be tested and verified. At the very least, Yang Kai needed to know the limits of how much purifying light could be sealed within the cabin. It was easy enough to verify this fact though, as he simply needed to cast purifying light without stopping until the grand array was saturated. Inside the cabin, yellow and blue lights bloomed continuously from Yang Kai's hands and immediately transformed into a pure white light. At the same time, he silently calculated the consumption rate of the yellow and blue crystals while paying close attention to the changes in the spirit array. He was testing the limits of the grand array's sealing effect, a little bit at a time. A huge amount of the yellow and blue crystals had been consumed, and it was not until half a day later that he finally stopped his actions. Yang Kai could vaguely sense that the grand array in the cabin was about to reach its limits. In other words, it could not accommodate any more purifying light. Looking around, the interior of the cabin was filled with a blanket of white at the moment. The purifying light was so dense that it almost felt solid to the touch. In fact, that was not that far from the truth. Yang Kai calculated the number of yellow and blue crystals consumed and immediately had a grasp on the situation. The purifying light sealed inside the cabin was enough for nearly 2,000 sixth-order cultivators. The outcome of his experiment satisfied him greatly. 2,000 was quite a big number after all. Based on the information he received from Feng Ying, during the previous wars between the human race and the Black Ink clan, the total number of people who got corrupted by Black Ink strength throughout the war did not exceed this number. The reason why so many people had been corrupted by Black Ink strength recently was that they were relying on Yang Kai's support. They knew that it did not matter even if they were corroded by Black Ink strength, so they fought freely without any scruples. As a result, the number of cultivators corrupted increased dramatically. Thanks to Yang Kai's existence, the cultivators corrupted by Black Ink strength would not suffer from a decrease in combat power as long as they returned in time for treatment. It was unlike before when they would have to sacrifice a part of their small universe in order to escape danger. If a single ship could be used for 2,000 people, and each army would have its own ship, that meant there was enough purifying light for 8,000 people at full capacity. That would be enough even for extended use, such as on a long crusade. While he was busy working, Yang Kai would occasionally sense others entering the cabin through the space array. These people had undoubtedly come to him for help, but now that they had the ship, There was no need for him to personally cast purifying light on each person. They only needed to teleport into the cabin, wait for a while, and teleport out of the cabin again for all their worries to be removed. That had saved Yang Kai a lot of time and energy. After confirming the limits of how much purifying light could be sealed in the Grand Array, Yang Kai returned to the deck. Feng Ying had been paying close attention to the space array, so she quickly came to greet him as soon as he appeared. Were there any problems? Yang Kai asked. Although he had verified that the purifying light would not escape from the Grand Array, the concentration of the purifying light had not been very high at the time. The current situation was no longer the same as before. The purifying light sealed inside the cabin was extremely dense, so nobody could guarantee that no losses would occur during entry and exit. There were no problems. Feng Ying shook her head. Yang Kai immediately felt relieved. It would seem that the ship which integrated both the artifact refining and the spirit array DAOs could perfectly meet the requirements of his original plan. In that case, he could continue with the next step. After pondering for some time, Yang Kai asked, "Martial Ant, does the inner sanctum contain a universe temple?" Feng Ying was slightly taken aback by his words before replying, "I've heard that they exist." "You've heard?" Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise. She nodded. "That's right. It's because I've never seen them myself. It is said that each pass possessed a universe temple when they were first constructed. As you know, a universe temple makes traveling around very convenient. Even when our people were scattered across great distances, they only needed to activate the universe transference law to return to the universe temple. That was why each great pass had its own universe temples in the beginning. Unfortunately, the Black Ink battlefield is different from the 3,000 worlds. The situation here is rather special, and the existence of the universe temples may give the Black Ink clan a strategic advantage over us. Hence, the universe temples of each great pass were sealed after several incidents." Yang Kai immediately understood after listening to her explanation. If Black Ink disciples were to suddenly appear inside the universe temple, they would surely cause devastating damage to the inner sanctum. That's right. Aside from the old ancestor, who can guarantee that they will not be corrupted by Black Ink strength? What if they became corrupted by Black Ink strength and were converted into Black Ink disciples? They would not be able to disobey the orders of the Black Ink clan. If they teleported back here, forget how much destruction they could cause to us. Even if they merely self-destructed, they could spread Black Ink strength around and incite panic. That is why, even if there was a universe temple in the inner sanctum, it would have been sealed a long time ago. No one would be allowed to use it. He nodded. That's true. Why did you suddenly ask about the universe temple? She looked at him curiously. Yang Kai smiled and pointed at the cabin. Martial Ant, what effect do you think will occur if we arrange a universe array inside this ship's cabin? Feng Ying was initially stunned by his words, but her expression immediately changed in the next moment. Whilst she was deep in thought, various ideas flashed through her mind as she murmured to herself. The reason the universe temples were sealed was to prevent Black Ink disciples from infiltrating and causing havoc. But if we added a universe array to the ship's cabin, then we wouldn't need to worry about such occurrences. Even if a Black Ink disciple teleports into this place, the Black Ink strength in their bodies will instantly be dispelled and purified to restore their true nature. Martial Peak, Chapter 4964, Personal Matter. With the purifying light, all the previous issues that troubled them were no longer a problem. Feng Ying's eyes lit up. Your idea might just work. But, after saying that, she furrowed her brow. I don't think anyone here can arrange a universe array. At the very least, there are no such talents in Blue Sky Pass. The universe temples in the various great passes were as ancient as the great passes themselves. There might have been people who could prepare a universe array and construct a universe temple in ancient times. Unfortunately, with the closure of the universe temples, the means and the knowledge disappeared with the passing of time. That was intentionally done by the human race in order to prevent the relevant personnel from becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength and the Black Ink clan from obtaining the creation method of the universe temples. The Black Ink clan was hard to deal with in the first place. If they were allowed to master the mysteries of the universe temples, then they would truly be invincible. I can do it, Yang Kai quickly said. Feng Ying was astonished. You can arrange a universe array? Aren't you? Yang Kai laughed. It's true that I'm completely clueless about the Tao of Spirit arrays, but space arrays and the universe arrays are related to the Tao of space after all. That's why I dabbled in them slightly. Back in the 3000 worlds, he had spent over 30 years comprehending the mysteries of the universe array. His attainments in the Tao of space soared as a result, and he ultimately comprehended his cow punch secret technique from his efforts. Afterwards, Yang Kai also constructed some universe temples in the new Great Territory adjacent to High Heaven Territory so that his disciples could conveniently travel back and forth to investigate the new Great Territory. That was why preparing a universe array was not a difficult task to him. Do you need me to do anything? Should I gather some helpers? Feng Ying asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't need any assistance, though I am lacking a few resources. I will need you to help me gather these materials, Martial Ant. Good. She quickly nodded in agreement. A short while later, Yang Kai handed a list of resources to Feng Ying and asked her to procure them for him. This was not a difficult task for her. Blue Sky Pass had its own storehouse, which contained large amounts of cultivation resources and other materials. Most of the items that Yang Kai needed could be found there. Nevertheless, she would need to inform Zhong Liang and the others regarding this matter and obtain their permission to proceed before she could enter the storehouse to retrieve the corresponding resources. Upon learning that Yang Kai was not only capable of preparing a universe array but was also planning to set one up inside the cabin of the purification ship, Zhong Liang could be said to be both surprised and delighted. Only less than half a year had passed since Yang Kai first arrived at Blue Sky Pass, but he had brought about numerous miracles in that short time. The biggest surprise was his means to dispel and purify black ink strength. Other than that, he also worked with Dong Guanping and the others to create a warship that was suitable for a large-scale expedition. In addition, he was planning to prepare the universe array in said warship. As an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was only natural that Zhong Liang could see the endless prospects for this method. If they could feasibly carry out this plan, then the humans scattered around would have a much easier time returning to Blue Sky Pass in the future. They would only need to activate the universe transference law within a suitable range to return to the ship immediately. Furthermore, the ship contained purifying light, so there was no need to worry about a black ink disciple infiltrating their ranks. It could even be said that the addition of a universe array to the ship made it more suitable for crusading. Needless to say, Zhong Liang was in full support of the idea. He also gave Feng Ying nearly unlimited authority so that she was free to choose from the resources stored within the storehouse. In short, he was willing to cooperate with Yang Kai completely. Half a day later, Feng Ying returned with all the materials that Yang Kai needed. With the required resources in hand, Yang Kai plunged right into work inside the cabin. Arranging a universe array was undoubtedly much harder than setting up a simple space array. Although the nature of both spirit arrays was essentially the same, the universe array was ultimately more profound compared to a space array. Not to mention, the layout of the universe array was subjected to certain restrictions due to the limited space within the cabin. The universe temples that Yang Kai previously constructed in the new Great Territory were not small in size. Now that he had to operate the universe array in a limited space, it became necessary for him to make some minor changes to its array chart. Yang Kai was busy for 2 whole months. During this period, he made several major changes through repeated trial and error before he finally completed his task. It was fortunate that the ship already contained large amounts of the purifying light, so when those corroded by black ink strength came over, he had no need to treat them personally. Otherwise, his task would have taken even more time to complete. Afterwards, Feng Ying personally tested and confirmed that the universe array was functional. Zhong Liang couldn't help being overjoyed when he received the report on this matter. Following a delay of 2 months, Dong Guanping also delivered the first newly constructed warship. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken at least half a year for Blue Sky Pass to construct a brand new warship. That was not something that could be refined carelessly after all. The construction of a warship not only required a large amount of manpower, but also an extremely skilled artifact refiner to oversee the process. It was just that Dong Guanping knew the importance of this project. The war was raging fiercely, and the sooner they completed this project, the bigger the role the warship could play for the human race. For that reason, he had mobilized the elite disciples of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven from various places and assembled a workforce of over 100 people. That was how they constructed a brand new warship in the short span of 2 months. The warship was brought to the central square, and Yang Kai immediately entered the cabin. He did not begin filling it with purifying light immediately and chose to arrange the universe array first. It was not until he finished preparing the universe array that he sealed a massive amount of purifying light inside its hull. Another month later, this new warship was ready for the defense lines of the Eastern Army. In the end, Zhong Liang and the others ultimately agreed to give the first warship to Ding Yao. It was not because they could not compete with him for it, but because the battle on the Eastern Army's side was indeed the most intense. The other 3 army commanders couldn't be bothered to squabble over such trivial matters either. Since Ding Yao came forward in person to make the request, it was only right for them to show him some respect. Naturally, the most important reason was that each army would soon obtain a new warship of their own, so there was no need for them to quarrel among themselves. For both Yang Kai and Dong Guanping, constructing these new warships was equivalent to traversing a familiar path, hence, they could take advantage of parallel production to speed up the process. Half a year passed by in the blink of an eye, and all 3 other armies gained their own Purifying Black Ink battleship. Purifying Black Ink battleship was the class designation Dong Guanping had given this special warship. The name soon spread far and wide, receiving the recognition of the public. The 4 Purifying Black Ink battleships were stationed at the rear of the 4 armies. Anyone corroded by black ink strength could be rescued immediately, so it was much more convenient compared to the past. Thanks to these 4 Purifying Black Ink battleships, the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan became even more intense. Meanwhile, in the central square, Yang Kai suddenly had nothing to do. It used to be very lively here. At least a dozen infected people used to come to ask for help every single day. However, ever since the 4 Purifying Black Ink battleships were introduced, nobody came to visit this place anymore. Even if they were corrupted by black ink strength, there was no need for them to come here or for Yang Kai to take action in person either. Each of the Purifying Black Ink battleships contained enough purifying light for 2,000 people to use. Therefore, there was enough to last for a long time. After spending so much time and energy, Yang Kai finally reached his goal. It was time for him to focus on his own affairs now. On the deck of the original Purifying Black Ink battleship, Feng Ying was cultivating with her eyes closed when a figure appeared in a flash before her. Yang Kai had teleported out of the cabin. She opened her eyes to look at him. Although nobody came looking for help during this period, Yang Kai had remained extremely busy. She did not know what he had been working on. She had asked once, but he had not replied to her question. Thus, she did not ask further questions. At this moment, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. "Martial Ant, I've made some adjustments to the universe array. I don't know what kind of effect there will be, so I'm going to test it out." "Good." She nodded lightly without doubting him. When he was testing the effects of the universe array, he had also personally taken on the task. His reasoning was that it would be easier for him to discover any issues if he performed the tests himself. It would indeed be somewhat inconvenient to leave such tasks to other people. Therefore, Feng Ying had no reason to feel suspicious about how he planned to test the universe array himself. "Martial Ant, please wait for a moment." After saying as such, he turned and left. Since Yang Kai planned to test the effects of the universe array, it stood to reason that he could not experiment from nearby. He had to go much further for the experiment to be effective. Once he was out of Feng Ying's sight, Yang Kai spun around and rushed towards one of Blue Sky Pass main gates. During this period, he had investigated quite a lot about the situation at Blue Sky Pass. Hence, he was not unfamiliar with the route. Not long after he left, Yang Kai saw many people up ahead of him. It was very lively here, with a warship moored in a small docking area, and cultivators dressed in the uniforms of the divine cauldron heaven working on it. A series of clanging sounds came from within the large ship, occasionally accompanied by flashing lights. The warship had clearly been in battle, as its hull had been damaged. There were several other similar warships in the docking bay, and several hundred people were scattered around the area. They sat down cross-legged in small groups, each silently circulating their secret arts to recover their strength. Yang Kai observed the scene before him, vaguely guessing that these people were those who had just withdrawn from the battlefield. During this period, he had gleaned a lot of information from Feng Ying and gained a rough understanding of the situation in Blue Sky Pass. Although he had not experienced the fighting for himself, he had no trouble understanding the situation when he saw it. His sudden arrival did not attract much attention. To these people, time to rest was extremely precious and should not be wasted frivolously. Besides, there were many people coming and going from this area, which provided a great cover for him. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that the main gate was shrouded by a barrier and guarded by several elites. They would not release the barrier easily without an explicit order. The sight made him frown slightly. He originally planned to sneak out of the Great Pass, but it would seem that his plans were not feasible. There was no way for him to leave as long as the barriers around Blue Sky Pass remained sealed. Turning his head to look around him, Yang Kai decided to wait and see what happened. He found a corner and sat down cross-legged, pretending to be adjusting his breathing. Truthfully, he was feeling extremely anxious inside. This was a rare opportunity, and if he failed, he would never be able to leave Blue Sky Pass again. Luckily, fortune seemed to be on his side. After waiting for less than an incense stick worth of time, the Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven disciples in charge of repairing a certain warship had apparently completed their repairs. A Seventh Order Master immediately leapt onto the ship and activated it to check its condition. Once he confirmed that there were no problems with the ship, he yelled loudly, "Mountain Battalion, get on board." As soon as the words left his mouth, 100 people stood up in a flurry and flew towards the ship. Yang Kai quickly grasped the opportunity at hand. He hurriedly stood up and followed the large batch of people onto the ship. The Seventh Order Master swept his gaze over the people on the ship and nodded lightly. Then, he turned to look in a certain direction, cupped his fist, and shouted in a clear voice, "Western Army Right Wing 4th Division Mountain Battalion is prepared to sortie. We request permission to depart for battle." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4965. Why are you here? A guard glanced over from the top of the inner wall, and Yang Kai quickly hid behind the crowd to conceal himself. This couldn't be helped. The person he saw was one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders who arrived at the conference hall when Zhong Liang convened all the higher-ups. Although Yang Kai didn't know his name, if he encountered this master, he would undoubtedly be identified. He would never want to be caught sneaking out. With a solemn expression, the 8th Order Division commander said, "Launch." The shield opened at his command, allowing the warship to slowly set sail. The moment they sailed out of Blue Sky Pass, the atmosphere turned chilly immediately. Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, peered upward and noticed a massive void. Numerous warships scurried back and forth, and occasionally, a profound light erupted from their weapon ports, blasting towards the Black Ink Clan's army. There were 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had profound cultivations out on the battlefield battling against the Black Ink Clan. Black ink clouds of all sizes were dispersed around the battlefield, forming something akin to an ocean of murky darkness. The battlefield was also littered with shattered spirit provinces. The black ink clouds were composed of black ink strength that escaped and condensed after the death of a black ink clansman. And undoubtedly, the shattered spirit provinces were pieces of small universes that had been left behind after the death of high-rank Open Heaven Masters. Some might even be pieces of small universes that the high-rank masters sacrificed during battle. Explosions and screams of death rang out as fresh blood dyed the void red and black, and every now and then, powerful life auras would disappear. This battlefield was where countless Black Ink Clan members and humans were buried. The number of masters from both sides who had passed away here throughout the war was unknown. Yang Kai's blood steadily boiled as he saw the sight in front of him, and a raging fighting spirit began to rise in his chest. He desperately wanted to rush to the Black Ink clan army and fight to the death. But he was also aware of the limitations of his ability on such battlefields, no matter how powerful he may be. The two races were at odds with one another, and this war involved countless lives. Even the 8th Order Division commanders would not survive charging into the enemy's army all alone, not to mention a mere Yang Kai. Additionally, he had his own purpose this time when he snuck out. He wanted to advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. His cultivation had been stagnant at the peak of the 6th Order for many years now. For the time being, secluded retreat appeared useless. There was now only one option left, and that was to seek an opportunity to break his own shackles during a juncture of life and death. Yang Kai had long intended to do this, and the ongoing war gave him the ideal opportunity. He was aware that it was impossible for those overseeing Blue Sky Pass to let him accomplish this, though. No one would be concerned if he was simply a typical 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The life or death of an average 6th Order Master wasn't of much concern, as there were literally thousands of other 6th Order Masters in the Inner Sanctum. Everyone had been in a brutal battle with the Black Ink clan, and only those with enough strength and good fortune survived. However, the fact was that Yang Kai's very existence was extremely important to Blue Sky Pass and, by extension, to the whole human race. He wasn't just another 6th Order Master. Yang Kai had brought the purifying light with him, and was capable of arranging universe arrays. It was precisely because Zhong Liang realized Yang Kai's importance that he had asked Feng Ying to guard him. Feng Ying was also not an ordinary 7th Order Master. She was one of the strongest among them. There was no doubt that it was a waste of talent now that she could only tightly protect Yang Kai, but it was still an important and essential duty. Zhong Liang even wanted to assign an 8th Order Master to protect Yang Kai, but that was impossible, so a 7th Order Master was the next best choice, and Feng Ying was the best option. This alone showed how much importance Zhong Liang attached to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai told him that he wanted to go to the battlefield and look for a chance to break through by risking his life, Zhong Liang would definitely disagree. Not only would he disagree, he would even ask Feng Ying to keep a closer eye on Yang Kai and prevent him from entering the battlefield. If Yang Kai was killed, the cost to the human race would be too high. After all, he was just a 6th Order junior, meaning his strength wasn't particularly high. Countless 6th Order Masters had died on this battlefield, as one tiny mistake could spell death. Because of this, Yang Kai kept his desire to join the battle a secret from the beginning, and even Feng Ying, who had been with him for 6 months, failed to notice any such signs. After waiting for so long, Yang Kai finally found a good opportunity. If he succeeded, he would become a 7th Order Master. If not, he would have to cultivate patiently in the future and simply wait for an opportunity to break through to come. However, before leaving, Yang Kai still waited until the 4 purifying Black Ink battleships were delivered, so that even if anything went wrong in the battle, the purifying Black Ink battleships in Blue Sky Pass side could last for a while, enough to support everyone until the end of the current battle at least. If he was still in the 3000 worlds, Yang Kai might not be this anxious. But this was the Black Ink battlefield. The stronger he was, the higher his chances of survival. The 6th Order was too weak, while the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was barely enough, so he had to give it a try. Yang Kai went without leaving even a space beacon for himself in order to prevent himself from having an escape route, thus increasing the pressure he felt. He did all this only to improve the chances of him making a life-or-death breakthrough. The Western Army Right Wing 4th Division Mountain Battalion was a unit under Zhong Liang's command. Each army had a total strength of around 8,000 troops with 15 divisions in total, each of which had 8 or so battalions. The Eastern Army was currently engaged in the fiercest combat, while the Western Army was somewhat better off. The Black Ink clan army had attacked frequently in the west, but had been repelled each time. They had left many dead bodies after those battles, but they were evidently unconcerned about them. Yang Kai, who had spent the 2 years residing in the Black Ink clan's hinterland, knew that the Black Ink Nests served as the Black Ink Clan's foundation. The Black Ink Clan would continue to exist so long as the Black Ink Nests remained standing. Although the Black Ink Clan's casualties were not small, they weren't sufficient to force the enemy to retreat either. The Western Army's defense line was constructed in the void, some 10,000 kilometers from Blue Sky Pass. This was where warships laid out a tightly defended barrier that would never be broken through by the Black Ink Clan. The warship of the Mountain Battalion was only a few thousand kilometers away from its destination and sailed swiftly, so it arrived at the battleground soon after it departed Blue Sky Pass. The 7th Order Master at the prow of the warship should be the Mountain Battalion's commander, and with his menacing gaze and deep voice he ordered, "Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy." When that was said, the 100 or so members of Mountain Battalion immediately got busy, each of them performing their own duties. Yang Kai was suddenly caught off guard and didn't know what to do. He was able to board this ship, but he was unaware of Mountain Battalion's distribution of duties. With no other choice, Yang Kai followed a random pair of people to the deck after realizing that everyone else had gone to their respective positions to prepare to repel the enemy. Suddenly, the two ahead of him turned their heads to look at him, and one of them suddenly said in shock, "Senior Brother Yang, why are you here?" It wasn't that no one saw him when he followed everyone on the boat earlier, but rather that those who saw him didn't seem to pay much attention to him. After all, it wasn't odd for people to be transferred around when manpower needed to be replenished. Those who were unfamiliar with Yang Kai automatically viewed him as a newcomer. Who would have thought that at this moment he met someone who knew him? As the words fell, Yang Kai raised his head and became speechless. The man in front of him looked familiar, and although Yang Kai didn't know his name, it was certain that he was someone who he had treated before. Before the advent of the purifying Black Ink battleships, there were at least hundreds of people treated by Yang Kai personally. Each of these people was grateful to him and made a point of remembering his face, even if Yang Kai didn't remember their names. Yang Kai had been afraid of encountering such a situation, but he also knew that there was no way to avoid it. He had saved so many people after all, and being exposed was basically inevitable. What happened? The battalion commander turned his head towards them and immediately saw an unfamiliar face. He stared at Yang Kai and frowned vigilantly. "Who are you?" The person who knew Yang Kai said, "Sir, this is Senior Brother Yang," while hastily cupping his fist. The battalion commander raised his brow. Despite not having returned to the inner sanctum to meet Yang Kai personally, he had lately heard the name a lot and asked in shock, "That Yang Kai?" The person who replied nodded quickly, "Indeed." The battalion commander was immediately shocked and asked, "Why are you here?" If this was the Yang Kai he had heard of, he should be in inner sanctum at the moment. So how did he get on his ship? He hadn't received orders to replace any lost manpower as the Mountain Battalion was currently at full strength. Furthermore, even if manpower had to be replaced, Yang Kai would never have been deployed to the battlefield. The battalion commander understood the significance of Yang Kai when he learned about his extraordinary methods. It only made sense for such a valuable asset to be well protected. How could Yang Kai be sent to the front lines? It was no small matter that Yang Kai actually appeared on his ship. Yang Kai quickly thought of an excuse, cupped his hand and murmured, "Sir, I was ordered by the army commander to perform a secret mission. Traveling with you is mainly to conceal my involvement." A secret mission? The battalion commander frowned, wondering what secret mission actually required this man to visit the battlefield in person. He had also heard that, in order to ensure this man's safety, Army Commander Zhong had entrusted Feng Ying to remain at his side at all times. However, after screening his surroundings, he could find no sign of Feng Ying. The battalion commander was no fool, so it was obvious to him that there was something wrong with this matter. However, now that his ship had already arrived on the battlefield and the front line was in urgent need of support, he couldn't just turn back because of some small doubt. Without asking more, the battalion commander nodded lightly and said, "If that's the case, you can do what you need to." "Many thanks, sir." Yang Kai cupped his fist thanking him, turned his head, and spoke a few words to the two men who had first noticed him. When the battalion commander saw this, he tilted his head slightly and ordered another 7th Order master under his command in a stern voice, "Go back and ask the army commander what is happening here." He sensed that something was off, and since the issue involved Yang Kai, he had to inform Zhong Liang and ask for instructions. Naturally, he had no reason to believe Yang Kai was acting maliciously, as this man would never do something to harm the human race after saving so many of them already. "Yes," the 7th Order Master responded and took out a communication artifact. Back in the inner sanctum, Feng Ying stood up and scowled as she scanned the area around the prototype purifying black ink battleship. Yang Kai said that he had made some changes to the universe array and needed to run some tests, but even after waiting here for half an hour, he had yet to return. As a result, she became doubtful and wondered if he had perhaps already returned. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4966, Why did he go to the battlefield? This was not impossible, for even the prototype purifying black ink battleship was equipped with a universe array. If Yang Kai really came back, he would be inside the cabin. With that in mind, Feng Ying teleported in through the space array on the deck. However, all she could see was white in the cabin. The gentle purifying light flowed around her body like warm water, but there was no sign of Yang Kai in this empty space. He obviously had not returned. Feng Ying left the cabin, now more suspicion than ever. She was perplexed when she unexpectedly noticed a stream of light that had abruptly fallen on the deck from a distance. She fixed her eyes upon him and hurriedly bowed, "Marshal Uncle Zhong." The person who came was Zhong Liang. "Where is Yang Kai?" Zhong Liang questioned nervously with an ashen face. Feng Ying replied, "He said that he made some modifications to the universe array and needed to test it out, so he left." "How long has he been gone?" Zhong Liang's expression sank. "Less than an hour." As soon as she said that, Feng Ying understood that something was off. Similar experiments were conducted by Yang Kai in the past, but each time he returned quite quickly. He was experimenting with the universe array after all, so all he needed to do was to distance himself a little from here and perform the universe transference law to return. How was it even possible for him to take this long this time? The inner sanctum had nothing to delay him either. "Damn it, it really is him!" Zhong Liang exclaimed. He had hurried back from the front line immediately to investigate the matter himself as soon as he received a message from the 4th Division Mountain Battalion, wondering whether there had been a mistake. After all, why would Yang Kai suddenly sneak out? But after he arrived here, he realized that there was no mistake. Yang Kai had indeed snuck out. Upon hearing that, Feng Ying asked, "Marshal Uncle, is something wrong?" Zhong Liang ground his teeth in frustration for a moment before sighing in exasperation and muttering, "That brat went out to the battlefield." "What?" Feng Ying was shocked when she heard his words. Why would he go out to the battlefield? "How would I know?" Zhong Liang looked over at the main gate, worried. "I hope we're not too late." After receiving the call from the 4th Division Mountain Battalion, Zhong Liang rushed to the inner sanctum to investigate the matter while also ordering Mountain Battalion to turn back. Before making sure whether the person was Yang Kai, he preferred to err on the side of caution. However, the battlefield was always in chaos, and Zhong Liang was unsure if the Mountain Battalion would be able to carry out his orders. After all, returning from the front lines was not always simple. If they were surrounded by the Black Ink Clan army, they would have to kill their way out. Feng Ying stood there dumbfounded. Yang Kai actually entered the battlefield. What did this brat intend to do? Furthermore, he didn't even let her know beforehand. It was just truly absurd. Since Yang Kai was really with the Mountain Battalion, Zhong Liang had no reason to stay here any longer. He had to go and bring Yang Kai back, so he instantly sprang into the air and shot towards the perimeter. Feng Ying followed closely behind. Zhong Liang had assigned her to protect Yang Kai at all times, but the latter had deceived her and escaped. She needed to be responsible for this. "He didn't bring this up to you previously, did he?" As they soared by, Zhong Liang abruptly turned his head to inquire. "No," Feng Ying shook her head. She was also perplexed by this series of events, but it was clear that Yang Kai had planned this whole thing out, Otherwise, he wouldn't have to lie and claim that he wanted to go test the universe array to get past the gates. Has there been anything unusual about his recent behavior? Zhong Liang asked again. Feng Ying responded in shock. Martial uncle, are you suspecting that he has the ability to cleanse and remove black ink strength, and he has a world spring. He has helped thousands over these past few months, and he led the effort to build the purifying black ink battleships, which is of great significance to us. I don't think it's possible to doubt his loyalty. He should not intend any harm by his action towards Blue Sky Pass or the human race. I simply don't understand why he had to quietly leave. You spent months with him. Didn't you notice anything? Suddenly recalling something, Feng Ying scowled. Martial uncle, if I'm not mistaken, he is trying to break through to the 7th Order. What? When he initially arrived at Blue Sky Pass, he inquired about advancing to the 7th Order. Later, after treating several 7th Order masters, he would ask them about their breakthrough experiences. I asked whether he was getting ready for his own breakthrough, and he frankly admitted that he had reached the peak of the 6th Order and was just looking for an opportunity to reach the 7th Order. You are also aware that advancing to the 7th Order is different for everyone. There are some who retreat to cultivate in seclusions, there are some who have accumulated over a long period of time and simply break through naturally, and then there are those who break through in life or death crises in battle. Yang Kai said that he tried entering retreat, but failed. He also said only the heavens would know when he would succeed using the accumulation method. Since these two methods are useless to him, I'm afraid that he wants to try using the last one to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have to go to the battlefield at a moment like this. When Zhong Liang heard the words, his face twitched. That must be it. Judging by his actions, that brat must have had this idea for a long time now. He also understood that Blue Sky Pass placed an extremely high value on his own existence. Therefore, he had to sneak out because he knew that they would never allow him to go to the battlefield. After working hard to build the purifying black ink battleships and leaving enough purifying light to support the 4 armies for this war though, Yang Kai clearly decided it was his chance to go out and seek battle. As he began to understand this, Zhong Liang suddenly thought of something and gasped, "Oh no! What's wrong, Martial uncle? That brat is probably mentally prepared to not return. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to leave so much purifying light behind. He's made up his mind to succeed or die trying and cut off all responsibilities to ensure he doesn't hesitate." Zhong Liang replied with an ashen expression. Feng Ying's heart clenched. If this was the case, then she would surely be punished for failing her duties, because she didn't even notice the signs despite being with Yang Kai for such a long time. Zhong Liang abruptly halted their conversation and pulled out a communication artifact. After swiftly exchanging a few messages, he cursed, "That little bastard." Feng Ying turned to look at him. Zhong Liang ground his teeth and said, "That brat is too slippery." He must have realized that Mountain Battalion was suspicious of him, so he actually escaped from their warship before it could retreat. Mountain Battalion currently can't locate him either. Ah! Feng Ying's face suddenly paled. Yang Kai was just a 6th Order cultivator, yet he plunged into the battlefield alone. He would definitely be in grave danger if he did not receive support soon. "I'll tan that boy's hide red once I drag him back." Zhong Liang angrily roared. Yang Kai knew that he was vital to the human race as a whole, yet he dared to take such a risk. How would he explain to the old ancestor if anything happened to him? The old ancestor was still recovering in retreat, totally unaware of Yang Kai's existence, but this incident would definitely have to be reported to him afterwards. Zhong Liang would also be blamed if the key to victory for the entire human race over the Black Ink clan encountered an accident right under his nose. At the very least, he would be stripped of his position as the Western Army's commander. Martial uncle, Yang Kai, he's not weak. Having worked with Yang Kai to fight their way back from the Black Ink clan's domain, Feng Ying knew that Yang Kai's strength was far beyond that of a typical 6th Order master, and he could even assume his Grand Dragon form, which put him on par with a 7th Order master. It makes no difference how powerful he is. How could one man stand against the Black Ink clan army? Even 7th Order and 8th Order masters perished on the battlefield, not to mention Yang Kai, a junior in the 6th Order. Zhong Liang also knew about Yang Kai's ability to transform into a Grand Dragon, which at the time would give him 7th Order strength. However, Yang Kai wanted to seize this chance to break through in a life-and-death struggle, so he would certainly not use his Dragon Clan strength, as doing so would become a mental crutch, leaving no possibility for him to use this method to achieve a breakthrough again in the future. In other words, Yang Kai would only use his 6th Order strength while in battle. Zhong Liang was now merely praying that Yang Kai would not approach the Black Ink Clan army's core or show off his Purifying Light secret technique. The last time Yang Kai used Purifying Light offensively, he instantly injured a Black Ink territory lord, giving Feng Ying an opportunity to kill him. The Black Ink Clan wouldn't think too much of it if it was only used once, but if Purifying Light was used repeatedly, the Black Ink Clan would eventually become aware that it was the nemesis of their Black Ink strength. Once they realized that, they would spare no effort to eliminate Yang Kai and would almost certainly succeed. The Black Ink Clan would take whatever necessary measures to execute Yang Kai. The both of them had hurried out of Blue Sky Pass while they were conversing, but once they were outside, all they saw was the raging battle between the two races, with thousands of figures flying about everywhere. How were they to locate Yang Kai in this tangled mess? Zhong Liang's expression turned dark, and he quickly sent out a message. Meanwhile, aboard the warship belonging to the 4th Division Mountain Battalion on the front lines of the battlefield, the battalion commander frowned. After rushing out to the battlefield to confront the Black Ink Clan, Yang Kai used the excuse of performing his secret mission to open the ship's shields and instantly escape. Naturally taken by surprise, Mountain Battalion hastily closed the shield to stop any Black Ink strength on the battlefield from flowing in. The battalion commander also received an order from the 4th Division's commander shortly after, asking him to keep Yang Kai under strict supervision for the time being and immediately return to the inner sanctum. But this message was received too late. Yang Kai had already left and was nowhere to be seen. There was no other option than to report this issue. As a result, the division commander reprimanded him severely, which aggrieved the 7th Order Battalion commander. Full of grievances and nowhere to vent, he could only let it out on the Black Ink Clan. The warship shuttled back and forth, beams of light blasting out as they rammed into the Black Ink Clan army, killing many as they went. Soon after, a group of 7th Order masters from the battalion leapt out of the ship, activated their secret techniques and artifacts, and cut a swath through the surrounding enemies. This was how the human race and Black Ink Clan fought. 7th Order masters were free to enter the battlefield at their own discretion, while those below the 7th Order had to rely on the might of their warships. Both battalions and squads worked in this fashion to attack and defend on the battlefield. Meaning, elsewhere on the battlefield, Yang Kai wielded his Azure Dragon spear recklessly, slaughtering Black Ink clansmen wherever he went. One reason he was currently invincible against his opponent was due to his own strength, but the more important point was that the strength of those in the Black Ink Clan army was really quite diverse, with many Black Ink clansmen simply being too weak for Yang Kai to have any trouble with. This was much unlike the Cave Heavens and Paradises, who only sent 6th Order masters or above to the Black Ink battlefield. In fact, the only reason there were 5th Order human masters present at all is because their cultivation had regressed from the 6th Order after they repeatedly sacrificed parts of their small universes. Martial Peak, Chapter 4967, over there. The Black Ink Clan was different. Anyone from their army could freely roam the battlefield. There were the territory lords and feudal lords, who were the strongest in the Black Ink Clan besides the royal lords, but there were also Black Ink clansmen who were only as strong as 1st Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators. How could such weaklings be Yang Kai's opponent? Therefore, even though there was a huge disparity in numbers between the two clans, with the Black Ink Clan army always being many times larger than the human race army, the latter had not yet been defeated. Each time, the Black Ink Clan army would be forced to retreat. With their army diminished, they had to return to their territory to recover, and then made a comeback after dozens or hundreds of years. Thus, the cycle repeated. World force shook wherever Yang Kai's spear passed, and several Black Ink clansmen would die. The death of each Black Ink clansman would cause Black Ink strength to leak out, which would condense on the battlefield, eventually forming Black Ink clouds. Black Ink clouds would not do any harm to the Black Ink clan. In fact, they provided them with a tactical advantage as they served as both a form of protection and deterrent. Before Yang Kai came to Blue Sky Pass, the human masters would normally avoid the Black Ink clouds on the battlefield, both to avoid being ambushed and to avoid being corrupted by the Black Ink strength. This sort of ambush happened quite frequently on the battlefield, as the Black Ink clan would often attack passing humans while sheltering in the Black Ink clouds. However, after the arrival of Yang Kai and his purifying light secret technique became well known, the human masters became unconcerned with the Black Ink clouds. When a Black Ink clansman was injured in the past, he would look for a way to flee into nearby Black Ink clouds in order to survive, as no human would have the audacity to follow him in. But things had changed now. Even if they took cover inside the Black Ink clouds, the human race masters would still pursue and attack, catching many Black Ink clansmen off guard and increasing the number of their losses greatly. The Black Ink clan was also confused by this sudden change and couldn't understand why the humans from Blue Sky Pass had suddenly become so aggressive. As Yang Kai fought, attacking all the enemies he encountered, he saw a group of human masters fighting nearby. These masters were all in the 7th Order, as only such masters could effectively play a role without the protection of a warship. He had arrived here immediately after rushing out of the Mountain Battalion's warship and received little attention from these nearby 7th Order masters, as they were all engaged in battle and could not spare him too much thought at the moment. If one was careless in this place, they could end up dead, so who would not focus all their attention on the enemies in front of them? However, the 7th Order masters in the area soon took notice of Yang Kai. This was unavoidable though, as it was clear from Yang Kai's aura that he was the only 6th Order. It was not that 6th Order Open Heaven Realm masters would not appear on the battlefield, but in most cases when they did, it indicated that a warship had been destroyed, exposing the 6th Order and 5th Order Open masters who were sheltering inside it. So, after realizing Yang Kai's cultivation, the 7th Order masters assumed that he belonged to that scenario and began to move to protect him. However, the 7th Order masters were a little taken aback when they witnessed the might of Yang Kai's spear thrusts. No ordinary 6th Order master could possess such strength. There were a total of 4 7th Order masters close to Yang Kai. The leader of this small group seemed to be an elderly man, as his cultivation was clearly the strongest of the 4. As for the other 3 masters, they were a lanky middle-aged man, a young man who appeared to be around Yang Kai's age, and a beautiful woman. A warship followed closely behind this group of 4, assisting them from the rear. These 4 masters and the warship which was accompanying them must have belonged to a certain battalion. Yang Kai, who was already familiar with the distribution of forces in Blue Sky Pass, quickly determined this. This spot was also where the fighting was the most intense on the front lines of the battlefield. "Little brother, which battalion are you from? Why did you come here?" The lanky middle-aged man slashed out a shocking sword wave, dispersing the Black Ink clan army in front of him and giving him a moment to ask Yang Kai amidst the chaos. "4th Division Mountain Battalion," he simply said. Technically, he wasn't lying, as he indeed came out of Blue Sky Pass with the 4th Division Mountain Battalion. The middle-aged man sighed, subconsciously believing that the 4th Division Mountain Battalion's warship had been destroyed. Due to this, the boy in front of him was forced onto the battlefield alone, so he said, "Get back on board. You're not qualified to be out here." Coincidentally, their battalion's warship was coming up on them. Although Yang Kai did not belong to their battalion, they were all fighting for the same cause. Therefore, taking him aboard their ship was not an issue. Yang Kai turned to look at this man, raised his spear, and began condensing a scorching power that filled the surrounding void. The cry of the golden crow rang out as a great sun appeared. The surrounding void was suddenly illuminated as this great sun rose. The golden crow cried out ecstatically as it circled around the great sun. The great sun perched itself atop the long spear, and Yang Kai thrust it out into a nearby mass of Black Ink clansmen. A massive halo suddenly erupted within the Black Ink Clan army and ignited a region 1,000 kilometers in radius. The blazing force of the light blanketed the landscape. The space itself began warping under the force. A great number of Black Ink clansmen yelled and wailed before disintegrating into ash under the light of the great sun. With a single strike, at least 10,000 Black Ink clansmen were obliterated. The nearby old man's brow rose as he and the young man looked at Yang Kai in great shock while the beautiful woman exclaimed, "Divine manifestation?" They had witnessed the great sun's brilliance, and they knew that it was no ordinary divine ability or secret technique. It was undoubtedly a divine manifestation. But how could a sixth-order master have a divine manifestation? How was that possible? The four of them almost thought they had seen wrong. Only seventh-order masters were capable of using divine manifestations, and not every seventh-order master had comprehended one. Despite the fact that all four of them were seventh-order masters, only the old man and the middle-aged man who spoke to Yang Kai just now had their own divine manifestations. The other two had yet to fully comprehend one. The young man and the lovely woman exchanged glances as they both noticed the astonishment in each other's eyes and simultaneously felt somewhat ashamed. Unlike the two of them, this sixth-order junior could cast a divine manifestation, which was simply unprecedented in their opinion. Although Yang Kai didn't say anything, his message was clear as he cast a quick glance at the middle-aged man who spoke to him earlier on. "Though I'm an order lower than you, I'm not that weak. There's no need for me to fall back." The middle-aged man instantly understood as he grinned, though his brow twitched slightly as he spoke. "Since that's the case, do as you please. Just be careful, kid. On the battlefield, you can only rely on yourself. Don't count on anyone saving you if you find yourself in trouble." With that said, he refocused his attention on his own battle. Although the Great Sun eliminated a large number of enemies, the Black Ink clans soon regrouped. These enemies, surrounded by Black Ink strength, seemed almost inexhaustible. Back near Blue Sky Pass defense line, Zhong Liang and Feng Ying strained their eyes as they scanned the battlefield. As the Western Army commander, Zhong Liang had issued an order to all the battalions to search for Yang Kai, but due to the chaotic nature of the battlefield, the actual number of people who could seek out Yang Kai was quite limited. As a result, Zhong Liang had gotten no useful information up to this point. He only knew that after Yang Kai escaped the 4th Division Mountain Battalion, he flew off into the battlefield alone. Nobody knew his whereabouts now. Suddenly, somewhere out on the battlefield several tens of thousands of kilometers away, a distinctive explosion of light occurred. Zhong Liang's expression changed as he immediately looked over. He remembered the first time he saw Yang Kai casting purifying light on the battlefield. The bright and pure white light was a sight never before seen in this war. With the eruption of that white light, the Black Ink Territory Lord who battled against Zhong Liang was badly injured and subsequently killed by Feng Ying. Right now, what caught their eyes was not a pure white light though, but a dazzling orange-red light like a small sundae. Zhong Liang felt both relieved and disappointed. He was relieved that it wasn't the purifying light as he was concerned that Yang Kai might reveal it again in the heat of battle. It would be too obvious that it could suppress the Black Ink clan once that happened, and the leaders of the Black Ink clan wouldn't naturally not ignore such a threat, putting Yang Kai into a risky position. However, he was disappointed as it didn't provide any clues about Yang Kai's whereabouts. On the other hand, Feng Ying's eyes lit up as she shouted, "Martial uncle, over there!" She pointed to where the little sun erupted. That was created by Yang Kai? Zhong Liang frowned. Golden Crow casts the sun. That's his divine manifestation. Feng Ying said, nodding. Divine manifestation? He has a divine manifestation? Although it is unbelievable, he does. I saw him use it once as we were making our way back here, Feng Ying confirmed. Due to this event, Feng Ying was able to locate Yang Kai, making it a stroke of luck in this chaotic battlefield. Zhong Liang gaped, unsure what to say. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master possessed a divine manifestation? This was something never heard of or seen before. What sort of heaven-defying aptitude did it require for Yang Kai to possess a divine manifestation in the sixth order? But the words came from Feng Ying, so it shouldn't be a mistake. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Zhong Liang raged. Well, you never asked. Everyone was drawn to Yang Kai's purifying light when he arrived at Blue Sky Pass. They knew he had mastered the means of restraining black ink strength and thus had great hopes for this method. Who would have paid attention to Yang Kai's own strengths and aptitude at that point? Forget about if Yang Kai was a heaven-defying talent, even if he was a mediocre individual, purifying light was all that was necessary to make him critical to the human race and someone who had to be protected at all cost. Adjutant! Zhong Liang abruptly yelled. A seventh-order open heaven young woman rushed over, cupped her fist and shouted, "Sir! What's the situation with the Eastern, Northern, and Southern armies?" Zhong Liang asked anxiously. The woman quickly replied, "The three army commanders have responded and agreed to cooperate with the operations here." Martial Peak, Chapter 4968, Feudal Lords Attack. Good. It appears that they are also aware of the severity of the situation and will not be a hindrance, Zhong Liang replied solemnly. Pass down my order. With the reinforcements from the other three armies, we will launch a full offensive. The four armies of Blue Sky Pass were organized into four defensive lines. This was a traditional formation that had not changed in hundreds of thousands of years. There were of course instances where one army would require help from another, but in general, each army functioned separately in order to hold their own defense line and repel the Black Ink clan. This time, however, in order to save Yang Kai from the chaotic battlefield, Zhong Liang couldn't care less. So he notified Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, and Shen Tumo to send some of their forces here to assist him so he could bring Yang Kai back. The other army commanders were shocked when they heard the news. They cursed Yang Kai for being so foolish to sneak out to the battlefield. Worse, no one knew where he was or even whether he was still alive or not. Still, as the only user of purifying light, his existence was critical to the entire Blue Sky Pass and even the human race as a whole. He could not be allowed to die. The other three army commanders severely reprimanded Zhong Liang as they responded to him, blaming him for his lack of supervision. They then immediately made adjustments to their forces to send a portion of them back to the inner sanctum so that they could rush from there to the Western Army defense line to rescue Yang Kai, who was on the Western Army's battlefield. This was the safest option, otherwise it would be too tough for reinforcements from the three armies to fight their way to the Western Front. There were always more than 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass, and each army contained around 8,000 each. The size of the force was more than enough to deal with the Black Ink clan siege, but as a result of the army being split up, the battle at the other three fronts grew increasingly tense. The three army commanders did not hesitate to send around 30% of their forces to provide reinforcements, which essentially doubled the amount of troops there were on the Western Front. These masters who had returned were presently gathered in Blue Sky Pass main square. The mission was unknown to them, but each division commander had already been given instructions. Do whatever it takes to locate Yang Kai on the battlefield and ensure that he is brought back safely. In the meantime, the Eastern, Southern, and Northern armies all gave up on their advantages on the battlefield and pulled back to the area around Blue Sky Pass. By shrinking their outer perimeter, they ensured that even with fewer forces, they could hold the line, especially with the assistance of Blue Sky Pass' own defensive armaments. However, this mission had to be completed quickly to avoid any accidents taking place. The Black Ink clan saw what happened, and the territory lords in charge of the Black Ink clan army were perplexed by this. They had no idea why the human forces had abruptly reduced by so much. However, given this opportunity, they would undoubtedly make the most of it. In mere moments, Blue Sky Pass was tightly surrounded on three fronts. As for the Western Army, Zhong Liang, who had already ascertained Yang Kai's whereabouts, instantly killed his way out of the inner sanctum, directing Feng Ying in that direction. But as soon as Zhong Liang emerged, he was met by a Black Ink clansman with a powerful aura. The tall and imposing figure was obviously a territory lord with immense Black Ink strength. Because Zhong Liang foresaw this scenario, he had borrowed men from the other three armies. The lethality and deterrent of Eighth Order Masters was outstanding on the battlefield, so the territory lords would obviously not remain silent once such a master appeared. Those with weaker cultivations would have no means to intervene in a battle between such powerhouses. Similarly, the Eighth Order Masters on the human side would do the same once a territory lord was sent out by the Black Ink clan. The two parties had essentially come to an unspoken agreement about such things after battling for so long. Go! Zhong Liang commanded Feng Ying as he cast a gaze across the battlefield and fixed a glare on the territory lord who was heading in his direction. Feng Ying nodded. Though she had killed a territory lord once before, that was only because that territory lord was already seriously exhausted and injured, and had been further wounded by Yang Kai's purifying light. If she really encountered a territory lord herself, she would definitely not be his opponent. Furthermore, she had something more important to do, which was to bring Yang Kai back safely. Be careful, martial uncle. Holding a razor-sharp sword, Feng Ying charged into the battle. From behind her came a powerful clash of power as Zhong Liang engaged the territory lord somewhere in the void. As soon as the two masters clashed, a radius of several thousand kilometers around them was evacuated as neither side dared to approach them. This was a battlefield solely for the two of them. Warships and masters surged towards the Black Ink clan's lines as a dozen Eighth Order masters also rushed out from behind the surging Western army. The humans became increasingly aggressive, stunning the Black Ink clan. For many months now, the humans had been entirely on the defensive and never launched counterattacks unless they had a decisive advantage. This was certainly not the situation right now, though, so the Black Ink clan were quite confused about the human masters' thinking. The Black Ink clan still responded swiftly when they noticed several division commanders being sent out against them. Territory lords from the Black Ink clan's rear appeared one after another to meet the enemy. Eyes from the two sides of great experts clashed in the void, unleashing endless murderous intent. Only a moment later, the Eighth Order division commanders and the territory lords clashed. Divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed, and the universe trembled as figures transformed into streams of light and surged towards one another. However, the human side was undoubtedly at a disadvantage due to the imbalance in the numbers, with some division commanders having to engage two territory lords at once. Zhong Liang experienced a similar situation. He was quickly met by a territory lord as soon as he stepped onto the battlefield, but it was not long before another territory lord emerged and joined the fight. The human side had always had a disadvantage when it came to numbers against the Black Ink clan though, so all the Eighth Order masters had experienced fighting two enemies at once. Deep into the battlefield, Yang Kai silently slaughtered enemies around him. He came to advance to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, and for this reason, he deliberately made up an excuse to deceive Feng Ying and used others to sneak out of Blue Sky Pass. However, when he arrived on the battlefield and became completely immersed in the fight, he had no time to ponder on his breakthrough. All he could do was focus and give it his all in battle. He cooperated with the 4 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nearby, and it was not long before the number of Black Ink clansmen that died at his hands became countless. Initially, the old man was worried that Yang Kai couldn't keep up with their pace and intensity, but as time passed, he surprisingly found that though Yang Kai was a mere 6th Order Master, his headcount was not lesser than theirs. Moreover, he seemed to have no trouble keeping up with and even coordinating with them. They worked together as if they had been comrades for years. This realization made the old man and others feel relieved, and soon they simply considered him another 7th Order Master. Yang Kai, fighting on this battlefield, soon discovered a peculiarity. Under the premise of them being in the same realm, the average strength of a Black Ink clansman was weaker than that of a human master. Yang Kai, for instance, easily butchered many high-rank Black Ink clansmen that were equivalent to 6th Order Masters. However, none of these enemies was on par with the 6th Order Masters he knew. In Voidland, there were plenty of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with varying depths of heritage. As a result, their strength varied greatly as well. Nevertheless, none of the high-rank Black Ink clansmen here would be a match for even the weakest Sixth Order master in Voidland. In fact, Yang Kai first became aware of this issue when he was following Feng Ying back to Blue Sky Pass. However, at the time, he paid little attention to it. Back then, before he could even take action, the majority of Black Ink clansmen would be dealt with by Feng Ying and the others while he focused on saving Black Ink disciples. Thus, at that time, he only at best cleaned up the leftovers. Prior to that, Yang Kai had pretended to be a Black Ink disciple for 2 years, so he had not fought any of them during that time. It was only now that Yang Kai was able to confirm his original suspicions. Even so, until now, he had only fought those below the Black Ink feudal lords, so he did not know whether this trend was consistent among the stronger Black Ink clan masters. "Watch out, the feudal lords are going to launch an attack." A cry was heard from the beautiful woman. Yang Kai's heart clenched upon hearing that. Wasn't this the moment he had been looking for? This was the first time he participated on the defensive side of the war between the two races, so he didn't know much about the situation on the battlefield. On the other hand, the old man and his comrades were very clear that the higher ranking a Black Ink clansman was, the less they cared about their lower clansman's life or death. Every time the two races fought, the Black Ink clan would send forth its weaker members to wear down the human army. Only after grinding down the human strength would the real masters from the Black Ink clan show up in an attempt to catch the enemy off guard. The old man and the others had been fighting for about 2 hours already, yet they had not encountered a single feudal lord during this time. It was clear what the enemy was up to. As soon as the word came out, a figure suddenly rushed out from a dense Black Ink cloud close to the old man. The old man frowned before extending his hand and directly charging towards the approaching enemy. The feudal lords who had been hiding all this while, all took action simultaneously, emerging from the Black Ink clouds to launch an ambush. The middle-aged man, young man, and beautiful woman were instantly pinned down. To top it all off, the middle-aged man was actually caught between two powerful enemies. Several feudal lords rushed towards the warship and began bombarding it. However, the humans had long gotten used to dealing with such tactics. Furthermore, warships were all refined with this exact situation in mind, so even without any high-rank master on board, with the aid of powerful defensive and offensive artifacts, the weaker human masters could still hold off such an assault. The Black Ink clan immediately became fiercely entangled with the battalion Yang Kai was accompanying. Suddenly, a rather slender female Black Ink clansman leapt out of a large group of enemies and sent a palm strike out at Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was sent tumbling by this sudden attack. The next moment, he frowned as he realized that this female Black Ink clansman was actually a feudal lord. Apparently, she had hidden in the group of Black Ink clansmen previously while concealing her strength, causing Yang Kai to not notice her until she struck. Martial Peak, Chapter 4969, You Talk Too Much. The female feudal lord resembled a typical human in terms of her physical form. She even wore revealing clothing, and the black lines that covered her exposed flesh gave her entire figure a bewitching appearance. She glanced at Yang Kai with cold eyes and was surprised that he survived her sudden assassination attempt. Since the two races had been at war for so long, they had a fair understanding of each other's strengths. While she was hiding in the Black Ink clan army, she noticed that Yang Kai was only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, whereas she was a feudal lord on par with a 7th Order Human Master. It didn't make sense that he had survived her sneak attack. However, she soon began to giggle, her long, crimson, forked snake-like tongue licking her lips seductively. Her figure then flickered and transformed into a black cloud of smoke. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he instinctively thrust his spear forward. Subsequently, the figure of the female feudal lord was revealed, avoiding the deadly spear and appearing directly to his left. She patted him lightly with her seemingly soft little hand, but her palm strike contained a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Yang Kai just barely managed to block the blow with his spear. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Star. Yang Kai countered 3 successive palms but was forced to retreat several hundred meters before somehow stabilizing himself. At that moment, he could feel the vitality in his chest roiling and fresh blood threatened to leak from his lips. With nothing more than stubborn will, he forcefully choked back down the metallic liquid. The female feudal lord was now genuinely stunned, to the point where she didn't use this opening to kill Yang Kai. Rather, she gasped slightly as she stared at him. This human seems different from the others. He's clearly in the Sixth Order, but he's considerably stronger than any other Sixth Order human I've killed before. On the opposite side, Yang Kai brandished his spear, sweeping clean all the blank ink clansmen that were charging towards him, reducing them to a cloud blank ink strength. He then aimed his spear at the female feudal lord and smirked, "You really are quite weak." He had now confirmed his earlier hypothesis. Under the premise that they were in the same relative realm, the Black Ink clan masters were indeed weaker than their human counterparts. Yang Kai had not been certain about this before. After all, he had not faced a feudal lord alone before now. It was only after he traded blows with this female feudal lord that he was able to verify his speculations. It was also at this moment that Yang Kai figured out why this odd dichotomy was. In order to reach the open heaven realm, humans needed to cultivate for a very long time. There were no shortcuts to this process, even if the person wanted to only make an initial breakthrough to the First Order. What's more, after reaching the open heaven realm, it required a lot of time and effort to advance to the next order. Therefore, no matter which order a human master was in, their foundation and heritage would be much stronger compared to those from the Black Ink clan, whose cultivation was fundamentally different. The Black Ink clan were born from the Black Ink nests, and their advancement also depended on it. As a result, while they needed less time to develop than human masters, their strength was not acquired through personal effort and comprehension, thus it was not as refined. Unfortunately, Black Ink's strength was incredibly corrosive and a strong deterrent to humans, restricting them in combat to a great extent, which compensated for the Black Ink clan's lack of raw strength. In that sense, even if there was a one-on-one battle between a feudal lord and a Seventh Order master, it was impossible to predict who would prevail. Of course, this was all before Yang Kai appeared. With his arrival, the humans possessed the means necessary to purify and disperse Black Ink's strength. Thus, it no longer posed as much of a threat to them. It didn't matter if their small universe got unintentionally contaminated as long as they weren't fully corrupted by the Black Ink strength. They simply had to return to a purifying Black Ink battleship before losing themselves entirely, and the issue would be instantly resolved. This was also the reason why Zhong Liang and the other army commanders put so much importance on Yang Kai's existence, to the point that they actually reassigned thousands of masters just to rescue him and bring him back from the battlefield. In addition to boosting morale, the ability to purify and dispel Black Ink's strength also increased the battle efficiency of the human army, enabling them to go all out without fear. Regardless, a feudal lord was still a feudal lord, a master on par with a Seventh Order human. Yang Kai would never lower his guard against such an opponent. Although his words were provocative, his expression remained solemn. The provocation proved to be successful. Possibly as a result of her own attack failing twice, the female feudal lord was completely furious. Not only did she fail to kill Yang Kai, but there weren't even any signs she had been able to seriously injure him. She immediately let out a piercing scream and rushed towards him. The feudal lord released a massive cloud of Black Ink strength, which was so dense it instantly turned into a gigantic blank ink cloud, engulfing Yang Kai inside of it. She now believed it would be too kind to simply kill this arrogant human who was looking down on her despite being weaker. Thus, she made the decision to turn him into her own Black Ink disciple, so she could torture him for a long time to come. Deep inside the Black Ink cloud, Yang Kai put on a guileful expression as he instantly understood his enemy's plan. Unfortunately for her, she had chosen the wrong target. The female feudal lord swam freely through the Black Ink cloud, believing Yang Kai must be feeling flustered as all humans so far would struggle to perform well in such a situation. She didn't assault Yang Kai immediately. Instead, she wanted to enjoy the misery of her enemy, a rare interest she had on the battlefield. To her astonishment, though, what came next was a sharp flying blade. This attack shocked the female feudal lord, who quickly dodged to the side as soon as she sensed it approaching. Followed by a slight pain in the cheek, where it had been injured by the attack, black blood stained the palm of her hand as she reached up to wipe it. The female feudal lord was truly incensed now. How could she have allowed such a weakling to injure her? Unfortunately, the next moment, her fury turned to panic as a storm of attacks flew at her incessantly. Realizing she had greatly underestimated her opponent, the female feudal lord knew that dodging here would only cause her to fall into a disadvantage, losing any opportunity to counterattack. With no other choice, she clenched her teeth and hurled herself at her attacker, sending out a flurry of palm strikes to meet the enemy head-on. The black ink cloud roiled turbulently as violent energy fluctuations and deafening rumbling sounds continuously erupted from it. Yang Kai pushed his supreme limitless spear art without restraint. Every thrust, sweep, and slash carried with them the essence of his lifetime of cultivation. Likewise, the female feudal lord refused to back down. She found Yang Kai's behavior irritating, and she wished for nothing more than to make him submit before her. Inside the dense blank ink cloud, the pair engaged in a deadly melee. At some point, Yang Kai was sent tumbling, his eyes reddening as he panted hard and stared at the hazy figure in front of him. His clothes were shredded and fresh blood was dripping from hundreds of wounds that covered his body. Even his face was stained with golden blood, showing how mercilessly he had fought. The female feudal lord's palms were not her real weapons. After engaging several hundred blows with her, Yang Kai had deeply understood that it was actually her razor-sharp claws that she was using to deal damage. Her nails were so hard and sharp that it really made him wonder how she cultivated them. At that same time, her claws were imbued with dense black ink strength that acted like a kind of poison. Whenever he was wounded, black ink strength would seep into his body. If a normal cultivator suffered such injuries, they would quickly be corrupted by black ink strength and degenerate into a blank ink disciple. Of course, Yang Kai had no such worries. He had a world spring in his small universe that could perfectly suppress and seal black ink strength, making him practically immune to its corrosive effects. The battle between the two had only lasted a dozen breaths or so, yet Yang Kai was already looking quite ragged. He wasn't the only one struggling though, as the female feudal lord was not feeling much better than him. She had underestimated Yang Kai's strength greatly and had fallen into an unfavorable position. Despite the fact that she made a concerted effort to regain control of the battle, the Azure Dragon Spear had left its mark on her, especially on her lower abdomen where the spear had almost pierced right through her, drawing a thick stream of black blood from a grievous wound. Her clothes, which were originally quite revealing, were now completely torn, leaving her practically naked. Still, she licked the fresh blood from her lips with her long tongue and glared at Yang Kai with hatred in her eyes. Wiping her hand across the wound on her abdomen, she snarled, "Just you wait, once you're my black ink disciple, I will make you beg for d—" From the thick black cloud, a fist suddenly emerged in front of her eyes and slammed hard into her pretty face. The female feudal lord instantly felt as though she had been hit by the entire universe world, as the immense force sent her flying. "You talk too much." Yang Kai ripped off his torn shirt and revealed his chiseled muscles. As he stretched himself slightly, his body made a cracking sound, after which all the cuts he suffered stopped bleeding and closed up. Contrastingly, flashes of golden stars appeared before the female feudal lord's eyes. That punch left her in a bad state as she felt her nose being broken and tears were now streaming down her face. If it had been a weaker black ink clansman who took that punch, their head would have exploded on the spot. Fortunately for her, she had responded quickly when she realized something was off and condensed her black ink strength to defend herself. Even so, she had been badly injured. The power of that punch genuinely frightened her. What was more unbelievable was the fact that her black ink strength didn't seem to have any effect on Yang Kai at all. Forget about corrupting him, he didn't even seem to notice its existence at all. Somehow managing to stabilize herself inside the black ink cloud, she gasped to steady herself. The hazy figure in front of her quickly approached though, as a menacing voice rang in her ears, "Come! This fight is just getting started. I won't take advantage of you, so bring out all your skills. Today either you die or I perish." The female feudal lord's brow furiously twitched and she involuntarily took a step backwards. Her instincts were telling her to turn around and flee, but what face would she have left if she really did that? She was only facing a sixth-order human master. If she ran from such an opponent, she wouldn't have a place in the Black Ink clan in the future. Martial Peak, Chapter 4970, My Condolences. The female feudal lord quickly realized what Yang Kai meant when he said that he wouldn't take advantage of her. He actually put away his artifact and then leapt towards her, throwing out his fists as he flew. She dodged the attack by diving to the side as rage began surging within her. She was even angrier now that she was being looked down upon and mocked by a mere sixth-order human. With a fierce cry, blank ink strength erupted from her and she assailed Yang Kai, her razor-sharp claws serving as her weapons as she slashed wildly. Ignoring her attack entirely, Yang Kai raised his fist and punched out, engaging in a deadly melee. Hong hong hong. Black and golden blood splattered out. The pair even began coughing up blood onto each other's faces as their bodies trembled fiercely. In just a short time, the female feudal lord's ferocity was quickly dulled, as the momentum she had collapsed. She hadn't met a human like this before. Everyone in the human race had viewed death slightly differently in critical situations, and there were indeed times when her enemies would choose to drag Black Ink clansmen down with them in death. However, Yang Kai was the first human she had encountered who was so vicious. How is he human? He's more like a ravenous beast. What made her even more terrified was that the erosion of Black Ink's strength seemed to have no effect on him. Even with the help of her sharp claws, there was no evidence of Black Ink's strength corrupting him. She was quite hopeful that it would still take effect. If it did, she could take him down with ease once her Black Ink strength had completely corrupted him. She might even be able to obtain a powerful new Black Ink disciple. It had to be noted that capturing a Black Ink disciple on the battlefield was something to be proud of in the Black Ink clan. However, even now, this man's consciousness remained crystal clear. Not only that, the power from each of his punches was heavier than the previous one. There were no signs of him weakening at all. She was well versed in regards to humans and was aware that their small universes served as a foundation of their cultivation. If the small universe was disrupted, it would affect their strength. Logically speaking, after all these violent clashes, Yang Kai's combat ability should have been reduced. But it was the complete opposite for him. Additionally, close combat was not her forte. The dreadful thought that she would perish at the hands of this strange human slowly crept into the female feudal lord's mind. She was terrified when this notion crossed her thoughts, and she seriously considered fleeing. After another clash, the female feudal lord suddenly tried to shake off Yang Kai and retreat. "Want to run?" Yang Kai glared fiercely. He did not immediately chase after her, but rather his body shook and the void stretched infinitely as space principles surged. Near distant horizon. The female feudal lord was shocked to discover that no matter how hard she tried to escape, she was unable to move away from Yang Kai due to some strange power engulfing her. What is this secret technique? Despite the fact that she had no idea what the mystery of this secret technique was, her fingers were moving as swiftly as the wind, and she immediately broke free of its restraints by disrupting the space around her. In the end, she was still stronger than Yang Kai in terms of realms. Thus, near-distant horizon couldn't trap her for long. But thanks to this moment of delay, Yang Kai successfully caught up to her, and the fierce battle continued. Outside, on the battlefield, Feng Ying wielded her long sword. She was one of the strongest Seventh-Order Masters in Blue Sky Pass, so no one other than a Black Ink territory lord could stop her. All around her, sword chi flashed as Black Ink clansmen died before Feng Ying even approached them. Even a Black Ink clan feudal lord could hardly resist 3 strikes from her sword. They could either flee or fight on knowing they would die. She had not used her divine manifestation, but if she did, her strength would only increase further. Feng Ying once killed a territory lord, even if she did so with Yang Kai's assistance, so it was clear she had an incredibly strong heritage. She kept moving forward, with many allies helping her clear the way, and eventually reached the front lines of the battle. At the spot where Golden Crow casts the sun had previously erupted, she turned around and looked in all directions. Her divine sense surged, but she was unable to locate Yang Kai at all. Her face suddenly sank. Could it be that she was too late and Yang Kai had already been killed? Two feudal lords were besieging a seventh-order master nearby, and he was in danger of dying at any moment. Even though humans were somewhat stronger than those from the Black Ink clan in the same realm, two fists could not block 4 strikes. Once two feudal lords joined forces, most seventh-order masters would not be their opponent. Slashing out with her sword, Feng Ying struck the two feudal lords and forced them to retreat temporarily. "Have you seen Yang Kai?" she urgently questioned, grabbing the collar of the seventh-order master before he re-engaged the two feudal lords. The old man who was caught by her was stunned and asked, "Who's Yang Kai?" Suddenly, Feng Ying remembered that not everyone knew who Yang Kai was, or what he looked like. She realized that she might not be able to learn anything by asking this question, so she instantly changed the question to, "Have you seen a strange sixth-order youth?" "You're looking for him?" The elderly man instantly knew who she was referring to. This old man was one of the 4 masters that Yang Kai had been cooperating with before. There were innumerable sixth-order youths on the battlefield, but Feng Ying must have her reason for asking, so the old man recalled a certain sixth-order master right away. "Where is he?" Feng Ying was nervous about the response she would receive. She was afraid the answer was not what she wanted to hear. The old man's expression suddenly darkened, and he pointed to a specific area, saying, "In there, dealing with a feudal lord." Looking in the direction he was pointing, Feng Ying noticed a sizable gathering of black ink clouds. Feng Ying's heart clenched. That brat was very strong, but unfortunately, the old man let out a small sigh. He would have liked to look after Yang Kai on the battlefield if it were possible, but unfortunately, he was entirely preoccupied with dealing with the two feudal lords who surrounded him and couldn't render any aid. The old man didn't know how Feng Ying was related to Yang Kai, so he simply blurted out, "My condolence." He was almost positive that the feudal lord had already killed the boy. After all, even if it was him, his fate would not be pleasant if he were to fight inside those black ink clouds. "He won't die so easily." Feng Ying gritted her teeth. She had witnessed Yang Kai's abilities. What's more, Yang Kai still had a world spring and would not be corrupted by black ink strength. He could even transform into a grand dragon. But she was also aware that Yang Kai would not simply transform into his grand dragon form even if his life was in danger solely because he entered the battlefield this time to seek an opportunity to break through. Transforming into a grand dragon simply meant he failed to accomplish his goal. Feng Ying sped towards the black ink cloud as soon as the words were spoken. The very next moment, though, a sudden change occurred. Two entwined figures suddenly burst out of an enormous black ink cloud. The two were so close to each other, it was as if they were one person. The murderous aura emanating from the two figures made one's blood run cold. Feng Ying's eyes lit up as soon as she recognized that one of the figures was Yang Kai. He's still alive. He can still be saved. Just when Feng Ying prepared to rush to his rescue, she stopped abruptly, her expression odd. The old man was also shocked when he looked over. It was the previous female feudal lord who was entangled with Yang Kai, with his arms tightly encircled around her body like chains. This was only possibly because her figure was quite small. If she was like most Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to use his arms to tie her up like this. It was possible to imagine the intensity of the power of Yang Kai's physique as fresh blood continued to spew forth from the mouth of the female feudal lord. The bones in her upper body had been crushed, and it was clear that her chest had caved in slightly. Her pain was visible in the twisted expression on her face. Yang Kai's shirt was gone, leaving him half naked, while the female feudal lord was also almost completely naked in her shredded clothing. Feng Ying and the elderly man were at a loss for words as they observed this scene. Naturally, this had not been part of Yang Kai's original plan, it was just that the female feudal lord was constantly trying to escape. Even though he once used near-distant horizon to stop her, he might not be able to do so if she tried again. In order to prevent his opponent from fleeing, Yang Kai had to resort to this. Although his cultivation was one minor realm lower than his opponent, the ferocity of Yang Kai's strength was enough to battle against this female feudal lord. As she was struggling to escape, more of her bones broke and stabbed into her organs, causing her immense pain. With her life on the line, she held nothing back, but because she was unable to use her arms as they were currently bound, she used her knees to kick and struggle against Yang Kai's lower half. Fortunately, Yang Kai was prepared for this as well, and as a result, he managed to wrap his legs around hers and lock them in place. It was this scene that appeared in front of Feng Ying and the others. Yang Kai unleashed a vicious headbutt, causing him to see stars while knocking the female feudal lord's head back. A large bump even formed on Yang Kai's forehead as a result, but he couldn't care less at the moment. The female feudal lord, of course, didn't just lay there waiting for death and fought back with everything she had. The sound of their battle echoed all around. All the open heaven realm masters gasped when they saw this scene. It was the first time they had witnessed such a scene even after fighting against the Black Ink clan for so long. Yang Kai's brutality was simply shocking. Where did this guy come from? Predicting that Yang Kai was going to headbutt her again, the female feudal lord stretched her slender neck, resulting in his attack missing its mark. The next instant, her stretched-out head abruptly bounced back. Her cherry lips parted to reveal the fangs in the corners of her mouth as she bit towards the nearest exposed target. Feng Ying had come to help immediately after recognizing Yang Kai's figure, but she was too late, as she had to witness the female feudal lord's teeth sinking into Yang Kai's neck with her own eyes. Martial Peak, Chapter 4971, Join Forces to Kill the Enemy. Feng Ying's heart nearly stopped at that precise moment. If Yang Kai died here, it would be an immeasurable loss to the entire human race. Even though she wanted to aid him, Yang Kai and the female feudal master were literally entangled with each other, so she did not dare to simply intervene. All she could do was move close and prepare to assist at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar sounded through the void, and before Feng Ying's eyes, Yang Kai, who had been bitten by the female feudal lord, unleashed the power of his dragon vein. His head shook and transformed into a grand dragon's head, with sharp horns and a flowing beard. Although his head turned into that of a dragon, his body remained human, giving him a very strange appearance. The dragon head turned in a swift movement, opened its giant maw, and bit brutally into the female feudal lord's slender neck, letting her get a taste of her own medicine. Feng Ying's face twitched when she saw this strange scene. Yang Kai and the female feudal lord seemed to be hugging, with their heads pressed against each other's necks, like a pair of passionate lovers. Of course, the murderous intent that radiated from them made it clear that they wanted nothing more than to kill one another. Dragon roars and piercing screams sounded continuously as fresh blood spewed everywhere. Shortly after, the dragon head suddenly pulled back, and the female feudal lord's head was ripped clean off. A bewildered and incredulous expression hung on her face as her vitality swiftly dissipated. Fresh black blood poured out like a fountain from the place where her head had been torn off. Meanwhile, the dragon's jaw crunched hard, while the body previously imprisoned in Yang Kai's arms was burst by a violent force. Yang Kai raised his head to the sky after spitting out the filth in his mouth and roared. On the chaotic battlefield, his figure terrified numerous Black Ink clansmen, none daring to approach him. The battle with the female feudal lord was truly dangerous, but his enemy had looked down on him too much, allowing Yang Kai to gain a decisive advantage. The female feudal lord tried her hardest to reverse the situation, but in such close quarters, her options were severely limited. In the end, she eventually lost and died in battle. The next moment, Yang Kai felt someone rushing at him and instinctually threw out his fist. Feng Ying became pale in shock and immediately flourished her sword to deflect the punch while at the same time shouting, "Yang Kai!" Upon hearing his name, Yang Kai brought his fist back and locked eyes with the person approaching from behind. His blood-red eyes flashed, and his violent impulses finally began to subside. He then nodded to Feng Ying, and the massive dragon head returned to its original form. Feng Ying took a deep breath as she looked down at his neck. A bite wound on Yang Kai's neck was vivid and clear. A deep gash that made it a fair way through his neck demonstrated just how much strength the female feudal lord used at the very end. If Yang Kai hadn't reacted quickly enough, Feng Ying might actually have had to collect his corpse. Nevertheless, fortune had favored him. Yang Kai appeared to be seriously injured, but such a wound was actually not a major issue to a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "Have you come to your senses?" Feng Ying inquired. Killing a Black Ink feudal lord all on his own was a major accomplishment for a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but Feng Ying felt that in that life-or-death battle, Yang Kai had completely lost track of his surroundings and given in to his battle instincts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to punch her when she approached him. Yang Kai nodded in response, feeling a little guilty. "Army Commander Zhong has ordered you to immediately return to the inner sanctum," Feng Ying remarked. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. "I'm part of the human race too." The connotation was he wanted to contribute on the battlefield between the two races. Feng Ying gritted her teeth as she solemnly warned, "On the battlefield, orders are absolute. Yang Kai, don't make things difficult for me." She came here to get Yang Kai to return. Even though she knew exactly why he had come to this battlefield, a breakthrough to the Seventh Order was something that should not be rushed. His safety was of utmost importance. Feng Ying really didn't know what she should do if Yang Kai insisted on not returning. She couldn't force him to obey, could she? "Martial Ant, I'm not officially a member of Blue Sky Pass, so the army commander's orders can't restrain me," Yang Kai grinned. When she heard those words, Feng Ying was taken aback. Yang Kai was indeed not registered in Blue Sky Pass. Although he had been there for some time, with the ongoing war and the vital role he had to play, there was simply no time for Yang Kai to officially register himself, let alone be assigned a position in one of the armies. Feng Ying couldn't argue either if he insisted on using this reasoning. In a daze, Yang Kai dashed away, heading straight towards the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Black Ink Clan feudal lords who were still battling it out nearby. Feng Ying hurriedly chased after him, advising him bitterly as she traveled side by side with him, "Yang Kai, consider the big picture. I'm just a Sixth Order junior. I don't know what big picture you're talking about. All I know is that the Black Ink Clan is here, and that agitates me," Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. As the words fell, the pair had already closed in on a Black Ink feudal lord. This feudal lord, along with another comrade, was originally fighting the old man, but he was now diverted away by Yang Kai, which immediately eased the pressure on the elderly man. Seeing how stubborn Yang Kai was acting, and realizing that this chaotic battlefield was not a suitable place to convince him, Feng Ying clenched her teeth, drew her fingers across her blade, and shouted, "Myriad Swords Dragon!" With a loud clatter, thousands of sword waves emerged behind her. These sword waves were so dense that they were practically solid, with sharp sword chi emanating from them. The sword waves quickly gathered towards her, forming the body of a 1,000-meter-long sword dragon. As for Feng Ying herself, she was perfectly hidden inside the head of the sword dragon. The dragon roared, and it shot directly towards the direction of Yang Kai and the feudal lord. When he saw this, the feudal lord, who was fighting against Yang Kai, became pale with fright. The Black Ink clan was well versed in their enemy's tactics and abilities, so, at a glance, he recognized the Myriad Swords Dragon as a human master's divine manifestation. How would he have the audacity to take it head-on? Immediately, he tried to flee, but how could Yang Kai allow that? Immediately, space principles flared and shackled the feudal lord in place. Frozen for an instant, the feudal lord watched helplessly as the sword dragon opened its terrifying maw and devoured him in one gulp. Yang Kai was also devoured by the sword dragon along with the feudal lord as he was just too close for Feng Ying's attack to succeed without avoiding him, not that she planned to either. Once Yang Kai entered the sword dragon's belly, he vividly felt the deadly murderous intent and the rich sword chi around him, but he remained unharmed. On the contrary, the feudal lord who had been devoured by Feng Ying's sword dragon too, cried out ceaselessly as his body was viscously cut to pieces. A short while later, the aura of the feudal lord disappeared, indicating that Feng Ying had killed him. Even so, she had no intention of letting Yang Kai out. The massive sword dragon turned around and began rushing back towards Blue Sky Pass. If Yang Kai refused to return to Blue Sky Pass, she would just capture him and bring him back herself. However, just as she turned to leave, Feng Ying's expression changed. This was because Yang Kai was thrashing around inside the sword dragon's belly, attempting to break free. Yang Kai was rapidly covered in wounds despite Feng Ying's best efforts to restrict her sword qi. He clearly has no intention of compromising. His relentless efforts proved how he would not stop until he escaped or she allowed him to leave. Feng Ying felt like stomping her foot in frustration. Of course, she could lock Yang Kai in the sword dragon, but doing so would only result in a lose-lose situation. After some thought, the myriad swords dragon opened an exit, and Yang Kai emerged outside in an instant. "Smelly brat, what do you think you're doing?" Feng Ying raged. "We collaborated quite well just now, how about we join forces to kill some enemies?" Grinned Yang Kai as blood dripped from his wounds. "You want to join forces with me? I have the power to restrict the enemy's movements, and you have the power to eliminate them. We complement each other perfectly." Feng Ying's thoughts shifted as she looked at him from top to bottom. "Is that your only intention?" Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "You're here already. What other intentions can I have?" Seeing his sincerity, Feng Ying nodded slightly. "I hope that's the case." Forcing Yang Kai to return was basically impossible, so she would have no other option but to guard him since he insisted on staying on the battlefield. Rather than just being by his side guarding him though, it was preferable to work with him to eliminate some enemies. As Yang Kai stated, the restrictive abilities of Space Principles was extremely useful, and the power of the Myriad Swords Dragon was overwhelming. With the two of them joining forces, only a territory lord would be able to stop them. Of course, Feng Ying also had made other considerations before agreeing to Yang Kai. Seeing how Yang Kai was acting, he seemed to have given up on his original purpose of coming to the Black Ink battlefield. The purpose of sneaking out was undoubtedly to grasp the opportunity to break through while treading the fine line between life and death. However, the atmosphere of the battlefield had influenced him, causing him to fully immerse himself in it, seeking the blood of the enemy wholeheartedly. This caused him to change his priorities. Thinking about it logically, Feng Ying felt that agreeing with Yang Kai to join forces was her best option, as it would allow her to guard him as closely as possible. However, if this was done, Yang Kai's chance to advance to the Seventh Order by risking his life in battle would be lost. It was impossible to put Yang Kai in danger with her protection unless a territory lord came after them, but all the territory lords were tied up dealing with the Eighth Order masters. That was why Yang Kai said that he had no other intentions now that the situation had reached this point. There was no way to carry out his initial goal even if he wanted to. With a Seventh Order master like Feng Ying constantly protecting him, there would be no chance for him to experience any near-death situations. The instant Feng Ying nodded, Yang Kai bolted and stood atop the sword dragon's head. The sword dragon shook its head and flicked its tail, crashing into the nearby Black Ink clan army. Wherever it passed, a rain of chaos descended. The pair had a clear target, the Black Ink feudal lords. The other Black Ink clansmen they killed along the way were nothing more than a bonus. A moment later, the sword dragon dashed to the vicinity of the nearby warship, which was currently under siege by two feudal lords. Thankfully, the warship was a carefully refined artifact, so its protective shields were very powerful. Not to mention, there were many human masters on board, so even if they were besieged by two feudal lords, they could deal with them for some time and even spare some attention to thin out the surrounding Black Ink clansmen. Martial Peak, Chapter 4972, Deception. Before the sword dragon could reach them, the two feudal lords had already noticed it, so one of the massive feudal lords came forward, attempting to intercept it. He moved swiftly, but all of a sudden, a figure mysteriously appeared in front of his eyes and obstructed his path. While the feudal lord was slightly taken aback, Yang Kai had already taken action, using space principles to lock the surrounding space. As soon as the feudal lord's huge figure froze, the sword dragon opened its terrifying maw and devoured him, killing him soon after. Elsewhere, the defense lines of the three eastern, southern and northern armies shrank as they retreated towards Blue Sky Pass under the onslaught of the Black Ink Clan army. This couldn't be helped. Originally, the three armies were still holding their ground and even had some small advantages over the Black Ink Clan. However, Zhong Liang had to put down his dignity and ask for assistance from the other three armies to bring Yang Kai, who snuck out of Blue Sky Pass, back. The three army commanders, Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, and Shen Tu Mao, knew the importance of Yang Kai, so without hesitation, they sent a portion of their armies to assist. Thus, the three armies could now only switch to a defensive stance, or their lines would collapse. After the division of the armies, the defending Open Heaven Masters became immensely agitated. The majority were unaware of what had occurred. They simply knew there were fewer allies on their side and they had to pull back in order to withstand the Black Ink Clan's vicious assault. But this kind of deployment couldn't last for long as the defense lines were at risk of being breached. Once that happened, the Black Ink Clan army would be able to directly assault Blue Sky Pass. Though it would still be hard to conquer the Great Pass, casualties would be unavoidable, and if that happened, the foundation of the entire human race's position would be in danger. The three army commanders' expressions darkened. Inside, they were cursing Yang Kai for being so reckless and willful. This battlefield was not a place where one could simply act as they wished. If they managed to bring him back to the inner sanctum afterwards, they would strictly monitor him to ensure he never snuck out to the battlefield again. Approximately 30% of the three armies immediately retreated back to Blue Sky Pass and gathered in the central square. Then, they quickly raced to the Western Army's defense line. Some 7,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters drew their artifacts and began their attack on the Black Ink Clan. In an instant, the Black Ink Clan was overwhelmed. On the Western Front, the Black Ink Clan was initially on par with the Western Army. However, the sudden influx of reinforcements was like an entire additional human army had appeared. How could the Black Ink Clan deal with this? One after another, feudal lords were killed, and even some territory lords began to falter. The Western Black Ink army descended into chaos, and the humans took advantage of the situation to slaughter as many as they could. They would definitely not pass up this chance to deal damage to the enemy. On the Western defense line, having at some point disengaged from the territory lord he was previously battling, Zhong Liang stood, peering out at the situation. He had already received a message from Feng Ying, who was on the battlefield. Despite the fact that the battlefield was chaotic and deadly, taking some time to deliver a message was not at all a problem. Yang Kai had been located, but as he refused to return, Feng Ying could not force him back. Moreover, the location they were at was already at the forefront of the battlefield where they could come face to face with Black Ink Clan masters at any time. Any negligence could result in disastrous consequences. Feng Ying also said that Yang Kai had given up his intention of achieving a breakthrough, and was now cooperating with her to kill the enemy. Their efforts had proved fruitful already. She proceeded to send out a message asking whether they should continue to kill or convince Yang Kai to return. Zhong Liang frowned. Yang Kai had obviously given up his intention to break through, and Feng Ying was protecting him. What's more, the brat had a world spring, so there was no risk of him being corrupted by Black Ink strength. Under such circumstances, being out on the battlefield was not too dangerous. After all the territory lords in the Western region were being dealt with by the Eighth Order Masters. As long as no territory lord took action against them, Feng Ying and Yang Kai would be able to defend themselves. But there were also all the what-if situations. What if both of them accidentally fell into the trap and got surrounded by the enemy? Two fists couldn't block four strikes. Yang Kai's existence was just too vital to be jeopardized. So, after some thought, Zhong Liang responded, urging Feng Ying to convince Yang Kai to return to Blue Sky Pass no matter what. Even if it required her to break his arms and legs to bring him back, it had to be done. Feng Ying replied less than an incense stick later, stating that persuasion failed. Yang Kai insisted on remaining on the battlefield to contribute and indicated that if Feng Ying forced him, he would immediately escape from her sight, which Yang Kai had proven he was capable of by using space principles right in front of her. Feng Ying continued to report that although she was definitely stronger than him, if he really had the intention of escaping, she couldn't stop him. That little bastard! Zhong Liang cursed. This brat is too stubborn. Does he not know how important he is? He couldn't be persuaded to return, so all they could do was force the battle to end as quickly as possible so Yang Kai would have no choice but to withdraw. Zhong Liang immediately sent orders to the division commanders to fight harder and either kill the territory lords or force them to retreat. It was only by doing this that the battle would end and Yang Kai would be forced to return, even if he didn't want to. The current force on the western side was nearly equal to 2 full armies, which proved too much for the Black Ink clan. With every breath, large numbers of Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered, and the sounds of masters dying emerged one after the other on the battlefield. After half a day, the Western Black Ink army had been forced back almost 100,000 kilometers. The human masters were constantly pressuring them and continuing to slaughter them mercilessly. Suddenly, Zhong Liang's female adjutant approached, cupped her fist, and said, "Sir, speak." Zhong Liang had been studying the flow of the battle and estimated it would only take another half a day to clear the Western Army's front. By that time, he could call it a day and withdraw the army. The other 3 armies have urged us to act quickly and return their manpower as they are on the verge of being defeated. Zhong Liang turned his head in shock and asked, "So quickly?" He had borrowed troops from the 3 armies, and knew that such an action would have consequences. After all, the 4 sides of Blue Sky Pass were only holding fast rather than advancing before now. Withdrawing 30% of the eastern, southern, and northern armies would undoubtedly put a heavy strain on them. While the Western Army had an overwhelming advantage, the other 3 armies would have to pay a steep price. However, Zhong Liang didn't expect the situation to become so bad so quickly. He believed it would be a simple matter for the 3 other armies to maintain their lines for a couple of days at least. Contrary to his expectations, only half a day had gone by before this scenario played out. The adjutant then replied, "The Black Ink clan have seemingly gone mad. They are ignoring the costs and assaulting the 3 armies without regard for their casualties." Zhong Liang's brow furrowed. The Black Ink clan was acting unusual, but he couldn't figure out why, so he didn't think too hard before he ordered, "Send them this message, tell them to hold for half a day more no matter what. After that, I will go there in person to assist them." The adjutant nodded and quickly carried out her orders. On the northern, southern, and eastern defense lines, Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, and Shen Tuimo received Zhong Liang's reply. The first thing they did was curse Zhong Liang for not supervising Yang Kai properly and allowing this mess to happen in the first place, but immediately after, they reorganized their lines to assume a complete defensive posture, ceasing all attempts to counterattack the enemy. The army commanders even set out personally to battle against the territory lords in order to buy more time for the Western Army. The fact that the 3 army commanders battled in person was inspiring to the human masters, and the Black Ink clan army's reckless assault also resulted in many casualties on their side. It was not long before the Black Ink army began losing momentum after suffering so many losses, but they still refused to withdraw for some reason. On the Western Army's defense line, the Black Ink clan army had retreated repeatedly, now having been pushed back almost 200,000 kilometers. The void along the way was littered with Black Ink clan corpses, showing the heavy losses they had taken in this battle. 2 hours later, as the Western Army was cutting into the rear lines of the Black Ink clan army, a peculiar situation arose on the Eastern Front. The Black Ink clan army, which had been almost suicidally attacking the Eastern Army's defenses, suddenly came to a halt for some reason, and after a brief rally, turned around and flew off. The Eastern Army commander, Ding Yao, standing in the void, gawked in shock at the scene. He had no idea why the Black Ink clan army withdrew all of a sudden. An adjutant standing nearby cheered, "Army commander, the Black Ink clan is retreating." Ding Yao snorted, "I can see that, I'm not blind." The adjutant awkwardly cleared his throat and said nothing further. An injured division commander nearby frowned and muttered, "But why? Army commander, do we pursue them?" The adjutant hurriedly warned, "Sirs, this might be a trap. The Black Ink clan may be trying to lure us out." The division commander did not argue his point, as he had similar concerns. The Black Ink clan had never done anything like this before. They appeared to have evacuated their soldiers, but in reality, they might be digging a pit and waiting for the humans to jump into it. If it was really a trap, they couldn't go after them, or they would be caught. Just as the adjutant's words fell, he received a communication and hurried to inspect it. A moment later, he raised his head with a perplexed expression. "Army commander, the Black Ink clan on the southern and northern fronts have also withdrawn." Ding Yao turned his head hurriedly and asked for confirmation. "The Black Ink clan to the north and south also retreated." The adjutant nodded firmly. Word was passed from both sides. "They are also asking us what the situation is here." Ding Yao was now dumbfounded. The Black Ink clan withdrew its troops from the eastern, southern, and northern fronts. What exactly were they up to? Whatever the Black Ink clan's intentions were, such a large-scale three-sided retreat did not appear to be part of some elaborate trap. There were simply too many risks with this type of grand plan. Defeating an entire army, as the expression goes, is as difficult as collapsing a mountain. Such a large reorganization of the Black Ink clan's deployment would leave them scattered and out of position, rendering any kind of trap they wanted to set useless, at least for a while. So, after a brief hesitation, Ding Yao shouted, "All units, pursue the enemy." The adjutant was startled and hurriedly discouraged. "Army commander, we should be wary of Ding Yao kicked him in the butt and snapped, "Trap my ass. What kind of trap could there be in this situation? Inform the northern and southern armies about my decision, and ask Liang Yulong and Shen Tumo to make their decision quickly." He was the army commander of the Eastern Army, so he could not command them to do anything, but Ding Yao believed that Liang Yulong and Shen Tumo would make the correct decision. After all, they had been fighting alongside each other for thousands of years. They understood one another perfectly. Right after he gave the order, Ding Yao rushed out first, followed by numerous human masters from the Eastern Army. In an instant, the human army began pursuing the retreating enemy. Martial Peak, Chapter 4973, Surround and Kill. The adjutant got up and stomped angrily as he watched the army leave before hastily sending a message to the northern and southern armies. He then hurriedly followed the army forward. Ding Yao's judgment was swiftly proven correct. Liang Yulong's southern army and Shen Tumo's northern army immediately made the same decision when they received the message stating that Ding Yao ordered his army to pursue the retreating enemy. Within moments, other than those who had to stay behind to tend to the wounded, tens of thousands of human masters set out to attack the enemy from 3 different directions. On the Eastern Army side, Ding Yao led the charge to hunt down the Black Ink clan. He was initially a bit worried that the Black Ink clan was really scheming something, but after chasing them for a while, he discovered that the enemy appeared to have no plots in mind. It was a true retreat with no traps along the way. This made him completely relieved, and to the Black Ink clan army who made a beleaguered retreat, they would show no mercy. It was not when the 2 massive armies were facing one another in a large-scale battle that massive casualties were incurred. Although there would be losses in conflicts when they were battling each other, the casualties suffered would be minimal as long as the difference in strength between the 2 sides was not too big. What truly led to mass casualties was when one party lost the will to fight and was forced to escape. Great results could naturally be achieved when chasing down a disorganized, fleeing enemy as the pursuing side could focus all their attention on attacking. This was the scenario that the Eastern Army found itself in right now. When the Black Ink clan army saw that the human army was pursuing and attacking them from behind, they sacrificed some of their troops to block the Eastern Army. Needless to say, these Black Ink clansmen were rapidly wiped out. The whole of the Eastern Army was deployed, so masters were as numerous as clouds and naturally they dealt significant damage to the enemy. The same situation occurred with both the northern and southern armies as well. The number of Black Ink clansmen killed was so high they couldn't be counted anymore. Ding Yao and the others weren't sure why the Black Ink clan retreated at first, but after pursuing them for some time, they realized that the Black Ink clansmen were all heading in the same direction. The Western Front. The Black Ink clan armies in the north, south, and east were all racing towards the west to provide assistance. When Ding Yao and the rest discovered this, they hurriedly sent a message to Zhong Liang to alert him of the situation. Zhong Liang was shocked as well when he heard the message, because he never anticipated the Black Ink clan to respond in such a manner. It made no sense. Although the Black Ink clan on the Western Front were defeated and were fleeing due to Zhong Liang borrowing so many reinforcements, the Black Ink clan armies in the north, south, and east did not need to risk coming here to rescue them. All the enemy needed to do was continue to attack Blue Sky Pass to overturn their defeat on the Western Front. Given what Zhong Lang knew of the Black Ink clan, he wouldn't be surprised if they were willing to sacrifice their entire western force if they could breach Blue Sky Pass defenses on the other three sides. Unlike the human race, the Black Ink clan cared little for their fellow clansmen, so they wouldn't provide support to each other at the risk of their own lives and benefits. There was definitely something wrong here, but for a while, Zhong Liang couldn't figure out what the problem was. However, this had provided him with a tremendous chance. Initially, he had to take a lot of risks by borrowing troops from the three other armies. This approach aided the Western Front, but thinned the lines on the south, north, and east. The original plan was for him to wait until the fighting on the Western Front ended before he sent reinforcements to the other three fronts. But the Black Ink clan had apparently become impatient for some reason and was now all but handing victory to them. Zhong Liang, who had served as army commander for thousands of years, was extremely sensitive to the ebb and flow of the battlefield, so he did not miss this chance to capitalize on the situation. Immediately, he sent orders to redeploy the army. On the western battlefield, the human masters quickly seized the initiative and began dividing up their forces. Some pursued the remnants of the Black Ink clan's western army while another portion turned around to meet the enemy reinforcements. At the same time, Zhong Liang himself also disappeared from where he stood and hurried towards the battlefield. Ding Yao and others were already fighting on the front lines, and every asset that both Blue Sky Pass and the Black Ink clan possessed had been deployed. It was almost predetermined that the Black Ink clan would lose this war now, so there was no need for Zhong Liang to restrain himself. Soon after, Zhong Liang reached the front lines. The divided army had already prepared itself and was just waiting for the command to attack. When they saw the army commander arrive, their gazes sharpened and they readied themselves to charge. When the division commanders came to inquire about the situation, Zhong Liang did not hold anything back and informed them of the changes on the other three fronts, drawing happy cheers from all around. They understood the situation just as well as Zhong Liang did. They all recognized that the Black Ink clan had made a huge blunder this time. "Here they come," one of the division commanders said soon after. Everyone turned towards Blue Sky Pass and saw three massive Black Ink armies moving in their direction like tidal waves. These groups were undoubtedly the Black Ink clan armies from the north, east, and southern fronts. Behind those three armies were the humans who were closely chasing after them. They were the armies led by Ding Yao and the other army commanders. During the pursuit, the Black Ink clan was taking heavy casualties, with life auras disappearing en masse. Soon, the Black Ink clan armies that retreated gathered together. Likewise, the human race armies rendezvoused like many streams flowing into the ocean. The split force from the Western Army held their ground, waiting for the enemy to arrive. As the Black Ink clan army took in the situation, many of them wanted to turn around and flee. However, Zhong Liang had been waiting for this moment in person, so he certainly wouldn't allow the Black Ink clan to do as they wished. Drawing his sword, he lifted it high and roared, "With me, men, kill!" As soon as his words dropped, his body transformed into a stream of light as he crashed towards the approaching Black Ink clan army. Following him were the 8th Order Division commanders, and behind them was the rest of the army. Divine abilities pummeled the Black Ink clan army even before they arrived, and in the blink of an eye, the Black Ink clan suffered massive casualties. Ding Yao and other army commanders lead their forces into the fray, showing no mercy. In the void, the Black Ink clan army from the east, north, and south sides, who had just gathered together, were now surrounded and besieged. World forces continuously erupted as the light of diving abilities and secret techniques set the void alight. The situation soon descended into chaos. Even taking its entire history into consideration, Blue Sky Pass had not engaged in many battles of this scale. Previously, Blue Sky Pass's defenders were separated into 4 armies that each fought independently of one another. It was the same for the Black Ink clan. The current condition, though, was essentially all of Blue Sky Pass forces against all of the Black Ink clan army in one massive melee. On their way to the west to provide support, the Black Ink clan had already taken significant losses from Ding Yao and the other 3 armies' pursuit, and now they were halted by Zhong Liang's army from the front. They were assailed from both sides, forcing them into a passive position where they couldn't counterattack at all. The number of feudal lords that had fallen was simply uncountable, and even 3 territory lords had perished in less than half an hour. The Black Ink clan army, like any cornered beast, naturally fought back fiercely. They tried their hardest to break through, but the more desperately they struggled, the greater the casualties they suffered. At the front lines of the western battlefield, Feng Ying's divine manifestation was in shambles and no longer possessed its original power. Yang Kai had been standing on top of the dragon's head, working with Feng Ying to kill the enemy all this time. More than a dozen feudal lords had perished at the hands of these two, but their resistance before death could not be disregarded. Yang Kai and Feng Ying both suffered a lot, especially Yang Kai, whose bare chest was covered with scars and blood, making him look equal parts terrifying and miserable. But to him, it didn't matter as long as the injury wasn't fatal. The massive commotion behind him of course drew Yang Kai's attention, and as he turned his head to look back and saw that the 2 races' armies were locked in battle some distance away, and he exclaimed in shock, "Why are there so many Black Ink clansmen coming from behind us?" Feng Ying also noticed the situation behind him and commented, "They should be reinforcements from the other 3 fronts." It seems that the battle on the Western Front is so intense that the Black Ink clan can't hold on any longer, Yang Kai smirked. He assumed that the Black Ink clan armies from the other 3 fronts came to assist because of the disadvantage they suffered on the Western Front, but Feng Ying had the feeling that something was amiss. Compared to Yang Kai, who was new to the Black Ink battlefield, Feng Ying had been here for thousands of years and had some grasp of the Black Ink clan's way of thinking. Typically, even if the war on the Western Front was very intense, the Black Ink clan on the other 3 lines would never come to support them. Instead, they would attack Blue Sky Pass more and more aggressively with no regard for the lives of their allies. However, despite the fact that she had no idea why this was happening, the reality in front of her was clear. The human race had achieved a significant advantage, and after this battle, the Black Ink clan would definitely suffer severe losses. On the Western Front, the reinforcements Zhong Liang borrowed from the 3 other armies were in charge of intercepting the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan, while the original Western army was still in charge of advancing. It was impossible for everyone to turn around and intercept the Black Ink clan reinforcements, otherwise, the original Western Black Ink army would assault them from behind, and in the end, the human race would also find itself besieged from both sides. The Black Ink clan on the Western Front was still trying to retreat. Having taken huge losses over the past day or so though, they were unable to withstand the assault of the Western army. The sword dragon shook its head and flicked its tail, charging towards a Black Ink feudal lord. The high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen along the way all burst and died as the sharp sword waves brushed across them. The feudal lord, who apparently had sharp perception, sensed the approaching crisis and instantly turned his head to stare at Sword Dragon and roared. His initially large body expanded as rich Black Ink strength lingered around his figure. Next, a fierce punch was thrown towards the Sword Dragon. With one punch, space shook. Yang Kai, who was standing atop the Sword Dragon's head, abruptly stepped forward and his Azure Dragon spear thrust out at the feudal lord without hesitation. When the violent energies collided, Yang Kai flew out while coughing up blood. On the other side, the feudal lord cried out in pain as his gigantic hand was pierced through by the azure dragon spear, causing fresh black blood to gush out. Without giving him a chance to recover, Feng Ying's sword dragon instantly transformed into thousands of sword waves and began pelting the feudal lord. Despite his best efforts to repel them, the feudal lord was swiftly pierced by hundreds of blades. Yang Kai, who had previously been blasted away, flickered and appeared right before his target. Channeling his strength, Yang Kai cast his divine manifestation and the great sun directly struck the feudal lord's chest. A massive hole was silently formed in the feudal lord's chest, and with a conspicuous flash of sword light, Feng Ying, whose divine manifestation had collapsed, found its mark. A massive head flew up, and black blood gushed into the void. The massive body of the feudal lord staggered before collapsing in a dead heap. Martial Peak, Chapter 4974, Royal Lord Appears, Old Ancestor Acts. Feng Ying spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her expression somewhat languid. She could not maintain her divine manifestation anymore. Furthermore, killing that last feudal lord had cost her and Yang Kai a lot. The great sun's afterglow was particularly noticeable, shooting forward like a small sun and scattering a massive black ink cloud in front of it. Yang Kai and Feng Ying helped steady each other, but just as they were about to head for a nearby warship to recover, they felt a shiver run up their spines. It was as if a pair of cold eyes suddenly opened and fixed on them from the depths of the black ink cloud dissipated by Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun. At the same moment, a crushing will seem to awaken from a deep slumber. That will felt as deep as the abyss and carried with it a terrifying aura. Yang Kai's hairs all rose up at once, and his heart clenched tight. When he turned his head sharply to look at the source of the will, Yang Kai saw a massive figure towering inside the rich black ink cloud. It was unknown how long this figure had been in this black ink cloud, as previously, its aura had not been revealed at all and no one had noticed it. Moreover, this location was basically at the rear of the Black Ink clan armies, so humans weren't supposed to be anywhere near here. The repeated losses of the Black Ink clan's western forces had led the battlefield to expand to this place, though, exposing it to the ongoing conflict. Coincidentally, Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation had blown away this particular black ink cloud, revealing the figure hiding inside it. The will was like a sleeping dragon, and once it awakened, the entire universe trembled, causing the raucous battlefield to fall silent. Yang Kai once felt a similar will back in the Black Prison from a Black Ink clan royal lord. However, that royal lord had been sealed and suppressed for countless years, so her strength had been greatly diminished. At the very least, it was far less intense than the one he was currently facing. What he felt right now was orders of magnitude more imposing than back in Black Territory. The royal lord! Feng Ying cried out, her already pale face draining of all remaining color. A Black Ink royal lord was a master on par with a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master. On the Black Ink battlefield, only an old ancestor was worthy to be the opponent of a royal lord. Previously, Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestor had led the human army to attack Black Ink clan's domain, destroying several of their spirit provinces and a number of Black Ink nests. This action enraged the royal lord responsible for this region, so he swiftly marshaled his forces to counterattack, resulting in this current war. As far as Yang Kai knew, Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestors had already fought with the local royal lord, but neither was able to gain an advantage over the other. Both suffered serious injuries, and ever since that battle, the old ancestor had remained in the inner sanctum to recover. Meanwhile, the royal lord was nowhere to be seen. Zhong Liang also stated that the side whose leader recovered first would gain control over the current battle, heavily tipping the scales in their side's favor. The human race assumed that the royal lord had chosen a safe location far from the battlefield to rest and recover. Nobody would have thought that the royal lord had deceived them and actually hidden in a Black Ink cloud only a few 100,000 kilometers away from Blue Sky Pass. Of course, logically speaking, though the royal lord did not retreat very far, ordinarily he wouldn't have been disturbed where he was. Even if he had hidden at the rear of the Blank Ink clan army, he could rest easy and recover as long as the humans did not slaughter their way through the entire Western Black Ink army. All previous wars of this sort had lasted at least a few years, normally taking several dozen years to resolve. With that much time, the royal lord was confident he could completely recover from his current injuries. However, the battle developed in a manner far outside his predictions. Zhong Liang had an overwhelming advantage on the Western Front, having borrowed troops from the other three armies. The Western Black Ink army was repeatedly defeated and forced to withdraw over and over again. Yang Kai and Feng Ying, who were battling on the front lines, had already fought their way right up to the royal lord's hiding place. Then, in one move, Yang Kai's golden crow casts the Sun Divine manifestation just happened to explode near the royal lord and revealed his figure, interfering with his recovery. This situation resulted from a series of accidents and coincidences, startling both the humans and the Black Ink clan. When the royal lord awakened, his pressure instantly filled the battlefield, and the continual slaughtering came to an abrupt halt. Whether it was the humans or the Black Ink clansmen, they all fell into a stupor for a brief moment. Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, Zhong Liang, Shen Tuimo, and all the other Eighth Order masters acutely felt the aura of the royal lord. Turning to look at the source of the aura, their expressions became grim. The royal lord, whose location was a complete mystery to them, was actually on the western battlefield? They had previously tried hard to locate him to gain a tactical advantage, but now he had just been revealed by accident. They had also considered where the royal lord would hide to heal his wounds after being injured by the old ancestor, but the void was vast, so the royal lord simply needed to choose a secure place some distance away, and the human race would never be able to find him. Who knew that all this time he was so close? The rich Black Ink cloud had obscured his figure and aura, and the Black Ink clan army stationed nearby gave him the best protection. Not to mention the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even the old ancestors wouldn't have thought that the royal lord would do such a thing. Zhong Liang instantly felt enlightened, as the questions he had been harboring since learning about the withdrawal of the Black Ink clan from the other three fronts were resolved. He now knew why the Black Ink clan armies, which clearly had the upper hand on the other three fronts, abruptly withdrew and began rushing to the west. This was clearly for protection. The humans and most of the Black Ink clan had no idea where the royal lord was hiding, but the top territory lords would definitely be aware of this information. The Black Ink army on the Western Front was being pushed back as the humans were pressing their advantage, forcing them to retreat again and again. Once the human army invaded the area where the royal lord was healing, the royal lord would undoubtedly be exposed. This could not be allowed, so as a last resort, even though they had the upper hand on the other three fronts, they had to retreat to provide assistance. As a result, they surrendered their advantage and switched from offense to defense. Ding Yao and others also reacted quickly, leading their armies to pursue and kill, inflicting huge casualties to the Black Ink clan armies. Zhong Liang couldn't help but laugh wildly as he comprehended everything. There were numerous twists in this battle that threw them off guard, but overall, the current scenario was extremely favorable to the human race. This was all thanks to him borrowing troops from the other three armies to force back the Black Ink clan on the Western Front. Originally, the plan was to quickly defeat them and rescue Yang Kai from the battlefield. However, at this moment, this one action had actually altered the entire course of the current war. In the next moment, Zhong Liang's heart sank and his face turned black when he remembered Yang Kai. Zhong Liang was so distracted by the sudden and unexpected changes that were happening on the battlefield that he temporarily forgot that Yang Kai was still fighting on the front lines. The little bastard was undoubtedly at the very tip of the Western Army's spear, which meant he was quite far forward. If he was killed by the royal lord, this battle would still be counted as a massive loss even if they managed to slaughter every last Black Ink clansman present. Zhong Liang had no idea that the royal lord had been revealed by Yang Kai's accidental action. There was no telling whether he would laugh or cry in exasperation if he found out. "I'll leave this place to you," Zhong Liang said to the human masters around him before turning around and dashing towards the Western Front, hoping in his heart that Yang Kai did not encounter an accident. The old ancestor would deal with the royal lord now that he had appeared, so Yang Kai would not be in any danger as long as he could protect himself until the old ancestor arrived. At the same moment as Zhong Liang set off, the door to a certain palace in the depths of Blue Sky Pass opened and a figure shot out, transforming into a stream of light as he soared towards the battlefield. The old ancestor had taken action. Yang Kai and Feng Ying had been immobilized at the leading edge of the Western Front. Before the glare of the royal lord, they didn't even have the ability to move a finger. The difference in strength was too enormous, and both Yang Kai and Feng Ying were already arrows at the end of their flight. The two had intended to retreat to a nearby warship to rest and recover after having expended all their strength just now, but who could have predicted that this disaster would suddenly befall them? The ice-cold eyes of the royal lord fixed on Yang Kai, the culprit who had revealed his whereabouts, and murderous intent gradually began to rise from their depths. Of course, Yang Kai had no idea about the royal lord hiding here. All he did was cooperate with Feng Ying to kill a random feudal lord. Blasting off the black ink cloud and exposing the royal lord with the remnants of his golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation was a complete accident. But this matter could not be explained away, nor would it be useful to even try to explain. The royal lord was now staring in their direction as if he was looking at a corpse, obviously aware that Yang Kai was the culprit behind his current awkward situation. As long as the royal lord's gaze was on them, Yang Kai and Feng Ying were incapable of moving as the pressure and nearly tangible murderous intent locked them in place. Pooh! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the royal lord who had been glaring coldly at Yang Kai. Opening his lips, a black mist of blood was spat out by the royal lord. His figure staggered and his aura fluctuated chaotically. Seeing this, Yang Kai and Feng Ying were both shocked and surprised. The royal lord had clearly suffered some kind of backlash from his injuries. It was apparent that his last battle with the old ancestor had left him in a bad state, one that would require several years of cultivation to recover from. What caused his current weakened condition was undoubtedly Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun which wiped away the black ink cloud he was hiding in. This divine manifestation naturally did not cause any direct harm to the royal lord, but it seemed to have disturbed him at a critical moment in his recovery. Usually, a royal lord wouldn't have been affected at all by an attack from a sixth-order human, even one as strong as Yang Kai. However, being interrupted at the critical juncture in his healing had caused a backlash that further aggravated his wounds. It was equivalent to the royal lord striking his old injuries himself. Yang Kai and Feng Ying figured all this out in an instant, and without any hesitation, they turned around and escaped while the royal lord was busy trying to stabilize himself. They couldn't deal with an enemy like this, especially when the two of them didn't have much strength left. If they didn't run, they would undoubtedly die. To escape faster, Yang Kai even employed space principles, trying to carry Feng Ying away with him using instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, the pair was able to flee several thousand kilometers. However, how could the royal lord allow the ant who disturbed him to flee after the shame he had experienced? The royal lord's will flared with murderous intent, and the surrounding space instantly solidified, disturbing Yang Kai's space principles and freezing him in place once more. Chills shot up their spines as the aura of death descended upon them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4975, Survive. Yang Kai had encountered several life-or-death crises since he first began treading the martial Tao, and during the Human-Demon War in the Star Boundary, his body was totally destroyed by Mo Sheng. It was only thanks to the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul that Yang Kai had managed to survive that disaster and resurrect himself with the help of the Immortal Tree. That was unquestionably the most dangerous battle he had ever fought. Still, although that battle was extremely dangerous, he never lost hope. The great emperors all gathered together and united with all the masters of the Star Boundary to face Mo Sheng. Eventually, after a hard-fought battle, they won and saved the Star Boundary, along with all those that lived there. But at this very moment, targeted by this aura of death, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel despair. The royal lord he encountered in Black Territory was completely different from the one behind him now. The Black Prison Royal Lord had been shackled for countless eons and could not bring out anywhere near her full strength. Although the one behind him now was injured, he was still much stronger than the one Yang Kai met in Black Territory. With great effort, Yang Kai stiffly turned his head and saw the massive figure in the black ink cloud wave his giant hand, after which a torrent of darkness surged towards him. The action seemed light and casual, like flicking off an annoying bug, but the bug that was soon to be flicked off was Yang Kai. The darkness cut through the void, shattering the space around it as it rapidly approached its target. At that moment, time seemed to be frozen. Many scenes inexplicably flashed before Yang Kai's eyes. Familiar faces appeared and disappeared like a rotating lantern as his entire life's journey vividly replayed in his mind. All this while, the aura of death grew increasingly intense. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's dragon vein suddenly rampaged. The strength of his dragon vein almost exploded in the face of this certain death crisis. However, even if he transformed into his grand dragon form right now, it would be impossible to resist this seemingly offhanded attack from the Black Ink Royal Lord. The Royal Lord had really used only a small bit of force, a result of the vast disparity in their strength preventing him from even considering Yang Kai a threat worthy enough of a fight. He only intended to kill Yang Kai because he was irritated that this ant had revealed his location and interfered with his recovery process. After this simple strike, the Royal Lord quickly turned his head and gazed in the direction of Blue Sky Pass, where a shooting star-like stream of light was speeding in his direction. The familiar aura of his old enemy, the human race old ancestor, was coming. His whereabouts had been revealed, so the old ancestor would definitely not stand idly by. Facing this human race old ancestor, the Royal Lord naturally felt some anxiety and he could not spare any energy or attention to anything else, so naturally, the irritating human bug he had just swatted had long since left his thoughts. Gotcha! The sound of something cracking rang out from the depths of Yang Kai's heart, and he abruptly came to his senses. The simple strike from the Royal Lord was still bearing down on him, leaving him feeling defeated. It was an absolute suppression of strength, a gulf that could not be crossed. Yang Kai had, however, encountered certain death before, so of course he would not sit still and wait for the end to take him. I will never give up so easily. Yang Kai roared fiercely, resisting the agitation of the dragon vein in his body, refusing to transform into his grand dragon form at this critical juncture. The cry of a golden crow resounded across the void in the next instant, and a great sun slowly rose behind him, followed by a full moon leaping out. As both the sun and the moon appeared together, they formed an astonishing scene. Even the Royal Lord, who was intently observing the old ancestor's movements, took notice of this anomaly and couldn't help glancing over to inspect it. Space principles surged as the sun and moon began orbiting around Yang Kai. When the sun set, the moon rose, and time principles propagated out. The two principal strengths swirled and intermingled just as the sun and moon did, forming a profound and mysterious new strength. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Under Yang Kai's control, the great sun and full moon rapidly spun together and crashed towards the approaching wave of darkness, space-time strength warping everything around it in a surreal manner. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper after he unleashed this blow. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but now he had forced out his greatest trump card, draining almost all the world force left in his small universe. He was now truly out of strength. Yang Kai had no clue whether he could withstand the Royal Lord's attack, but he had already given everything he had. Even under the Royal Lord's pressure, he refused to back down and resolved to fight back. There was no other Sixth Order Master who could claim to have ever accomplished such a feat. Now, life or death was entirely up to fate. Seemingly inspired by Yang Kai, Feng Ying, who was shivering under the Royal Lord's might, let out a fierce cry as well and aggressively mobilized all the strength she had left. 10,000 swords appeared before rapidly condensing into a small sword dragon only a couple dozen meters long that wrapped around Yang Kai and herself. While on the verge of blacking out, Yang Kai was wrapped in the sword dragon. He could not see the scene in front of him, nor hear any noise, only the screeching of swords rang in his ears. In the next instant, a violent surge of energy erupted, forming an unstoppable shockwave that burst out in all directions. Tumbling uncontrollably, Yang Kai clearly felt the sword dragon wrapped around him breaking apart as a result of the impact of the shockwave. Just the fallout had such a violent impact, so it was easy to imagine just how they would have fared if they had been struck directly by the Royal Lord's attack. Feng Ying coughed up blood repeatedly. When her myriad swords dragon, her divine manifestation, was damaged, she naturally suffered along with it. Moments later, the myriad swords dragon completely shattered, revealing the two figures hidden inside. The aftermath was still rampaging, and fresh blood from both Yang Kai and Feng Ying violently gushed from their wounds. They both felt as though they were fallen leaves caught in the raging storm, at risk of being ripped to pieces at any moment. Even at this point though, Feng Ying was still tightly gripping Yang Kai's arm, keeping him from separating from her. As Zhong Liang approached from behind, he happened to see the collision of the wave of darkness with the sun and moon divine wheel from afar. To one party, it was simply a casual strike, while to the other, it was everything they could muster. However, the darkness still came out on top in the clash, collapsing the sun and moon divine wheel after only a brief standstill. The attack then directly smashed into the sword dragon. Zhong Liang's face paled at this sight, and in the next instant he spat out a mouthful of blood mist, burning his own blood essence just to increase his speed. He originally didn't know where Yang Kai was, but the second he saw the sword dragon, he understood. Feng Ying's divine manifestation couldn't be more obvious, and Zhong Liang knew she was together with Yang Kai. Zhong Liang's heart pounded with anxiety. How could the Royal Lord attack the two of them out of everyone around? Zhong Liang didn't think that the Royal Lord would be so petty as to assault weaklings like Yang Kai and Feng Ying. The only enemies the Royal Lord should have paid any attention to were the Old Ancestor and the Eighth Order humans. The Old Ancestor was also already rushing to the battlefield, so the most logical course of action for the Royal Lord was to conserve his energy for the coming fight. So, why would the Royal Lord actually target Yang Kai and Feng Ying? Zhong Liang silently prayed that the two of them weren't dead. However, the wave of darkness had clearly shattered Feng Ying's myriad swords dragon. Zhong Liang vividly observed two individuals tumbling in the tumultuous aftermath of the explosion as the horrific shockwave pummeled their bodies, causing them both to cough up blood incessantly. Zhong Liang's speed increased dramatically when he burnt his blood essence, and he arrived at where Yang Kai and Feng Ying were after just 3 breaths of time. With his blade drawn, he slashed forward and cut through the remnant shockwave. He wasn't weak, after all. He was an 8-Order Open Heaven Realm Master and the Western Army Commander. Under normal circumstances, such a casual strike from a Royal Lord wouldn't have been too difficult for Zhong Liang to block because the other party hadn't put any real strength into the attack. However, Zhong Liang had just burned his blood essence, and though it gave him a momentary boost in speed, he suffered from a backlash soon after, resulting in a loss of strength. As such, he was pushed back and slightly injured when dispersing the shockwave. Before he even checked his own condition though, Zhong Liang immediately whirled around and grabbed both Yang Kai and Feng Ying. Looking down at them, he saw that they were both drenched in blood and their auras were so weak they could barely be detected. Feng Ying was in a particularly bad shape and had seemingly slipped into a coma. However, Zhong Liang was relieved to discover that Yang Kai was still alive. As long as he didn't die, he could slowly restore himself. From behind, a terrible force erupted. Zhong Liang turned his head to look and his eyes caught sight of 2 figures, one large and one small, battling in the distance. Every time they collided, space shattered like glass, rending apart chaotically. It was the battle between the Old Ancestor and the Royal Lord. The surrounding humans and Black Ink clansmen hurriedly withdrew. In such a battle, no one could interfere or they would only end up dead. The Royal Lord was unconcerned with the lives of his subordinates, but the Old Ancestor wasn't. Therefore, whenever he clashed with the Royal Lord, he would purposefully shift their battlefield to an area further away from the army. The location they were at was not suitable to linger at for much longer, so Zhong Liang tightened his grip on Feng Ying and Yang Kai and dashed towards Blue Sky Pass. Shortly after, Zhong Liang set down both of them on the outer ramparts of Blue Sky Pass and scolded Yang Kai while glaring at him. "Stay here. If you have the audacity to run off again, I'll break your damn legs." Yang Kai's neck shrank as he spoke weakly. "In my condition, I couldn't move even if I wanted to." "I'll deal with you later," Zhong Liang furiously snapped. After instructing some nearby cultivators to tend to Yang Kai and Feng Ying's injuries, Zhong Liang returned to the battlefield. His 8th order strength could not be absent on the battlefield at this crucial time. The outcome of the current war was about to be determined, so he had to return. Those left behind immediately took out healing pills and gave them to Yang Kai and Feng Ying after receiving orders from Zhong Liang. Compared to Feng Ying, Yang Kai was luckier as he was awake at the very least. Whereas Feng Ying was already in a coma, so they could only open her lips and place the healing pill in her mouth before using their own world force to help her refine its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, sat cross-legged on the wall, staring out into the vast battlefield, feeling delighted. Fortunately, the royal lord did not take him or Feng Ying seriously as he needed to conserve his strength to battle against the old ancestor, or else both of them would have died then and there. The wave of darkness that struck them managed to destroy his sun and moon divine wheel and Feng Ying's divine manifestation while still having enough power remaining to inflict critical injuries on both of them. Yang Kai was not in a rush to recover though, as he was more concerned about the outcome of the war. In any case, he had an intrepid physique due to his dragon vein, with strong restoration powers. Though his injuries appeared quite serious, possibly even fatal, it would only take him cultivating for a few days to recover. The results of the current battle were of more interest to Yang Kai right now. Martial Peak, Chapter 4976, Victory. Yang Kai first concentrated on the battle between the human old ancestor and the Black Ink Royal Lord. The two figures clashed with one another several 100,000 kilometers away, and the intense fallout from their attacks generated shockwaves that were visible even from Blue Sky Pass outer walls. No one dared to go near them, and both armies had intentionally shifted away. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still feel the frightening fallout of their battle. This was the power of a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Royal Lord. It was simply astonishing. With his current ability, Yang Kai couldn't tell which side had the advantage. He only felt that they were evenly matched. Within a short period of time, the two figures gradually drifted away, eventually fading out of sight entirely. It was a pity that he wouldn't get to watch these two masters battle it out till the end. Nonetheless, Yang Kai could tell from what just happened that the old ancestor had the upper hand. After all, only when the old ancestor had the upper hand would their battlefield be brought far away to avoid involving others. On the contrary, if the royal lord had the upper hand, he would have brought the battle closer to the human armies, so that the old ancestor's movements would be restricted. This outcome was no surprise once he thought about it though. Although Yang Kai personally verified on the battlefield that the Black Ink clansmen were noticeably weaker than humans in the equivalent realm, the discrepancy seemed to get smaller the higher one's strength was, to the point where it was basically indistinguishable for old ancestors and royal lords. After all royal lords endured countless years of accumulation and combat to achieve their strength, effectively eliminating the drawbacks from their prior rapid cultivation. In the previous battle, both the royal lord and old ancestor had been injured, so it was already clear that they were roughly equal in strength. In fact, the battle between the royal lord and old ancestor had repeated itself over and over again as the Black Ink clan repeatedly launched attacks against the Great Pass. Under normal circumstances, such battles would persist for years, if not longer. However, an accident had happened that disrupted the normal rhythm of these battles. Yang Kai snuck out of Blue Sky Pass, intending to break through to the 7th Order in battle. When Zhong Liang became aware of this, he hastily borrowed men from the other 3 armies in order to gain complete control of the Western Front and force Yang Kai to return. As a result, the Black Ink clan's Western forces collapsed and were swiftly forced to retreat. This put the Black Ink Cloud, where the royal lord was hiding to heal, in danger. Coincidentally, Yang Kai's divine manifestation revealed the royal lord's whereabouts and interfered with the latter's recovery at a critical moment. As a result, not only did the royal lord's injuries not heal, they worsened. The old ancestor's injuries had definitely not fully healed either. Once a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was injured, it would be difficult for them to recover. Nonetheless, it was far better to interrupt one's own healing than to be interrupted by someone else while healing. In this way, the two peak masters, who were initially on par with each other, now had a small gap between them. This showed when the old ancestor managed to shift their battlefield away from Blue Sky Pass. If nothing went wrong, the old ancestor would certainly win this battle. As to whether the royal lord could be killed, it was impossible for Yang Kai to judge. When the battle between the strongest masters left his range of perception, Yang Kai shifted his gaze to the wider battlefield. The situation here was even more lopsided. The Black Ink clan had essentially given up trying to hold their group and were in full retreat. As a result, casualties continued to pile up on the Black Ink clan's side as the human armies pursued them relentlessly, creating a one-sided slaughter. Although the battle was not finished, victory had essentially been decided. Yang Kai had been on the front lines of the Western Front for a day or so now, thus, he had no idea what was going on in the Northern, Southern, and Eastern fronts. He had no idea that his revelation of the Royal Lord's location had forced the Black Ink clan to abandon their advantage on the other three battlefields to provide assistance, resulting in them being pursued by Ding Yao's, Liang Yulong's, and Shen Tumo's armies. In this process, the Black Ink army suffered huge losses, laying the groundwork for Blue Sky Pass victory. The injured human cultivators constantly returned to the inner sanctum, carrying news from the front lines. Within one day, the Black Ink clan army had been forced to retreat 300,000 kilometers, and this increased to 1 million kilometers by the end of the next day. Yet, the human armies continued to pursue and destroy them. It wasn't until the third day of pursuit that the human armies disengaged and returned from battle. The Black Ink army had suffered nearly 50% casualties in this battle, so it was not an exaggeration to say their foundation had been severely damaged. Since ancient times, the number of such overwhelming victories could be counted with one's fingers. This was a true victory that filled Blue Sky Pass with a joyous atmosphere. Everyone understood that this battle would lead to at least 100 years of peace and stability. In the next 100 years, the Black Ink clan would not have the power to launch another large-scale attack. The old ancestor had yet to return, and it was unknown how the battle with the royal lord had gone. The Eighth Order masters gathered briefly to discuss and came to the conclusion that half of them would stay back to take charge of the Great Pass while the rest would seek out two peak masters. It wasn't that they were worried that the old ancestor would lose, but rather that they wanted to seek an opportunity to help the old ancestor slaughter the royal lord. If this could be achieved, the Blue Sky Theater on the Black Ink battlefield would be stilled for at least 1,000 years. After all, only when another royal lord was born from the Black Ink clan could they afford to launch an offensive against Blue Sky Pass again. It wasn't easy for a royal lord to appear. Similar to Ninth Order old ancestors, it would be 1,000 to several thousand years between the appearance of such a master. Both Royal Lords and Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were the strongest of both races. A few days later, the old ancestor returned, accompanied by the Eighth Order Masters who had gone to assist him. Most were unaware of the outcome of the battle between the two strongest masters. However, with a deliberate announcement, everyone quickly learned the truth. The Black Ink Royal Lord was seriously wounded by the old ancestor and had fled to the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory, where he would not be able to completely recover for at least 100 years. When the news broke, Blue Sky Pass celebrated. This was not the best result, but it was still quite welcome. Everyone knew that a royal lord could not be killed so easily. There had never been such a fierce battle in the Blue Sky Pass. During all previous battles, it took a long period of time to gradually wear down the Black Ink clan until they were forced to retreat. This process might take a few years, a few dozen years, or perhaps even 100 years, but this time it only took them half a year, and the Black Ink Clan army did not voluntarily retreat but were forced to. The masters of Blue Sky Pass were all complimenting the wisdom and heroism of the 4 army commanders, especially Western Army Commander Zhong Liang, who received compliments like snow falling from the sky. If he hadn't borrowed men from the 3 other fronts to sweep clean the Western Front, it wouldn't have been possible to expose the royal lord's whereabouts and ensure their great victory. In the eyes of those who were unaware of what actually happened, they thought that Zhong Liang's decision was a brilliant tactical move, gathering troops on the Western Front and forcing the Black Ink Clan to abandon the other 3 fronts to provide reinforcements, giving Ding Yao and the rest a chance to pursue them from behind. There were also rumors in the inner sanctum that Zhong Liang had long predicted that the royal lord was hiding somewhere on the Western Front to recover, which was why such a decision was made. Receiving this flurry of compliments and praise, Zhong Liang's face flushed brighter each day. Others assumed that he was in high spirits, but those who knew what actually happened understood that he was just embarrassed. Talk of brilliant strategy and decisive commands were all just crap. If Zhong Liang really had such ability, he would have already led the whole army to destroy the Black Ink Clan once and for all. But Zhong Liang could not explain to them, so he had to endure these compliments which caused his cheeks to burn every single day. After the battle, Blue Sky Pass could not rest though. There was a lot to do, including cleaning the battlefield. Due to the deaths of so many Black Ink clansmen, innumerable black ink clouds of all shapes and sizes had appeared all over the battlefield. Those had to be cleaned up, or they would have difficulty moving about. In addition, the clouds would serve as a cover for the Black Ink Clan army in their next attack, so they had to be dealt with. Some specialized individuals would count the casualties and record military merits. Each army commander was naturally also quite busy. Many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assembled in the main conference hall to address a variety of issues after the war. Other than the few that were injured and needed immediate treatment, all other 8th Order Masters were present. None of them liked to procrastinate, so they only spent half a day finishing their discussion. There is one last thing to discuss. Please share your views freely. Zhong Liang cleared his throat and said. The others turned to look at him. All of you know the reason why this battle experienced such rapid changes, Zhong Liang continued as he rubbed his nose. Of course, it was because of Brother Zhong's incredible insight and brilliant strategy, redeploying our forces so wisely to corner the enemy. Ding Yao opined enthusiastically, this Ding is truly impressed. The main credit for the victory of this battle belongs to the Western Army. The Northern, Southern, and Eastern armies were just supporting characters. The crowd burst into laughter. As the saying goes, never air your dirty laundry in public. Zhong Liang glared at Ding Yao and knocked on the table. You're not young anymore. Stop joking around. Ding Yao chuckled lightly before falling silent. Zhong Liang then continued, whether Yang Kai caused trouble or helped gain victory in the battle, please share your views. Everyone became quiet as soon as the words were said. Blue Sky Pass was the center of a massive battlefield. It was not like the sects of the 3,000 worlds, where merits and demerits were subject to opinion. Rewards and penalties here were a military matter, so there was no room for favoritism, and strict adherence to rules and regulations was necessary to maintain discipline. Seeing that no one was talking, Zhong Liang turned to one of them and spoke. Brother Liu, Yang Kai can be considered part of Yin Yang Heaven. Please offer your opinion. Luan, who got called out, laughed wryly before replying. Brother Zhong, as you've just said, Yang Kai can be considered part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. If I were to speak my opinion, I would definitely stand on his side. So, I don't think I should say anything. It's fine for you to speak. If you have a point, it's all right even if you take his side, Zhong Liang insisted. Seeing his persistence, Lu En pondered for a while before stating, before Yang Kai came, the corruption of Black Ink's strength had always been a problem that troubled the human race. But after he came here, he easily solved it, and according to what I know, the number of people who were personally rescued by him was no less than 3,000. This action alone has preserved the life and strength of 3,000 of our Blue Sky Pass's soldiers. Is that not a tremendous merit? Everyone nodded in agreement, as this was an undeniable truth. Yang Kai had treated nearly people from all 4 armies, from every division, and almost every battalion. Subsequently, he helped create the purifying black ink battleships together with Brother Donghua from Divine Cauldron Heaven, Fan Sun of Emosha Heaven, and several others. Besides that, he arranged universe arrays on each of the purifying black ink battleships and filled them with a large amount of purifying light. Which of the 4 armies did not receive great boons from this purifying light during the latest battle? This can also be considered a huge merit. Martial Peak, Chapter 4977, Small Punishment, Small Reward. It was not difficult to achieve merits on this black ink battlefield. However, it was difficult to gain large ones. Many might not even be able to obtain one outstanding merit throughout their life. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had gained 2 large merits in less than a year after arriving at Blue Sky Pass, which was simply unprecedented. With this, even if he made any mistakes, his merits were enough to outweigh them. Luin stated that he intended to favor Yang Kai, which he did, but the favoritism was reasonable and others could not argue with it because what he said was agreed upon by everyone present. He is just a 6th-order brat, yet he raced to the front line of the battle. Though unintended, he accidentally discovered the hiding place of the Royal Lord, which interfered with his recovery and prompted the Black Ink clan armies from the other 3 fronts to rush over as reinforcements. This provided an excellent chance for our armies to pursue and slaughter them. In addition, it also established the groundwork for the old ancestor to cause great harm to the Royal Lord. It could be said that this huge victory was all due to Yang Kai. The battle Blue Sky Pass faced might not have been as easy if he hadn't snuck out. This was another huge merit. Luin added. Now, Yang Kai had accomplished 3 great merits. In one war he had gained 3 great merits. This was never heard nor seen of. When Zhong Liang heard that, he chuckled. According to what Brother Lu stated, we have to reward Yang Kai properly. Brother Lu, even if Yang Kai is part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, your favoritism is too obvious. Of course, after talking about his merits, naturally, he has demerits too. Not to mention that he disobeyed orders on the battlefield and insisted on doing things of his will. Because of him, the 3 fronts had to send out a portion of their men to aid him, putting countless lives at risk, Luin said with a slight smile. Zhong Liang had to endure large risks as well when he borrowed men from the other 3 fronts. If the war on the Western Front did not conclude in time, then the battle on the Southern, Northern, and Eastern fronts would have become unsustainable. In the worst-case scenario, their defense lines would be broken through, resulting in massive casualties. Although this did not occur, it was highly probable that it would have if the Royal Lord's location had not been revealed and his recovery had not been interfered with. It's a big demerit to disobey orders, and it's another to put others in danger as a result. For the time being, although his merits outweigh his demerits, I'd say we should neither punish nor reward him, Luin concluded. Everyone in the main hall was silent. Luin previously stated that he would side with Yang Kai, but how was this considered favoritism? 3 great merits and 2 big demerits. There was still 1 great merit to be rewarded, but Luin suggested not doing so. This obviously was not favoritism, on the contrary, it had the notion of repression. However, everyone understood that Luin was from Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and so was Yang Kai. Him only stating this was to avoid suspicion of being too biased. Although they were from the same sect, that was of little importance on the Black Ink battlefield. His relationship with those in the inner sanctum was far more critical. Only when Blue Sky Pass was one cohesive force could they continue to repel powerful foes. No, Ding Yao remarked, waving his hand, if you've gained a merit, you will be rewarded, and if you gained a demerit, you will be punished. This is the rule. If merits and demerits can be cancelled out, it would become a mess in the future. Zhong Liang glanced at him and said, Brother Ding, what's your opinion? Ding Yao said softly, that brat has indeed accomplished a lot in this battle, so the punishment can't be too severe. How about this? Since the battlefield needs to be cleaned, we'll delegate him an area to be responsible for. Can that even be counted as punishment? Zhong Liang laughed. Ding Yao replied nonchalantly, we just need to do it for show. That boy is now extremely popular in the inner sanctum. If the punishment is too harsh, even our own subordinates won't agree to it. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yang Kai held the key to purifying and eliminating black ink strength. Who hadn't heard of his name in the inner sanctum? Any one of them might need his help in the future, so it was only natural that they would try to get on his good side. It was said that people were constantly going to Yang Kai's residence with fine wine, wanting to pay him a visit. There were also those who received his help while on the battlefield. In fact, many said at the time that if they were able to return alive, they would invite him to have a drink. They had all come to fulfill their promises now that the battle was over. It was a pity that Yang Kai seemed to be in retreat and not meeting anyone. Shen Tuemo gave a light nod and said, "That's a good idea." When that kid arrived at Blue Sky Pass for the first time, he was informed of the inner sanctum's rules. Now that his punishment is settled, what about this reward? He still has some massive accomplishments, so his rewards can't be ignored, can they? Ding Yao responded with a smile. Since it is a small punishment, the reward should be minimal as well. His military merits cannot be erased, so note them down for him for now, and he can exchange them for anything in the War Materials Hall at a later date. As for his position going forward, that's a bit more complicated. When Ding Yao mentioned complicated, everyone knew what he meant. According to what Yang Kai accomplished, even promoting him to battalion commander was less than what he deserved. However, this boy was only a 6th Order master, so how could he take on the role of battalion commander? Which battalion commander in Blue Sky Pass was not a peak 7th Order master? If his ability was insufficient, he would be unable to convince his subordinates. I propose that he be promoted to squad leader for now. Ding Yao stated while glancing at the crowd. Someone instantly objected, saying, "I heard he's only a 6th Order master. His cultivation isn't sufficient to be a squad leader, right?" Although there were only a dozen or so people in a squad, as the squad leader, Yang Kai would be responsible for all of their lives. Being in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm was indeed too low. Ding Yao smiled and replied, "He is indeed in the 6th Order, but which of you has seen a 6th Order junior fight on par with a 7th Order master before?" His performance on the battlefield this time was more dazzling than many established 7th Order masters. With the cooperation of Feng Ying, they killed no less than a dozen feudal lords, and don't forget that this brat can also transform into a grand dragon. In that form, his strength is comparable to a peak 7th Order master. Strength is also something that can be improved with time. That brat advanced to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm initially and, after taking a mid-rank world fruit, advanced to the 6th Order. So, he is also expected to reach the 8th Order in the future. Hearing what he said, everyone agreed. Then, according to what Brother Ding said, we'll let him be promoted to squad leader, but one thing must be made clear. Whose army will he be joining? Liang Yulong remarked. Zhong Liang replied, "Of course, he will belong to my Western army. Feng Ying brought him here in the first place." Shin Tuemo grinned meaningfully. "He is from Yinyang Cave Heaven, and Brother Lu and is part of my northern army. Shouldn't he join us instead?" Ding Yao chimed in immediately, "It's not right for you to put it like that. No matter your background, we're all one family on the Black Ink battlefield. There's no such thing as Yinyang Cave Heaven. I'd say that it's preferable for him to come to the Eastern Army." The 4 army commanders glanced at each other. No one wanted to back down, obviously wanting to get Yang Kai to work under them. Although each army had a purifying black ink battleship and could utilize the purifying light stored inside of it, every army still wanted a gifted talent like Yang Kai to join them. As for the fact that his cultivation was not enough to be a squad leader, it was not mentioned anymore. For a long time in the main conference hall, the 4 army commanders argued back and forth while the many division commanders glanced around at each other helplessly. The 4 army commanders going all out to recruit a single 6th Order junior was unprecedented. However, everyone knew of Yang Kai's significance, so they could understand their motivations. Nevertheless, there was no conclusion following the argument, and in the end, the problem could only be put on hold for the time being, with the decision being made to go back and let Yang Kai decide. When the meeting finished, everyone left. The 4 army commanders walked at the back, seemingly as friendly as if they had not just argued. "Brother Ding, don't you need to check in on the Eastern Army? Why are you walking in this direction?" Zhong Liang suddenly looked at Ding Yao. "Just taking a stroll. Why do you care?" replied Ding Yao, his hands folded behind his back. Having said so, he indeed strolled off. "Brother Liang, why are you walking this way too?" Zhong Liang looked at Liang Yulong with a darkening expression. Liang Yulong laughed and said, "I have something to discuss with Brother Ding." After that, he followed Ding Yao and left. Then, Zhong Liang turned to Shen Tuimo, who said with no courtesy, "These legs are attached to my body. Why does it concern you where they're leading me?" He then left with the other 2. "Bastards. A bunch of shameless old dogs who want to snatch what's mine," muttered Zhong Liang. A short while later, 4 figures arrived one after another at a certain courtyard. There were a lot of residences in Blue Sky Pass for those in the inner sanctum. Blue Sky Pass could accommodate tens of thousands of people easily, and everyone had their own residence. The higher the position, the better the benefits. This was Feng Ying's home. As a battalion commander, she lived in her own courtyard. Though it wasn't particularly big, it was clean and well kept. Yang Kai hadn't had time to register, so he didn't have a distinct identity in Blue Sky Pass, nor a permanent residence. Therefore, he followed Feng Ying here after the battle. Feng Ying swiftly emerged after sensing someone approaching. When she saw the 4 army commanders though, she couldn't help but be shocked and greeted hurriedly, "Greetings, sirs." Zhong Liang nodded lightly, cast a wary glance at the other 3, and inquired, "Where is Yang boy?" "In retreat," Feng Ying said, glancing in the direction of a private chamber. Zhong Liang frowned. "How are his injuries?" He remembered Yang Kai and Feng Ying's miserable state when he carried them back from the battlefield. Feng Ying was even unconscious at the time. "His injuries are fine, but..." "But what?" Zhong Liang anxiously asked. Feng Ying quickly answered, but he said that he felt like he had the chance to break through. If his retreat this time is successful, he could advance to the 7th Order after leaving seclusion. Zhong Liang and the rest were both shocked and pleasantly surprised. One of the division commanders in the conference hall mentioned that Yang Kai's cultivation was too low for him to be promoted to squad leader, but it seemed this was no longer an issue. Since the chance for advancement had been recognized, reaching the 7th Order should be a given. For a squad leader, being in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was the most suitable. The fact that Yang Kai suddenly entered retreat to advance to the 7th Order made Zhong Liang extremely excited. This brat could already exert such power while just in the 6th Order. If he advances to the 7th Order, how strong would he be? Thinking about it again, it was no surprise that Yang Kai felt an opportunity to break through. Yang Kai snuck out of Blue Sky Pass and onto the battlefield this time, hoping to break through while facing death in battle, but events unfolded far differently than he had anticipated. Martial Peak, Chapter 4978, Break Through to the 7th Order. The battlefield was dangerous, and even the best of plans could never keep up with ever-changing circumstances. Feng Ying arrived just in time to find Yang Kai, and with her watching over him, he had been safe. Yang Kai himself understood this too, so when he met Feng Ying he abandoned his initial plan and joined forces with her to defeat as many enemies as possible. However, the Royal Lord's location was unintentionally exposed by Yang Kai, disrupting the former's recovery. As a result, the Royal Lord became annoyed and attacked the 2 of them. It was a casual blow for the Royal Lord, but to Yang Kai and Feng Ying, it was a death sentence. Facing certain death, Yang Kai had no time to think and could only go all out. It was only with the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel and Feng Ying's Myriad Swords Dragon that the pair managed to barely survive and hold out until Zhong Liang arrived. At the moment of critical danger, it was when under overwhelming pressure that something seemed to have shattered inside Yang Kai. He didn't notice it at that time, but when Yang Kai was back in Blue Sky Pass, safe from the ongoing war, he realized that the shackles that he had been trying to break through during his previous retreats snapped under the immense pressure. It truly was a great fortune that was stumbled upon by accident. Yang Kai would naturally not let go of this fantastic opportunity now that he had grasped it. When the battle was over, he returned with Feng Ying, informed her about his situation, and then entered retreat to break through. Naturally, when Zhong Liang and others came to look for him, he was not available. However, the 4 army commanders were overjoyed when they heard that Yang Kai was advancing to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai's existence was too important to the human race. So obviously, the greater the strength he had, the better. The Black Ink battlefield had a lot of dangers, so if Yang Kai was stronger, he would have a better ability to protect himself. The 5th Order was too low and the 6th Order was the bare minimum. If Yang Kai advanced to the 7th Order though, he could play a much larger role. Very good. If this little brat can break through, it will be good for all of us. Zhong Liang nodded repeatedly. Ding Yao and the others agreed. But breaking through to the 7th Order from the 6th Order was a long and arduous task. The proprietress took over 100 years in retreat in order to break through this same barrier. Zhong Liang and others had also gone through this experience, so they were very clear about the process. The 4 of them set aside their desires to win over Yang Kai after knowing that they could not see him for the time being. Then, Zhong Liang instructed, "You stay here to look after him. Notify me as soon as possible once he's done." Feng Ying nodded. "Let's go," Zhong Liang said. There were still a lot of post-battle tasks to attend to and each of them had their own responsibilities, so it was impossible to keep waiting here. However, just as the 4 of them were preparing to leave, they heard a faint creaking sound. Zhong Liang followed the sound and turned his head to look. "What's that?" "My seclusion chamber opened," Feng Ying replied as her expression changed. Zhong Liang and the others were startled at first, but that was soon followed by a change in their expressions. The seclusion chamber was a place for cultivators to enter retreat and it wouldn't be easily opened once sealed. If Yang Kai chose to enter retreat here at Feng Ying's place, he would undoubtedly be using this room. Unless the one using it chose to, opening a seclusion chamber could only be done through force, and obviously that was not the case here. It's just, why would the seclusion chamber open for no reason? Yang Kai only entered retreat a few days ago, so could he have encountered an accident? As they thought of this possibility, Zhong Liang and the others were no longer able to remain calm. They all strode over to the seclusion chamber in a hurry. Soon after, Yang Kai emerged from the chamber, still topless, with many of his wounds from the previous battle not even healed yet. Of course, he seemed to have recovered significantly all the same. Zhong Liang and the others suspected something went wrong with his retreat. Otherwise, why would he come out on his own? But when they laid eyes on him, there didn't seem to be anything amiss. In fact, he seemed invigorated and revitalized. There was something odd about his aura too. It was not a 6th Order aura, but rather a 7th Order one. Having just broken through, Yang Kai seemed to be somewhat unfamiliar with the power of 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and could not control his world force adeptly, causing some of his aura and power to leak out. Zhong Liang and the others immediately widened their eyes in surprise as they stared at him in shock. Yang Kai noticed them as well and pondered why these 4 were here. Still, he quickly composed himself and saluted, "Greetings, seniors." Zhong Liang and others remained silent, their 4 pairs of eyes examining Yang Kai from top to bottom. Yang Kai was feeling uneasy when these 4 were scrutinizing him in such a manner. It felt like there was something odd with their gaze, but he could not understand what it was. As such, he cautiously asked, "Seniors, what brings you here today?" "Don't move," Zhong Liang commanded in a deep voice, took a step forward and reached out to Yang Kai's dantian, touching it with his palm before investigating it thoroughly. Ding Yao and the rest stood back and waited quietly. A few moments later, Zhong Liang withdrew his hands, his expression odd. "So?" Ding Yao asked. "Strange. He's reached the 7th Order without a doubt." Zhong Liang shook his head and glanced at Ding Yao and the others. Under his inspection, he confirmed that Yang Kai had indeed advanced to the 7th order, which was completely unbelievable. "You're sure you're not mistaken?" Liang Yulong inquired, agitated. Zhong Liang rolled his eyes. "You can check for yourself if you don't believe me. His foundation doesn't even seem to be unstable." "Interesting," Shin Tumo grinned. Yang Kai became even more confused, turning to Zhong Liang and asking, "Senior, what happened?" "If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask?" Zhong Liang turned to face him. "How did you advance to the 7th order?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow for a moment before replying nonchalantly, "I sensed an opportunity to break through, so I entered retreat for a while and broke through." The way he spoke about it was like he had been hungry, decided to eat, and was now full. Feng Ying finally pulled herself together and commented, "That's the problem." "What's the problem?" Yang Kai frowned. This advancement had gone unexpectedly well, so he didn't suspect anything was wrong. Feng Ying sighed and said, "Let's put it this way. It took 40 years from the time I sensed the opportunity to break through to the 7th order until I finally succeeded. Not only me, but every 7th order master experiences something similar. It takes a long time to break through because the 7th order is a massive watershed where one's small universe must undergo the process of materializing. This is an extraordinarily long and difficult process that cannot be completed overnight." As she spoke, though, Feng Ying abruptly came to a realization. Your small universe had already materialized, so you could skip over that step in your breakthrough. Still, it all happened so fast, and there were no major signs of a breakthrough as well. It had only been a few days, yet Yang Kai actually broke through to the 7th order. If they had not witnessed it themselves, they would never have been able to believe it. Zhong Liang recalled this fact once Feng Ying reminded them. They had all checked Yang Kai's small universe before, and unlike other 6th Order Open Heaven Realms masters, his small universe had already transformed from immaterial to material. Therefore, Yang Kai did not have to go through arduous process of materializing his small universe to advance to the 7th Order. What concerned Zhong Liang the most before was Yang Kai feeling his opportunity for a breakthrough on the battlefield. If he did, he would be forced to break through while in battle, which would sap him of all his strength during the transforming process, which would place him in a precarious state. Fortunately, that did not happen. After hearing Feng Ying's explanation, Yang Kai finally understood everyone's earlier odd reaction. He also had some idea of what happened when others advanced to the 7th Order. Still, this realization took him aback. But since his special small universe had saved him a huge amount of time, as far as he was concerned, it was something to celebrate. This time, his retreat went rather smoothly. After a few days of effort, his bottleneck was shattered, and he naturally advanced from the 6th Order to the 7th Order, moving up to join the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Additionally, he was now just one step away from his upper limit, the 8th Order. "Your circumstances are unique," Zhong Liang stated after some thought. "Please pay more attention over the course of the next few years. Make sure you report to us if you sense any abnormalities." "Yes," Yang Kai replied, then asked again, "So, what brought you here today, seniors?" "The old ancestor wants to see you." Zhong Liang turned serious. When the old ancestor returned, Yang Kai was already in retreat, but the former had been greatly intrigued by the existence of a person like Yang Kai in the inner sanctum. So he instructed Yang Kai to pay him a visit as soon as possible. "When?" Yang Kai asked. He also desired to meet with the old ancestor, but previously, the old ancestor was in the midst of recovering from his injuries, so he could not meet him. The issue of the Void Corridor had to be reported, but in accordance with Meng Qi's instructions before his death, Yang Kai never disclosed the issue to anyone else, only planning to explain everything when he met the old ancestor. Zhong Liang suddenly turned awkward. "Maybe in a few years. The old ancestor should be recovering right now. Although he instructed you to meet him, nobody expected you to be out of retreat so quickly." According to the old ancestor's previous estimation, Yang Kai would need at least a few dozen years to advance to the 7th Order. By that time, he would have completed his recovery and could meet this interesting junior. Who knew in just a few days, Yang Kai had already successfully advanced to the 7th order. Besides, the old ancestor hadn't fully recovered from his previous injuries when he went out to battle the royal lord again. They really should not interfere with him this time when he returned to recover. Yang Kai nodded without objections. Good. Get some rest. We'll take our leave, Zhong Liang said as he signaled to Ding Yao and the others. Yang Kai and Feng Ying bowed and watched them leave. After exiting the courtyard, Liang Yulong suddenly asked, "Brother Zhong, what are you up to?" The four of them hurried over here, hoping to recruit Yang Kai into their respective army, but no one spoke about this matter, and Zhong Liang even motioned them to leave quickly. Of course, Liang Yulong wanted to ask why. Zhong Liang then replied, "I considered it thoroughly. We old fogies should not trouble the little ones. How do you want him to choose if all 4 armies try to recruit him? It's not appropriate for him to promise any one of us. We are all part of Blue Sky Pass anyways, so let's let things drift for now and we can talk about it after he has become more familiar with things here." Ding Yao answered with a nod. "Good. It will indeed make things difficult for him if we force him to choose now. The future is still far, so let's not be in such a hurry." Since they had said so, Liang Yulong and Shen Tuemo could not object either, thus the subject was put on hold for the time being. Martial Peak, Chapter 4979, Cleaning the Battlefield. Just after Zhong Liang and the others left Feng Ying's courtyard, someone else came for a visit. Yang Kai didn't know them, but after Feng Ying's introduction, he learned that the visitor was from Blue Sky Pass Merit Hall. The Merit Hall was a very important organization in Blue Sky Pass, as its main responsibility was to document everyone's military merits in each battle. The military merits could be exchanged for cultivation resources at the War Materials Hall. Now that Yang Kai knew who this person was, he naturally wouldn't show him any disrespect. It was fine when he didn't know who he was before, but now that he knew the identity of the person before him, he was curious to know what military merits he had obtained in this battle. However, to his shock, the visitor hadn't come to announce his military merits. Instead, that person came here under the order of the army commanders of the 4 armies to announce his punishment. He had defied orders from the Western Army commander, disregarded the overall situation, and put himself and others in danger. After a discussion, the 4 army commanders decided to punish Yang Kai by making him clean up the battlefield. The punishment left Yang Kai dumbfounded. The man from the Merit Hall laughed sheepishly, handed Yang Kai the jade slip, and cupped his fist while saying, "Brother Yang, I'm only following orders, so please don't be upset with me. Cleaning the battlefield is not difficult, but it's time-consuming. This isn't really much of a punishment. Oh, right, the area you will be responsible for cleaning is demarcated inside this jade slip. Just take a look and you'll know what I mean." There was nothing Yang Kai could say, so he accepted the jade slip. The man from the Merit Hall left without saying anything else. Then, as Yang Kai stood in the same spot, he looked at the jade slip and noticed that a basic map of Blue Sky Pass and its surroundings was engraved into it. Also, the area he was assigned to clean up was also highlighted on the map. He turned to look at Feng Ying and asked, "What should I do?" Feng Ying answered, "There's not much to do actually. The main thing is to clean up any leftover black ink clouds and black ink strength. If those are left near Blue Sky Pass, they will become something the Black Ink Army can use when they attack us again. Come with me." Saying so, she walked forward to lead the way. A few moments later, the two arrived at the War Materials Hall. Inside the hall, everyone was bustling like busy bees, and there was a continuous stream of people heading in and out. There were many who recognized Yang Kai and nodded or smiled at him. Some even came forward and greeted him so that they could have a chance to get to know him. Yang Kai politely responded to all of them. When Feng Ying finally found someone from the War Materials Hall, she asked for a set of tools used for cleaning the battlefield before leading Yang Kai away. Leaving Blue Sky Pass, moved towards the region indicated in the jade slip and soon arrived at a certain area of the battlefield. As they looked ahead, they saw the whole area was filled with black ink clouds of various shapes and sizes, as well as some dead Black Ink clansmen. Though Blue Sky Pass also suffered casualties during this battle, the dead and injured had all been carried away by their companions. Therefore, only the corpses of the Black Ink clan were left. The area Yang Kai was responsible for was about 100,000 kilometers in length, breadth, and width. It wasn't particularly big, but it wasn't small either. At this moment, there were already many others cleaning up in other areas of the battlefield. Looking from where they stood, they saw most of the cleaning crews working in groups of 2, each person holding one end of a net that they dragged across the void. As these nets passed through the void, the Black Ink clouds would be gathered into them and then brought somewhere else. Once the clouds in the net were dealt with, those with nets would return to another part of their area and repeat the process. Yang Kai came to the realization that these nets were special artifacts the human masters had come up with because Black Ink's strength was very difficult to deal with. Up till this point, besides his purifying light, there was nothing that could disperse and purify it. Therefore, if they wanted to clean up the battlefield, they had to find another method. These nets were something they came up with through countless years of research and testing. This is the Black Ink trawling net. While Feng Ying spoke, she took out something that looked like a net that was about as long as a forearm. However, when she channeled world force into the net, it rapidly enlarged. This is the only thing we can use to clean up the battlefield, so we generally refer to cleaning up the battlefield as fishing. Hearing that made Yang Kai laugh. The scene before him did resemble fishermen working with their nets. The only difference was that instead of fish, there were only Black Ink clouds here. The Black Ink trawling net had no other use besides collecting Black Ink clouds that were from battle. Where are the Black Ink clouds being sent to? Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying replied, we move them about 1 million kilometers away from here. It was no wonder that the man from the Merit Hall said being on the cleanup duty was not difficult but time-consuming. The Black Ink clouds had to be sent 1 million kilometers away at minimum, so moving back and forth alone would be quite time-consuming. After a rough estimation, Yang Kai concluded that cleaning up this 100,000-kilometer area might take at least 1 or 2 months. He had just advanced to the 7th Order, and what he needed now was to consolidate his cultivation. He didn't have time to waste on fishing for clouds. Once he had a decision in mind, he immediately waved his hand. That's too much trouble. After he finished his words, Yang Kai approached the Black Ink clouds, opened the portal to his small universe, and generated a suction force that began drawing everything towards it. In just a matter of breaths, the massive Black Ink cloud was sucked inside his small universe. Feng Ying watched speechlessly and worriedly from the side while Yang Kai's figure dashed to and fro, gathering Black Ink clouds of various sizes. Though Yang Kai had a world spring with him, it was uncertain if he would experience any complications from taking in so much Black Ink strength. Nevertheless, she relaxed after seeing that Yang Kai was doing fine. It only took Yang Kai 2 days to clean up the 100,000 kilometers area, yet he didn't return to the inner sanctum after he finished. Instead, he stopped somewhere in the void and stared fixedly ahead. Feng Ying approached him and asked, "What's the matter?" After faintly sighing, Yang Kai suddenly reached out his hand. Space principles surged and his hand disappeared, as though it had passed through an invisible curtain of some kind. Feng Ying's brow rose, feeling confused as to what had just happened. Space principles continued to undulate for a while before Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Open!" Once he said that, his hand rotated sharply and the place where it had disappeared was now replaced by a vortex-like phenomenon. The vortex was like a whirlpool, and as it swirled, the aura of a small universe emerged from it. Feng Ying was shocked. Is that a universe paradise? Yang Kai's eyes looked a little dim as he replied, "I'm not sure who left this behind though." When a high-rank open heaven realm master passed away, there was a chance for their small universe to remain intact and merge with the void. If one didn't know the exact location, it would be very difficult to find these sealed worlds, and even if one knew the exact location, they would have to know how to open the portal leading to it. These sealed worlds that were left behind after the death of a high-rank open heaven realm master were known as universe cave heavens or universe paradises. A seventh-order open heaven realm master would leave behind a universe paradise, while an eighth or ninth-order open heaven realm master would leave behind a universe cave heaven. The blood monster cave heaven which Yang Kai had explored once before was the universe cave heaven left behind by blood monster divine monarch. Later, when he and bright sun divine monarch Qing Yang worked together in the shattered heaven, they found and opened a total of 5 universe cave heavens and paradises. With his mastery over the Tao of space, Yang Kai was adept at finding and then forcing open universe cave heavens or paradises. These universe cave heavens and paradises were left behind by powerful masters, and if one were lucky, one might be able to inherit the previous owner's legacy. Therefore, among the 3,000 worlds, universe cave heavens and paradises represented fortune and opportunity. Once one was found, people would swarm over to seize a piece of the pie. Every time Blood Monster Cave Heaven was opened, it would attract many elite disciples to enter and explore it, which showed how precious these sealed worlds were. However, they were on the Black Ink battlefield now, and just outside Blue Sky Pass. Throughout the ages, countless human masters fought the Black Ink clan right here, painting the void in blood. The number of human masters that died here must have been too many to count. When the armies were locked in battle, there were bursts of energy everywhere, so Yang Kai wasn't able to sense anything. While he was cleaning up the battlefield though, he could feel slight, almost imperceptible, spatial fluctuations coming from certain points around him. No matter how strong he was, if he were not proficient in the Tao of space, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to discover anything. But due to his experience of discovering and opening so many universe cave heavens and paradises before, coupled with the special conditions here, he naturally knew what these space fluctuations meant. After giving it a try, just as he predicted, he easily opened up a portal to a universe paradise. Though it seemed easy for Yang Kai, it was mind-blowing for Feng Ying. Many knew that countless universe cave heavens and paradises were located outside of Blue Sky Pass. After all, an uncountable number of high-rank open heaven realm masters had died here over the millennia. To this point though, there had been no one besides Yang Kai who could easily find and open those lost small universes. If he could open one, he could open a second, third. What did that mean? It meant the legacies of the owners of those universe cave heavens and paradises could be found and retrieved. Though there might not be much, even retrieving some memorial items of these masters who had fought and died to stop the Black Ink clan would have meaning. Do you want to head inside? Yang Kai nudged his head towards the portal. Nodding, Feng Ying added, I just need to report about this first. As she spoke, she took out her communication artifact and notified the higher-ups. Once she did that, she followed Yang Kai through the portal. Their vision blurred for a moment. Then, they were inside. As Yang Kai predicted, this was a universe paradise that was left behind by a 7th-order open heaven realm master. However, this universe paradise was dilapidated and barren, and some places looked like parts had been cut away. Yang Kai could guess that the owner of this small universe had been invaded by Black Ink strength and was forced to cut out a part of his small universe to continue fighting. Unfortunately, the owner still died in battle. After the owner died, his small universe didn't rupture and was preserved to create an incomplete universe paradise. This universe paradise wasn't very big, nor did there seem to be anything of value. Yang Kai and Feng Ying explored the place but couldn't find anything. Yang Kai was puzzled by this because the owner of this small universe was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, and such people would normally keep all their important belongings inside their small universe, so whatever they had would end up here after they died. Martial Peak, Chapter 4980, Trap. However, they couldn't find anything of value even after performing a careful exploration. Seeming to have noticed Yang Kai's doubts, Feng Ying explained, every time a war breaks out, everyone in Blue Sky Pass leaves everything of value they possess in the inner sanctum. Everything beside their important artifacts and pills which can restore energy and heal their wounds is left behind. That way, if they die, the resources left in the inner sanctum can be used by others. On the chaotic battlefield, no one could be certain if they could come back alive, which was why they would carry the mentality that they were heading to the last battle of their lives and had to fight to the death. That was also the reason why they couldn't find anything of value in this small universe. The belongings of the owner had been collected by others in Blue Sky Pass after his death and became materials for others to become stronger. Yang Kai stood in awe. If that was true, there was no reason to continue exploring. A while later, Yang Kai and Feng Ying left the universe paradise. When they came out, the 4 army commanders were waiting for them. Feng Ying had contacted Zhong Liang, who then contacted Ding Yao and the others. The 4 arrived at almost the same time. 4 pairs of eyes were instantly attracted to the portal that led to the universe paradise, and Zhong Liang even swept his eyes over Yang Kai while asking, "Did you do this?" Yang Kai nodded. There was no need to hide that fact. "Do you know who left this behind?" Zhong Liang asked another question. This time, it wasn't directed at Yang Kai, but at Feng Ying. Shaking her head, Feng Ying answered, "I'm not sure. Unless it's someone who knows the owner going in to have a look, I'm afraid it will be hard to determine who it belonged to." Zhong Liang stayed silent. Unless the small universe left by the cultivator had special characteristics, it was difficult to determine who its former owner was. Moreover, countless masters had been killed outside Blue Sky Pass over the ages, and so much time had passed it was almost impossible to determine who these small universes belonged to. Suddenly, Ding Yao looked at Yang Kai and questioned, "Did you find this by chance, or do you have the ability to open portals to all these universe cave heavens and universe paradises?" Yang Kai replied, "As long as they aren't hidden too deeply, I can find and open them." Hearing this, the 4 army commanders frowned. Ding Yao nodded and said, "Very good. If it's true, then you might be making a huge contribution." Yang Kai was confused. What huge contribution? If what Feng Ying said was true, there wouldn't be many valuable things in the universe cave heavens and universe paradises hidden outside Blue Sky Pass. Even if he found and opened them, what good would they bring to Blue Sky Pass? Nevertheless, since Ding Yao had spoken, it must be something important. On the other hand, Yang Kai also found the arrival of all 4 army commanders a little fishy. He didn't expect all 4 to come when Feng Ying said she had to make a report. Also, judging by the expressions on Zhong Liang's and the others' faces, Yang Kai was clear that it might be something important. As he was still confused, he simply decided to ask, "Are these universe cave heavens and universe paradises very important? There aren't many valuables inside." Ding Yao explained, "Those who went into battle naturally wouldn't bring much with them. They fought to the death against the Black Ink clan when they were alive, and the small universes they left behind after they died can also become a weapon to kill the Black Ink clan. We've had such plans for a long time, but we didn't have the ability to open these hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Who would have thought you were capable of this?" Then, Zhong Liang continued, "Think of it this way. The universe paradise before you has little value on its own. Though it has world force and the owner's Tao essence, it is essentially useless to us humans. However, what if we make it into a trap?" "A trap?" Yang Kai frowned. Zhong Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he elaborated, "The Black Ink clan army repeatedly besieges Blue Sky Pass. If we convert this universe paradise into a trap, when the Black Ink clan army approaches, we can trigger it and all nearby Black Ink clansmen will be drawn inside." Liang Yulong continued, "We can arrange killing arrays in this universe paradise in advance. After the Black Ink clan is trapped inside, the killing array will activate and weaken the Black Ink clan without us having to fight them directly." Shin 2Mo agreed, "One universe paradise may not make much of a difference, but there are so many universe cave heavens and universe paradises outside of Blue Sky Pass. If we activate 1,000 of them at once, we may be able to win the next war in one fell swoop." After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai felt his pulse accelerate. A magnificent sight came into his mind where the Black Ink clan army besieged Blue Sky Pass from all sides in full momentum and then fell into the traps set up using the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Then, in a flash, they triggered the killing arrays and slaughtered the enemy. If this could be achieved, Blue Sky Pass could win a large battle effortlessly. Had the humans set up such traps in previous battles, they would have had another sharp weapon with which to repel the enemy. People from Blue Sky Pass clearly had such an idea long ago. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, it was difficult to put it into action. They had no way to find and open up these hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises, so how could they use them as traps? Therefore, after hearing that Yang Kai could find and force open these small universes, Zhong Liang immediately realized the importance of the matter and summoned Ding Yao and the others to come and assess the situation. This time, the Black Ink Clan army suffered heavy losses and severely damaged their foundation, so Blue Sky Pass was safe for the time being. But the Black Ink Clan army would return someday, and there would be another fierce battle when they did. While the Black Ink Clan were recuperating, there was enough time for them to set up a grand killing array here at Blue Sky Pass. If their plan was executed well, the next time the Black Ink Clan army arrived, there would be a huge, unpleasant surprise waiting for them. The key to this plan relied on Yang Kai's ability to find and open these long-lost universe cave heavens and universe paradises. If he could do this, then everything else would fall into place, but if he couldn't, then they couldn't even begin. The four army commanders looked at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. Originally, because Yang Kai disobeyed orders, they decided to punish him by having him clean up the battlefield, but who would have thought that cleaning up the battlefield could earn him another great merit? They also heard from Feng Ying that Yang Kai was going to contribute a large batch of profound Yin bamboo to Blue Sky Pass. Each profound Yin bamboo was a precious treasure, especially for the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield. If they did get their hands on those profound Yin bamboo, they would have a huge advantage in both resisting the corruption of Black Ink's strength and improving their own cultivation. This was another great merit that could be awarded to Yang Kai. That realization gave Zhong Liang and others a headache. A junior with too many merits wasn't something to celebrate, because it made it difficult to force him into line when the time came. Once all his merits were converted into military merits, Yang Kai would have accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. With these potential merits and the ones he earned in the last battle, he now had more than most 8th Order Division commanders. Yang Kai, this matter is of great importance. Are you sure you can find and open those universe cave heavens and universe paradises? Zhong Liang put aside the many thoughts in his head and asked solemnly. This was a matter related to the situation of future wars, so he had to confirm everything carefully. Yang Kai answered respectfully, I wouldn't dare to make any wild claims. Ding Yao retorted indifferently, seeing is believing. Naturally, he meant he wanted Yang Kai to do a demonstration for them. Yang Kai didn't refuse and immediately nodded, follow me please. When he was cleaning the battlefield, he found several suspicious places, so it was not difficult to open another portal. A short while later, the crowd stopped at a certain place, and under everyone's watchful gaze, Yang Kai, like before, stretched his hand out into the void. There seemed to be a faint burst of space principles before Yang Kai's hand immediately disappeared without a trace before everyone's eyes. Zhong Liang and others immediately raised their brows. The next moment, Yang Kai twisted his hand and manipulated the space principles. Then, a slowly rotating vortex appeared in everyone's field of vision. Also, there was an aura of a small universe gradually diffusing outward from that vortex. Ding Yao and others watched with widened eyes. They knew Yang Kai wouldn't deceive them about such matters, and they believed that he had such abilities, but wasn't this too easy for him? It felt like opening a hidden universe cave heavens or universe paradises for him was as easy as eating a snack or drinking a glass of water. They had the idea of converting the universe cave heavens and universe paradises outside Blue Sky Pass into traps, but even after many attempts, they couldn't open any because they had too few people who were proficient in the Tao of Space. Even if they had masters who had cultivated the Tao of Space, their attainments were quite low and they could not find and open these hidden small universes. On the other hand, Yang Kai could open a portal just by stretching out his hand. How great were his attainments in the Tao of Space for this brat to accomplish this? But when they recalled that this kid could even arrange universe arrays, they didn't feel surprised anymore. In the meantime, Yang Kai was frowning at the portal. The aura coming from it gave him a feeling that something was not right. What happened? Zhong Liang asked. Yang Kai said, "This universe paradise seems to be stained by black ink strength." Stained by black ink strength? Zhong Liang frowned. Yang Kai nodded before he fiercely extended his hands, and the vortex greatly expanded. The hazy center of the vortex revealed a scene that was as black as ink. It was obvious that the scene before them was the scene inside the portal. With the opening of the portal, the black ink strength inside wanted to gush out, but under Yang Kai's suppression, it remained sealed inside the universe paradise. Zhong Liang sighed slightly. Seal it up. This universe paradise can't be used anymore. To set up an array inside a universe paradise, the Spirit Array Grandmasters had to enter it. However, they couldn't enter a universe paradise if it was suffused with black ink strength. The Spirit Array Grandmasters didn't have Yang Kai's ability to resist the corruption of black ink strength. This universe paradise was completely stained with black ink strength, so it was conceivable that its owner was already corrupted by black ink strength while he was alive. Before the owner died, he still fought hard, but eventually died, leaving this small universe behind. There had to be more than one small universe like this. There were likely many, in fact. Furthermore, not every high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would leave behind a small universe after their death. There were also many who had given their lives for the sake of the human race but couldn't even leave a trace of their existence behind. It was pitiful. Even so, the cave heavens and paradises were still fighting against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, not allowing the Black Ink clan to set foot into the 3,000 worlds, which was a sacrifice worthy of respect. Martial Peak, Chapter 4981, War Materials Hall. Who would have known that cleaning up the battlefield would result in realizing such an important plan that could change Blue Sky Pass' future? The 4 army commanders passed down orders, and men immediately swarmed out of the inner sanctum to the battlefield to rapidly clean it. Only when the battlefield was fully cleaned could Yang Kai open the various portals to the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. After that, they would let those who were proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays enter them and get to work. Because the battlefield was so vast, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to clean it no matter how many people were helping, so Yang Kai had nothing to do in the meantime. He had to wait until the battlefield was cleaned up before he could start working. Thus, he followed Feng Ying back to Blue Sky Pass. It was only then that Yang Kai was registered at Blue Sky Pass and officially became one of the members of the army. Yang Kai arrived here in the middle of a war, so no one was available to help him get registered. After the war, he went into retreat to break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, and then he was punished to clean up the battlefield. Therefore, he only had the time to go through the registration procedures now. Now that he had his own identity token, Yang Kai felt a weight on his shoulders. Throughout the ages, every human master on the Black Ink battlefield had an identity token, yet so many had died and the only way to trace their existence was to search for this token. He had witnessed how fierce the battles here were, and knew how difficult it was for an Open Heaven Realm Master to survive on the Black Ink battlefield. The more he learned, the more he resented the Black Ink clan. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had registered him suddenly handed over a jade slip with a smile. "Yang Kai, here is a letter of appointment authorized by the 4 army commanders. Please accept it." Letter of appointment? Yang Kai took it curiously and was shocked when he used his divine sense to read it. The content of the jade slip was very simple. It said he had performed well and worked hard during this battle, so he was being promoted to squad leader as a reward for his valor. Also, the jade slip had imprints from all 4 army commander, which no one could and would dare to fake. So, I'm a squad leader now? Yang Kai was confused. First, he was punished and made to clean up the battlefield, and now he was rewarded. What was this all about? Was this what they called a carrot and stick approach? Senior sister Feng also has one. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master added while handing a jade slip to Feng Ying. Feng Ying took it curiously and nodded lightly after checking its contents. Yang Kai wanted to ask Feng Ying about her jade slip, but if it was something bad, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to ask, so he kept quiet. However, Feng Ying directly turned her head to look at him and said, "From now on, I am your deputy." Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. After putting away the jade slip, Feng Ying reiterated, "You heard correctly. From now on, I am to serve as your vice squad leader." Yang Kai was surprised, "But aren't you a battalion commander?" A battalion commander ranked higher than a squad leader. Feng Ying also performed well in this battle, but not only wasn't she rewarded, but she was demoted from battalion commander to deputy squad leader. What were the army commanders up to? But on second thought, Yang Kai figured it out. The 4 army commanders made this arrangement to 1, let Feng Ying protect him, and 2, to keep an eye on him. After all, he had disobeyed their orders, disregarded his own safety, and ran straight to the battlefield, which greatly frightened the 4 army commanders. They weren't certain if he would do it again, so they had Feng Ying stick close to him to make sure this didn't happen a second time. Among all the 7th Order Open Heaven Masters, Feng Ying was one of the strongest, so even if they did get into a dangerous situation, she could protect him. All this happened because of me. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "Marshal Ant, I'll go talk to the 4 army commanders and ask them to rescind their orders." Feng Ying shook her head, however, and declared, "There's no need. I have someone in mind to take over my place in the battalion. Also, this decision was jointly made by the 4 army commanders, so they can't change it at will. You, on the other hand, do need someone to watch over you." Her words meant that she didn't mind monitoring Yang Kai, which made him blush. Feng Ying frowned again and added, "But there is something strange about this letter of appointment." "Is it a fake?" Yang Kai cheered. He didn't care about being a squad leader, but it didn't feel good to have someone watching him all the time. While glaring at him, Feng Ying said, "There's no way this is fake. What I mean is, the army commanders appointed us as squad leader and vice squad leader, but they didn't say which army, wing, division, or even battalion we would be joining." Only when she said this did Yang Kai realize what the problem was. It was true that the letter of appointment only said that he was promoted to squad leader, but it didn't mention who he would be serving under. He hadn't been on the Black Ink battlefield for long, but Feng Ying had been here for thousands of years, so she knew exactly what should be included in such letters. However, something vital was missing from both their letters, so both of them felt doubtful. "I'll ask them when I have time." Feng Ying said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the Merit Hall and War Materials Hall. You've just broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, so take advantage of this free time to consolidate your cultivation." The Merit Hall and War Materials Hall were in the same central building, so there were many cultivators coming and going. This place was usually packed because one could check their military merits and exchange them for supplies here. Thus, this was naturally a place that many cultivators would frequent. Especially now that the war had just ended, the place seemed even more lively than normal. The 2 first stopped at the Merit Hall to check out their military merits and soon received a detailed report. Yang Kai wasn't clear on what the number of military merits represented. After all, he was new to Blue Sky Pass and didn't know how such things were calculated, nor did he know how much they were worth. After asking Feng Ying, though, he found out that his military merits were quite high, and that the military merits received by 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders after a major battle would only be this much as well. The military merits Feng Ying had earned after the last war were only about 20% of Yang Kai's, but even so, it was already beyond her expectations. According to her previous estimates, her military merits this time should not be this high. After a moment of silence, though, Feng Ying suddenly realized something and posited, "I think they've also taken the hundreds of people we brought back into their calculations." When they fought their way back from the Black Ink clan's domain, they saved hundreds of Black Ink disciples, which was also a great merit. Now that they had their military merits, they went to the War Materials Hall to exchange them for resources. The manager in charge of this matter handed them 2 jade slips, which included all the materials they could exchange for military merits. Yang Kai used his divine sense to look inside and saw that the first item on the list was a profound Yin spirit fruit. The number of military merits needed was not too high, but it wasn't too low either. However, there was a limited supply, note beside the profound Yin spirit fruit. Obviously, Blue Sky Pass was short of profound Yin spirit fruit. Even taking all the great passes into account, profound Yin spirit fruits were scarce. During every battle, there were countless cultivators who had to sacrifice parts of their small universes. If they wanted to repair the damage, they needed a profound Yin spirit fruit, which could only be found in special sealed worlds on the black ink battlefield. Whenever a profound Yin spirit fruit appeared anywhere, it would be exchanged for immediately. What Yang Kai found surprising was that the second item on the list was actually profound Yin bamboo. However, there was also a limit supply label behind it. He was planning to contribute a batch of profound Yin bamboo to Blue Sky Pass. Previously, he had accumulated too much heritage in his small universe, so he had to use up a large amount of world force to grow profound Yin bamboo, which was of little use to him. He had the world spring in his small universe, so there was no need for him to have profound Yin bamboo too. It seemed Blue Sky Pass had gotten word that he would be contributing a batch of profound Yin bamboo, which was why they added it to the list of exchangeable materials to boost the army's morale. The various resources following profound Yin bamboo were for cultivation. Additionally, among the materials that could be exchanged for were artifacts and even secret techniques from all the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai searched through the list and found that among these secret techniques were the Demon Eye of Annihilation and the Black Purgatory Eye. The amount of military merits required for these two secret techniques were enormous. Even with the military merits he had gained today, Yang Kai barely had enough to redeem for one of them. Even so, Yang Kai was still a bit shocked. Those two-eye secret techniques were the core secrets of Myriad Demons' Heaven. In the 3,000 worlds, only the most elite core disciples were qualified to cultivate them, with ordinary disciples never even having a chance to see them, let alone disciples of other sects. But here, on the black ink battlefield, these two secret techniques were actually purchasable by all. How could he not be shocked by this? After thinking about it, though, Yang Kai understood. Such a different situation existed here because this was the black ink battlefield. Since ancient times, human masters who stepped on into the black ink battlefield never returned to the 3,000 worlds, so even if they had exchanged their military merits for these two secret techniques, Myriad Demons' Heaven wouldn't have to worry about them leaking to the general public. If someone did manage to cultivate these two secret techniques, it would benefit the humans as well because they could at least improve the strength of said cultivator. Yang Kai was still curious and asked the manager while holding the jade slip, "If I exchange military merits for these two-eye secret techniques, how will I receive them?" The manager smiled and said, "We don't provide the cultivation methods here in Blue Sky Pass. If you want to exchange for them, you will need to go to Myriad Demons Pass. The old ancestor of Myriad Demons Cave Heaven resides there, and he will personally teach you the two-eye secret techniques." Yang Kai now understood the situation. He thought there was a prepared cultivation method here in Blue Sky Pass, but he did not expect that would need to head to Myriad Demons Pass to find the old ancestor of Myriad Demons Cave Heaven. It was obvious that all the procedures were the same if one wanted to practice the specialized secret techniques of all the cave heavens and paradises. Yet, to get a chance to be taught by an old ancestor was definitely a blessing. Feng Ying looked at him curiously. "You want to exchange for these two-eye secret techniques?" "I'm just asking." Yang Kai shook his head. There was no need for him to exchange for them because he already possessed the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Pupils of Purgatory. Before coming to the black ink battlefield, a Myriad Demons Heaven ancestor, Mo Sha, had personally taught him those techniques. If he had time to cultivate these two-eye secret techniques and reach the highest possible level of mastery, he would have another trump card to fight against the Black Ink clan. Feng Ying nodded and said from the side, "Those inside the inner sanctum exchange materials according to a principle. Only exchange for what you need. Resources are scarce, so don't take anything you don't plan to immediately make use of." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4982, Dawn. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't need to exchange for cultivation materials because he had already prepared enough of them before coming to the black ink battlefield. The cultivation materials piled up in his small universe were enough for him to cultivate until the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and still have some to spare. However, the War Materials Hall did have some good quality spirit pills, which would be used for quickly healing injuries, restoring strength, and accelerating cultivation. Thus, Yang Kai exchanged a small amount of his military merits for some pills to try out their effects. Meanwhile, Feng Ying also quickly exchanged for materials she needed. In Blue Sky Pass, each cultivator had their own living space, and the higher their rank, the better the conditions of their accommodations and the more extensive the area. Since Yang Kai was promoted to the position of squad leader, he was entitled to a small courtyard. Perhaps someone had forgotten about it or deliberately did it on purpose because though Yang Kai received a letter of appointment, he wasn't actually assigned a place to stay. Fortunately for him, Feng Ying had a spacious place, and she didn't mind sharing it with him. While Feng Ying returned to her place, Yang Kai went into retreat. Before he entered retreat, he took out most of the profound Yin bamboo from his small universe and gave it to Feng Ying so that she could hand it over for him. Having just broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai needed some time to consolidate his cultivation and adapt to his new strength. For the next few months, Yang Kai would be in retreat and refining cultivation materials of all orders to enhance the heritage of his small universe. When others cultivated, most of them would opt to use Open Heaven pills. Even if there were some that chose to refine cultivation materials, their orders wouldn't be very high because they had to gather resources of all 7 elements to be able to safely cultivate. If any of the 7 materials were missing, there was a high chance of causing an imbalance in the cultivator's small universe, which would lead to future dangers. While materials from the 5 elements were easy to find, Yin and Yang element materials of higher orders were rare and difficult to acquire. However, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about this. The yellow and blue crystals he obtained in the chaotic dead territory were beyond count, and although they were essential for purifying and dispelling black ink strength, it didn't matter if he used a few of them for cultivation. That way, the speed of Yang Kai's cultivation would be incomparably faster than others. In addition, he still had living beings inside his small universe, especially the countless small stone race members, which were constantly enhancing the heritage of his small universe. Also, because he had cultivated the Tao of Time, the flow of time in his small universe was 4 times faster compared to the outside world. 1 year outside was equivalent to 4 years inside Yang Kai's small universe. If he used that advantage well, it would save him a lot of time cultivating. One could imagine that the time Yang Kai needed to advance from 7th Order to 8th Order Open Heaven realm in the future would be considerably shorter than average. Now that he had advanced from the 6th Order to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, the volume of his small universe had increased dramatically, and the amount of heritage he could hold had increased proportionally. According to his estimation, the heritage of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was at least 10 times more than that of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and he had only just advanced. As time went by, his heritage would only grow stronger as he continued to cultivate. At this point, he deeply appreciated the huge gap between the 6th and 7th Order Open Heaven realms and was secretly glad that the 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters he had conflicts with were not very strong. If he had made an enemy of someone on Feng Ying's level, he wouldn't be alive today. Months later, the cultivation chamber's seal was knocked on. Yang Kai woke from his meditation and opened the door with a wave of his hand. Right then, Feng Ying stepped inside and reported, "The battlefield has been cleaned, and Marshal Uncle Zhong is waiting for you." Yang Kai got up and said, "Let's go." A short while later, the two of them exited Blue Sky Pass. While looking around, they saw that all the black ink clouds were cleared from the surrounding battlefield, and even the small universe fragments were disposed of. The whole void was now clear and empty. Only Zhong Liang was waiting for Yang Kai there. When he saw them, he beckoned them over. Yang Kai and Feng Ying approached him and saluted. Zhong Liang nodded lightly and said, I'll leave it to you to find those universe cave heavens and universe paradises that are not stained by black ink strength. After you find one, leave the portal open and we'll dispatch specialists to handle the rest. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "Understood." Zhong Liang nodded. "Many thanks to you for your hard work. After you are done with this, there is another matter you'll need to handle. You will be quite busy for some time and won't have much left to cultivate. Take care and don't overwork yourself." While saying so, he reached out and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. Feeling doubtful, Yang Kai asked, "What other matter?" With his hands behind his back, Zhong Liang casually replied, "You'll know eventually. There are still things I need to take care of in the inner sanctum, so I'll be heading back now. Feng Ying will assist you. Let her know about anything you need." After that, with a flicker, Zhong Liang rushed back to Blue Sky Pass in a stream of light. Yang Kai and Feng Ying watched him leave, and after his figure disappeared from view, Yang Kai turned his head to ask, "Martial Ant, do you know what the other matter Senior Zhong was talking about is?" Feng Ying shook her head. "I'm not sure, but it's probably related to black ink strength somehow." Although Yang Kai had advanced to the 7th Order, there were many such masters in Blue Sky Pass, so the matter Yang Kai needed to deal with was most likely related to black ink strength. "But I did ask about your promotion to squad leader." Feng Ying quickly changed the subject. "Really? What did the army commanders say?" Feng Ying replied, "Martial Uncle Zhong said that your identity is special, so you won't belong to a specific army or division. The team you'll be leading will be a special operations squad, and we are currently the only members in it. In the future, we will only answer to the 4 army commanders directly. In addition, you can recruit anyone in Blue Sky Pass that is under the 8th Order Open Heaven realm up to a limit of 50 people." Hearing those words, Yang Kai raised his brow. A special operations squad? This was quite a surprise to him, but it also showed how much the 4 army commanders valued him. Whether it was in Blue Sky Pass or the other great passes, the structure of the army was basically predetermined. A squad had about 10 to 15 soldiers, while a battalion had up to 100. The maximum number of personnel Yang Kai could have in his special squad was 50, which was equivalent to having half the strength of a battalion. In addition, the army commanders allowed him to pick soldiers with strength below the 8th Order Open Heaven realm at will. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to, he could create a squad with a lineup of 57th Order Open Heaven realm masters. Such a lineup would be quite terrifying. If such a squad were to fight on the battlefield, it was very likely that they would produce unexpected results. Along with the power of a warship, they could even kill a territory lord if they encountered one. Yang Kai questioned, "Didn't the army commanders disagree with me entering the battlefield? What's the point of having this special arrangement? If they couldn't fight, there would be no meaning for this squad to exist." Feng Ying said with a smile, "They don't want you to risk your life, but after what happened before, they probably know that you are the impatient type. If another war breaks out, there's no way you will just stay still on the sidelines, and it's impossible for them to always keep an eye on you, so rather than letting you find a way to sneak out on your own, it's better to give you enough power to protect yourself. Moreover, you have already proven your strength. There aren't any weaklings on the black ink battlefield. Everyone going into battle has braved through many difficulties." After listening to Feng Ying's explanation, Yang Kai thought her words made sense. If another big battle broke out, it was impossible for him to stay out of it. Of course he had to fight. He even survived an attack from a royal lord, so there was almost nothing he needed to fear on the black ink battlefield. "You were in retreat back then, so I didn't have the chance to tell you about it. If you have any suitable candidates in mind, do tell me, and we'll see about recruiting them." After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "There were several 7th Order masters who followed us back from the Black Ink clan's domain." Feng Ying nodded. "Shen Ao, Ning Qiji, and Qi Tai Chu. They are all quite strong. All 3 of them were corrupted by black ink strength and degenerated into black ink disciples. After being saved by Yang Kai though, they each consumed a profound Yin spirit fruit to repair their damaged small universes and fought their way back here. In a way, they were now companions who had braved life and death together. If Yang Kai and Feng Ying recruited the three of them, it would save them time familiarizing themselves with each other. I'll head back and ask for their opinions. If they are willing to join us, I'll report to the higher-ups and register them into our squad. But before that, you have to decide on a name. A name? Yang Kai asked. Since it's a special operations squad, it has to have a name, otherwise, we won't be able to register it. What do you have in mind? Yang Kai asked curiously. Feng Ying smiled and said, You are the leader here, so you make the call. Yang Kai squinted and looked into the depths of the void. All he saw was endless darkness, so after a long while, he finally spoke, Dawn. Feng Ying murmured, Dawn as in daybreak? I hope I can see that someday. I'm sure you will. Yang Kai grinned at her. It might be late, but dawn will definitely come. After a pause, he urged, Marshal Ant, I'll have to trouble you with the recruitment of personnel for our squad. Besides the three I just mentioned, if you have someone in mind, just ask them. Since we are a special operations squad, we should focus on quality and not quantity. It's better to have fewer elites than more troublemakers. I understand. Feng Ying nodded. You can rest assured that I will strictly screen everyone that I recruit. Now that they had reached an agreement, Yang Kai began his search for Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises to open. This was an extremely long process, and it took him almost half a year to get them all. With Blue Sky Pass as the center, he had opened portals to all the Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises hidden in the void within a 500,000 kilometers radius. However, many of the Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises had been stained by black ink strength and could not be used, so Yang Kai had to reseal them. After careful counting, Yang Kai found that there were about 1,000 Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises that could be used. Yang Kai felt his heart sink when he realized this. One had to know that those who left these Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises behind were all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, so 1,000 corresponded to the fall of at least as many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4983, Guests from Other Passes. Countless years had passed, so it was impossible that only 1,000 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had fallen outside of Blue Sky Pass. There were even more high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who died with their small universes ruptured, leaving nothing behind. Also, there were even more Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises that were completely stained with black ink strength left behind but were resealed. Yang Kai estimated that only about 1 in 10 small universes that were preserved after a high-rank master's death could be used. In other words, at least 10,000 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had died outside Blue Sky Pass over the ages. That was an enormous amount of casualties. One had to know that in the 3,000 worlds, each of these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was at least an inner elder of a cave heaven or paradise, a master who was famous across the world. Outside Blue Sky Pass, the 1,000 opened Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises had countless Spirit Array Grandmasters busy working on them. They were arranging arrays in all of those Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises in hopes that they could give the Black Ink Clan army a decisive blow in future battles. However, this no longer had anything to do with Yang Kai. His sole task was to find and open these Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises. Everything else would be taken care of by others. But just as he was about to return to the inner sanctum with Feng Ying, Yang Kai suddenly saw two figures coming towards him. Once they were in close proximity, Yang Kai hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, Elder Lu." One of the two men was Lu and of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, while the other was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but his face looked unfamiliar, so Yang Kai didn't greet him immediately. Luan smiled and stroked his beard. "Oh, Yang Kai. Are you done with your work here?" Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "Everything has been taken care of. I'm heading over to report to the army commander." "Many thanks for your hard work," Luan nodded lightly. Yang Kai said, "It's my job." "Is he Yang Kai?" The eyes of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master beside Luan lit up as he swept them over Yang Kai, looking quite interested. Nodding as a confirmation, Luan said, "Exactly." Then he introduced this newcomer to Yang Kai. "This is Tang Qiu, my senior brother. By generation, you should address him as Grand Marshal Uncle. He's from Inyang Pass." Inyang Pass? Yang Kai's heart stirred at those words. Judging by Lu En's words, Tang Qiu was most likely also from Inyang Cave Heaven. As he thought of that, Yang Kai saluted again. "Greetings, Elder Tang." Tang Qiu smiled and nodded. "I've heard much about you. After meeting you today, I can indeed confirm you're a talented young man. Not only are you faring well in the 3,000 worlds, but also on the Black Ink battlefield. Why can't our Inyang Cave Heaven produce a rising star like you? It seems like the old farts back at the sect should give up their positions." Those words made Yang Kai break out in a sweat. "Elder Tang, you're flattering me." Tang Qiu changed his tone. "Are you interested in coming back with me and joining Inyang Pass?" Yang Kai was stunned. Feng Ying, who was standing beside him, put on a wary look and cupped her fist. "Senior, Yang Kai is now a member of Blue Sky Pass, so what you just said is inappropriate." Tang Qiu looked at her lightly. "What's wrong with my words? He's part of Inyang Cave Heaven. What's wrong with him following me back to Inyang Pass?" With pursed lips, Feng Ying remained silent for a moment before saying, "I will report what you've said to the army commanders." Tang Qiu snorted, "They can't do anything to me." Then he looked at Yang Kai. "All you need to do is say the word and I'll go and negotiate with Zhong Liang and the others." Meanwhile, Lu En let out a bitter laugh. "Brother Zhong will definitely not let him go. Senior brother, don't make things difficult for the younger generation." Still feeling a little reluctant, Tang Qiu added, Fine. Go back and think about it. I'll be staying in Blue Sky Pass for a while, so it won't be too late to tell me your decision after you think about it." Lu En eyed Yang Kai, who cupped his fist and said, "Elders, I must take my leave." "Go on." Tang Qiu waved his hand, but then suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, Su Ling Gong came with me on this trip. He's waiting for you back in the inner sanctum. Go and meet him." "Marshal Uncle Su is also here?" Yang Kai was surprised, and when he turned around to look, Tang Qiu and Lu En had already gone far away. When we parted with Su Ling Gong back at the star boundary, the latter said that he was going on a mission and had to leave. Later, when Yang Kai went to Inyang Cave Heaven to look for Chu Huashang, he did not see Su Ling Gong there and thought that his so-called mission had not been completed yet. It wasn't until he gradually got to know about the matters of the Black Ink clan and Black Ink battlefield that Yang Kai found out that Su Ling Gong had long since entered the Black Ink battlefield. At that time, Chu Huashang was still serving her 100-year confinement. When Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield, the thing he wanted to do the most was to find Su Ling Gong, because Su Ling Gong was the only person he knew there. By coincidence, Yang Kai ended up in Blue Sky Pass. When Tang Qiu said he had heard of him and that he was faring well in the 3,000 worlds, Yang Kai wondered how Tang Qiu even knew about such things when he was here, the Black Ink battlefield. Now, it seemed like Su Ling Gong must have told him. Knowing that Su Ling Gong was waiting for him in the inner sanctum, Yang Kai quickly rushed back. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered something and asked Feng Ying, "Martial Ant, how do the great passes communicate with each other?" Feng Ying replied, "If there aren't many people to transport, we can use the hyperspace array. If there are a lot of people to transport, we can only fly slowly." Then, it suddenly dawned on Yang Kai. So, there are indeed space arrays connecting the great passes. He had suspected as much before, but had not had the chance to confirm it. Now that he heard Feng Ying's explanation, he confirmed he was right. There were more than 100 great passes on the Black Ink battlefield, so it was impossible to leave each one isolated from all the others. Otherwise, every great pass would be like a lonely island, unable to remain secure for long. Thus, there had to be some method of communication between them. As Feng Ying knew that he was still uninformed about the Black Ink battlefield, she patiently explained, "You should know that though the distance between the great passes is not too great, they aren't close either. Even with the help of a flight-type artifact, it would still take a few months to get from Blue Sky Pass to the nearest Great Pass, and it's more or less the same situation for other great passes. Also, there might be dangers on the way, so we generally use the hyperspace array to transit between great passes. Yang Kai nodded his head. Feng Ying continued, the human race has more than 100 great passes, and each one is connected to several great passes nearby. Take Blue Sky Pass as an example. With Blue Sky Pass as the center, we can be directly transported to a total of 4 great passes to our left and right. If you want to go to a further great pass, you would have to transit again. But as you know, it's not easy to get supplies here in the Black Ink battlefield, so under normal circumstances, the hyperspace array is only used to transmit information and supplies. We won't easily transport people if the situation isn't dire. Why is that? Asked Yang Kai. After laughing bitterly, Feng Ying explained, it only takes 1 jade slip to transmit information, or 1 space ring to transmit supplies, so it's not resource-consuming to use the hyperspace array. The Black Ink battlefield does not have anyone under the 5th Order Open Heaven realm present, so every time we transport a person, it consumes a lot of energy and supplies. Who would have so many spare resources? It was then that Yang Kai remembered that when they were exchanging materials at the War Materials Hall, Feng Ying had said those from the Great Passes adhered to a strict principle of only exchanging for what they needed immediately. The reason for that was that cultivation materials were hard to come by, so no one dared to waste any. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to use the hyperspace arrays to casually teleport people? Moreover, the higher the strength of the cultivator being transported, the more resources it would consume. Yang Kai frowned slightly and said, in that case, it is difficult for 1 great pass to reinforce another in large numbers. Feng Ying nodded. Teleporting an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master consumes a lot of supplies, so we opt not to do so under normal circumstances. In dire situations, we can still support the other great passes in small batches, of course. After all, a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe has materialized, so it can accommodate living beings. Sending a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters is akin to sending a whole division. Yang Kai understood what she meant. They could let soldiers enter those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' small universe and then use the hyperspace array to send them to the other passes. In such situations, the supplies consumed would only be for transporting the 8th Order Open Heaven Masters. Although they still had to consume a significant amount of resources to do this, it was acceptable in comparison with the potential loss of a great pass. Nonetheless, even if they sent 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the total volume of their small universes had a limit. Thus, it was impossible to accommodate unlimited reinforcements, which was why Feng Ying said that they could only send small batches of troops. If the situation did require large-scale reinforcements, their only option would be to fly by warship, which was time-consuming. The cost of sending an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master over to another Great Pass was not small. Moreover, according to the universe chart, the distance between Inyang Pass and Blue Sky Pass was of multiple Great Passes. In other words, people from Inyang Pass had to transit 4 or 5 times just to get here. This would cost a significant amount of resources. Tang Qiu from Inyang Pass had spent so much to come here, so it was impossible that he was just sightseeing. Yang Kai vaguely understood why he was here though. Also, he finally realized what Zhong Liang meant when he said there would be another matter to get to after finding and opening the universe cave heavens and paradises half a year ago. The following task was not complicated or difficult, but it definitely was a matter that consumed time and energy. What's more, he was the only one who could do it, so Yang Kai felt obliged to cooperate. But before that, it was time to meet with Su Linggong. Yang Kai was certain Su Linggong would be interested to know the latest status of the 3,000 worlds. There was a reception hall in Blue Sky Pass. After all, there were occasional visitors to this place, so there had to be a place for guests to stay. Feng Ying went to report to Zhong Liang and the others about the Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises while personnel from Blue Sky Pass guided Yang Kai to the reception hall. Many cultivators had gathered there, and all of them were in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. The lobby was full of long tables with groups of cultivators sitting together and talking. After sweeping his gaze around the room, Yang Kai did not see Su Linggong, but after listening to the conversations from the others, he realized that all these people were not from Blue Sky Pass. All of them had rushed here from various other great passes, which confirmed his suspicions. Martial Peak, Chapter 4984, Meeting Su Linggong again. After asking someone, Yang Kai learned that Su Linggong had gone to his own residence to wait for him, so he didn't stay at the lounge much longer and went straight to Feng Ying's residence. Not long after, Yang Kai reached Feng Ying's courtyard and saw a man standing outside it with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. The man was stout, and he was wearing a large cloak while anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door. Who else could it be besides Su Linggong? Noticing movement, Su Linggong stopped and turned his head to look in Yang Kai's direction. When he saw Yang Kai's face, he had a complicated look in his eyes. Yang Kai stepped forward, and when he got close, he bowed respectfully. Junior greets Martial Uncle Su. Su Linggong reached out to hold Yang Kai's arm and heaved a sigh. It's really you. When he heard that there was a boy named Yang Kai in Blue Sky Pass, he thought it was just someone who had the same name, but the information he got stated that the Yang Kai in Blue Sky Pass was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven. At that time, he thought it was too much of a coincidence. So, when Tang Qiu asked Su Linggong if he wanted to come to Blue Sky Pass, he agreed to come and see for himself if the Yang Kai here was the one he knew. They had been at Blue Sky Pass for only a few days. Since Tang Qiu had Lu in accompanying him, Su Linggong went to search for Yang Kai's residence and soon arrived here. He waited for a few days but didn't see Yang Kai. After asking around, he found out that Yang Kai was busy with something outside of Blue Sky Pass. He could not go to look for him, so he could only continue to wait here. Now that the person he was waiting for was finally back, Su Linggong was sure that Yang Kai was the brat he knew. Why did you come here? Su Linggong looked at him with some distress. This was the Black Ink battlefield. How could he return to the 3,000 worlds after coming here? Over the past few days, he had been hoping that the Yang Kai from Blue Sky Pass was not the one he knew, but the more information he found out, the less hope he had. Now that he saw him, his hopes were immediately dashed. Su Linggong couldn't understand why Yang Kai would come to the Black Ink battlefield. It's a long story. Yang Kai let out a bitter laugh. Squad leader, why don't you invite the guest inside? Feng Ying suddenly spoke up from the side. Su Linggong turned his head to look at her. You are? Yang Kai introduced her. This is Martial Aunt Feng Ying. She has been taking care of me since I came to Blue Sky Pass. Martial Aunt Feng, this is my wife's honored master, Su Linggong. Feng Ying smiled and greeted, Greetings, Brother Su. Su Linggong greeted back. Sister Feng is too polite. This brat is not very obedient, so I'm sure he has caused you a lot of trouble these days. After a short laugh, Feng Ying answered, Brother Su, you must be exaggerating. Squad leader saved my life, and he made a number of great contributions during the previous battle. Also, he is deeply respected by the army commanders. Even the old ancestor has called him for a chat. Su Linggong nodded lightly. I heard about these things, but I don't know the details. We came to Blue Sky Pass because of this as well. Martial Uncle Su, please come in. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Feng Ying opened the door, and the three entered. When Yang Kai and Su Linggong were seated, Feng Ying said, I'll make some tea. You can talk in the meantime. Su Linggong thanked her politely. Many thanks, Sister Feng. After Feng Ying's figure disappeared, Su Linggong suddenly leaned forward and lowered his voice to say, Brat, why does she keep calling you squad leader? Yang Kai explained, I earned a lot of military merits during the battle outside Blue Sky Pass, so the army commanders promoted me to squad leader and placed Martial Aunt Feng as my deputy. Su Linggong was dumbfounded. You? A squad leader? But your cultivation is? No, wait, you reached the 7th Order? At that point he suspiciously checked Yang Kai. Yang Kai revealed some of his aura while calmly explaining, I had a flash of enlightenment during the previous battle. Then, I went into retreat after the fighting ended and successfully broke through. Su Linggong's face suddenly twitched. If I remember correctly, it hasn't been long since you advanced to the open heaven realm, right? He knew a lot about Yang Kai's background. After all, Yang Kai was the husband of his treasured disciple, so he naturally had to know more about this young man. The news of Yang Kai being forced to advance to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm in the Shattered Heaven had spread far and wide, so Su Linggong had naturally heard about it. How long ago was that though? After a rough calculation, it should have only been 300 to 400 years. These 300 or 400 years might be a few lifetimes for a mortal who never cultivated, but for Open Heaven realm masters with a long lifespan, that was like a snap of the fingers. It was unheard of for someone to advance from the Fifth Order to the Seventh Order in just a few hundred years, even taking a mid-rank world fruit into account. Su Linggong had never heard of anyone spending only a few hundred years to achieve such a feat. To go from the Sixth Order to the Seventh alone required a long process of accumulating heritage in one small universe. Even with abundant cultivation resources, it would still take at least 1,000 to 2,000 years at the minimum. And that was under the premise that everything went smoothly for the cultivator. If anything happened, it wouldn't be surprising if the cultivator had to spend a few thousand years to advance. However, there was a living, breathing example right in front of his eyes, so even if Su Linggong didn't want to believe it, he had to. After a long time, he calmed down, nodded lightly, and said, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master is enough to serve as a squad leader. Yet, there was still an uncomfortable feeling rising in his heart. He had also spent a couple hundred years on the Black Ink battlefield and participated in battles with the Black Ink clan, gaining some merits along the way. Also, because of his strength and performance, he was promoted to vice squad leader a few years ago. However, his disciple's husband was already a squad leader. Wouldn't that mean that Yang Kai was a rank higher than him? It did feel bitter when comparing oneself to others. However, on the Black Ink battlefield, a higher position meant greater responsibilities, which was not necessarily a good thing. Su Linggong then raised his brow slightly and muttered, Sister Feng is an interesting person. Yang Kai felt doubtful and asked, What do you mean? With a wave of his hand, Su Linggong said, It's nothing. He came here to find Yang Kai with a mission to persuade the latter to return to Yinyang Pass with him. His legacy disciple was Yang Kai's wife, so they already had a connection. Therefore, Su Linggong was the perfect candidate to persuade Yang Kai, which was also why Tang Qiu brought him in the first place. However, as soon as they met, Feng Ying addressed Yang Kai as squad leader. It was an obvious sign for Su Linggong to back down. Blue Sky Pass thought so highly of Yang Kai that they directly promoted him to squad leader after just one battle, so of course they wouldn't let him leave so easily. Tell me, why did you come here? Su Linggong looked at Yang Kai in confusion. This was what he was really curious about. As Yang Kai had previously said, he had a flash of enlightenment during the previous battle and broke through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, he was only at the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm when he came to the Black Ink battlefield. He wasn't directly from any of the cave heavens or paradises, so logically his cultivation wasn't high enough for him to be sent to the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai kept silent for a good moment before saying, Martial Uncle Su, it's a long story, and inconvenient for me to tell you. Su Linggong frowned slightly, You can't tell me. Cupping his fist, Yang Kai declared, Martial Uncle Su, please forgive me, but I have a compelling reason. If he wanted to explain why he came to the Black Ink battlefield, he would have to mention the Void Corridor. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't trust Su Linggong, but the words Meng Qi said before he died were true. Everyone besides the Ninth Order Open Heaven real old ancestors were at risk of being corrupted by Black Ink's strength. Once the Black Ink clan learned about the existence of the Void Corridor, it was bound to bring disaster to the 3,000 worlds. Although the Void Corridor had only been opened once and was now hidden and sealed, with the small sealed world containing it having been ruptured, it was still there. As long as it wasn't destroyed, someone could still find it and reopen it. Su Linggong was silent for a moment before nodding. You must have your reasons for not talking about it, so I won't insist. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Su. How are things at home? Su Linggong changed the subject. Before I came here, everything was well. Martial Uncle Su, you can rest assured that I have properly married Senior Sister Chu. After sighing, Su Linggong asked, as her honored master, I did not attend her wedding. Xiao Huashang must have felt sad. I thought after I entrusted her to you, I would have nothing to worry about, but I didn't expect that you would come here too. How would she cope with being alone there? Yang Kai said, I have made all the necessary arrangements before I left home. Senior Sister Chu will not suffer any grievances. Su Linggong suddenly glared at him. Smelly brat, why do you have so many women for no good reason? The fights between women are the most troublesome. Faced with Su Linggong's reprimand, Yang Kai could only remain silent. Feng Ying came with tea just in time to ease the embarrassment. After thanking her, Su Linggong sipped on the tea and was very impressed. Feng Ying smiled in response. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Su Linggong said, let's get down to business. I came all the way from Yinyang Pass with Martial Uncle Tang because I heard that Blue Sky Pass has come up with a powerful weapon to deal with the Black Ink clan. I believe that people from other great passes will gradually gather here. Though Yang Kai had already guessed the truth when he saw the many cultivators from other great passes in the reception hall, he was still surprised to hear the scope of things and asked, all the great passes know about this already. Su Linggong nodded. Since ancient times, the human race was helpless against Black Ink strength. The purifying Black Ink battleship that the Blue Sky Pass created is new, and is the sole method to deal with Black Ink strength. All the great passes are allies, and if one suffers, all suffer, and if one prospers, all prosper. All the great passes would share good things with each other. Blue Sky Pass sent messages to all the great passes the day the first purifying Black Ink battleship was launched. We at Yinyang Pass were skeptical when we received the news. After confirming with Blue Sky Pass a few times to make sure the news was correct though, we immediately started constructing our own purifying Black Ink battleship according to the blueprint provided by Blue Sky Pass. We've managed to complete 4 purifying Black Ink battleships just a few days ago, and Master Uncle Tang has brought them here. Yang Kai nodded his head in understanding and suddenly felt a great sense of responsibility. The composition of the great passes was basically the same, with each great pass being divided into 4 armies. Just like Blue Sky Pass, each army needed a purifying Black Ink battleship to function optimally. In other words, each great pass needed 4 battleships. With more than 100 great passes, they had to refine more than 400 purifying Black Ink battleships. Martial Peak, Chapter 4985, completing the purifying Black Ink battleship. They had to make 400 purifying Black Ink battleships, all of which required Yang Kai to personally seal purifying light inside them and arrange universe arrays aboard. Sealing purifying light was not a hard task as he only needed to trigger the 2 marks on the back of his hand to draw out the power of the yellow and blue crystals, converge and fuse them together, and form purifying light. However, personally arranging a universe array on every purifying Black Ink battleship would be a huge project that Yang Kai estimated would take him 3 to 5 years to complete at best. And that was just the start. He couldn't rest easy after that. Purifying light would be consumed in battle, and if the purifying light of a great pass was depleted in the future, they would have to come to Blue Sky Pass to replenish it. Even though Yang Kai had countless yellow and blue crystals in hand, he was still a bit worried. At this rate of consumption, no matter how many yellow and blue crystals he had, they would eventually be used up. By then, what would happen to the humans on the Black Ink battlefield? Maybe he could return to the 3,000 worlds and find Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory. However, this wasn't an urgent matter as he had enough yellow and blue crystals to last for some time. Yang Kai also asked about Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui, but Su Linggong only said that they were staying at Yinyang Pass and did not come with him this time. After hearing that they were fine, Yang Kai felt reassured. After chatting for a while, Su Linggong left without mentioning that he wanted Yang Kai to accompany him back to Yinyang Pass. The next day, Yang Kai was ordered to go to the central square with Feng Ying accompanying him. When they arrived, they saw Ding Yao waiting for them there, and beside him was a lofty middle-aged man wearing golden armor. His aura was as deep as the abyss, and he was clearly also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Judging from his looks, this man came from Great Battle Heaven. Behind them were 4 brand new purifying black ink battleships lined up in a row, all of similar shape and size to those refined by Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai knew these were the purifying black ink battleships they had brought with them. After Blue Sky Pass successfully built their first purifying black ink battleship, they sent a message to all the Great Passes, informing them of the purpose of the purifying black ink battleships along with the blueprints to build more. When the Great Passes received the message, they paid a lot of attention to it and immediately began refining their own purifying black ink battleships after confirming that the message was accurate and authentic. Once they were done building the battleships, they used the hyperspace arrays to send an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the completed purifying black ink battleships to Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai was the only one who could finish the refinement of these ships. When they got close enough, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Greetings, Senior Ding." Ding Yao nodded lightly and said, "Do you know what you are here for?" Yang Kai nodded, "I do." "Good." Ding Yao said flatly, "The purifying black ink battleships made great contributions in the previous battle and proved their immense value. It is now a fundamental weapon for us to win this war against the Black Ink clan, so you will have to work even harder in the future." Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "I will not disappoint you." "Very good." Ding Yao gestured to the middle-aged man next to him and said, "This is Wei Junyang from Great Battle Pass, my senior brother from Great Battle Heaven. Great Battle Pass is currently engaged in a war with the Black Ink clan army, so he urgently needs these purifying black ink battleships to be readied for battle." Wei Junyang looked solemn and cupped his fist at Yang Kai while speaking quickly, "Martial nephew, the safety of the 30,000 soldiers of Great Battle Pass depends on you." "Senior is exaggerating. I will do what I can as it is my duty," Yang Kai said humbly. "Since Great Battle Pass is currently fighting the Black Ink clan, we cannot delay this any further. May I begin now?" "Very good." Wei Junyang nodded his head hastily. "Have you brought the necessary materials?" Yang Kai asked. Hearing that, Wei Junyang hurriedly took out a space ring. "The materials for the universe array are all in here. If you need anything else, just let me know." Yang Kai reached out, took the space ring, checked it with his divine sense and nodded, "I think this will be enough. I'll let you know if I need anything more." After saying that, he moved to the nearest purifying black ink battleship and used the space array on the deck to teleport into the cabin. Great Battle Pass had done a good job of preparing the purifying black ink battleships. Basically, everything that could be built had already been done. Now, all that was missing was the universe array and purifying light. These were the things that Yang Kai had to add personally. The moment Yang Kai dashed inside, Wei Junyang exhaled slightly and turned his head to look at Ding Yao. "Junior brother, how long will it take to finish?" The battle was raging over at Great Battle Pass, so he naturally wanted to return as soon as possible. Ding Yao replied, "It shouldn't take long. Though, I'm not exactly sure." While saying so, he turned his head to look at Feng Ying, who was standing to the side. Feng Ying understood what Ding Yao wanted and spoke up after a moment of contemplation, "We can probably complete a purifying black ink battleship within 6 or 7 days." Wei Junyang raised his brow, "1 in 6 or 7 days, so all 4 ships will take at most a month." 1 month was not too long for a battle that could take decades to end, so they could afford the wait. Then, Ding Yao persuaded, "Senior brother Wei, why don't you head back and rest? You can return to collect them once they're ready." Wei Junyang waved his hand, "No, I'll wait here. I must return to Great Battle Pass as soon as the ships are ready." If he could return even a moment sooner, he would be able to save more people. Moreover, he couldn't bring himself to rest at such a moment. Knowing his senior brother's character, Ding Yao stopped trying to persuade him. Wei Junyang said, "You may go if you have something to do. I'll leave as soon as these are done." Ding Yao nodded, cupped his fist, and said, "Take care, senior brother." Wei Junyang returned the gesture without saying anything. They had known each other for thousands of years and had entered the Black Ink battlefield together, but since they came to the Black Ink battlefield, they had met only a handful of times. After they parted today, there was no telling when they would see each other again, or if they ever would. Such a situation was not uncommon on the Black Ink battlefield. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai didn't leave the purifying Black Ink battleship while Wei Junyang and Feng Ying waited outside. Perhaps news had spread around the pass because someone sped over and stopped before them a few moments later. "Brother Wei." The visitor cupped his fist and greeted them. "Brother Ma." Wei Junyang recognized the identity of the man and returned the salute. The visitor, like him, was an army commander of one of the great passes, and his identity and cultivation were not inferior to his. "Has it begun?" Brother Ma took a look at purifying Black Ink battleship and asked. Wei Junyang nodded his head. Brother Ma said, "I'll go in and take a look." While he said that, he dashed into the purifying Black Ink battleship from the space array. Wei Junyang frowned, but he could not say anything more. In fact, when they came to Blue Sky Pass, they had already seen the interior of a complete purifying Black Ink battleship. The pure white light inside was astonishing, and the universe array was even more exquisite. The battleships they visited were already finished products, so none of them had been inside a semi-finished battleship like this one. It was natural that they would be curious. After a few moments, Brother Ma came out of the purifying Black Ink battleship, nodded lightly at Wei Junyang, then rushed off again. He seemed to have only taken a short visit and then left, so both Wei Junyang and Feng Ying did not pay much attention to him. However, this was just the beginning. The news seemed to have spread quickly because the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the other great passes found out that Yang Kai had started to complete a purifying Black Ink battleship, so they ran to Central Square one after another to take a look. Even though Wei Junyang had a straightforward personality and might even be considered simple-minded, he still noticed that something was amiss. These old fogies all wore solemn yet subtle expressions when they left the battleship, like they were plotting something. Yang Kai exited the purifying Black Ink battleship with a bitter face soon after one such guest left and stood on the deck while looking at Wei Junyang. "Senior Wei, I can't focus with people constantly interrupting me. If I make a mistake, those from Great Battle Pass will not be able to use the universe array." Wei Junyang raised his brow at these words and came to the deck in a flash. Then he announced, "From now on, I will stand guard here. Whoever dares to trespass will have to face my wrath." The man's face looked murderous as he stood there. His tone made Yang Kai break out in cold sweat, so he hurriedly waved his hands. Of course. After he said that, he glanced at Feng Ying and silently sent a message to her. Feng Ying understood and nodded imperceptibly. Yang Kai turned around and re-entered the cabin. A few moments later, someone else arrived, but what they saw was a menacing Wei Junyang standing on the deck with his sword in hand. The visitor cupped his fist and said with a smile, "Brother Wei, I heard that the completion of the battleships has started. I would like to take a look inside. Would you?" Before the person could finish his words, Wei Junyang unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the newcomer. "You will have the opportunity to take a look when it's your purifying Black Ink battleship's turn to be completed, but right now, Great Battle Pass is in a difficult battle and urgently needs the support from these battleships. It's a race against time, so no one is to disturb the process. Otherwise, that person will face the entire Great Battle Pass." The man was stunned and didn't say anything more. He just wanted to take a look at the purifying Black Ink battleship, not make an enemy of Great Battle Pass. People from Great Battle Cave Heaven generally acted more fiercely than others. Also, they always stuck to their word. Judging by Wei Junyang's attitude, it seemed like a fight would break out if he defied him. Laughing sheepishly, the man said, "Brother Wei, you must be exaggerating. I just want to take a look at it." "You will have a chance to look at it later, but not now." The man looked at him for a moment, sighed, and turned to leave. A few more people arrived one after another, but they were all stopped by Wei Junyang and reluctantly left. Meanwhile, Zhong Liang, who was discussing important matters with Liang Yulong, suddenly received a message. After reading it with his divine sense, he was furious. Those ungrateful thieves. Blue Sky Pass kindly let them come over to complete their purifying black ink battleships, but now they try to poach one of our people? This is going too far. Feeling shocked by the sudden outburst, Liang Yulong asked, "Brother Zhong, what happened?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4986, Putting the Cart Before the Horse. Zhong Liang snarled angrily, "Those old bastards used inspecting the half-complete purifying black ink battleship as an excuse to see Yang Kai and secretly offer him all kinds of benefits. They're trying to poach him." After hearing what happened, Liang Yulong was also furious. He smashed his fist on the table in front of him and snapped, "Shameless thieves! How dare they try to take advantage of us?" Zhong Liang pondered for a moment, turned his head, and ordered his adjutant, "Send a message to those old bastards and tell them to come to the conference hall. Just say that Blue Sky Pass has something to discuss with them." The adjutant received the order and quickly turned around and left. Meanwhile, Liang Yulong looked at Zhong Liang and said, "Are you going to?" Zhong Liang grunted, "Since they're being so shameless, is there any point in showing them respect?" An hour later, 2 rows of seats inside the main conference hall were filled with people, all of them 8th Order masters from other great passes. The scene could be described as a gathering of talents and a luxurious lineup. There were roughly 50 people gathered inside the hall, all of them representing one of the great passes. There were only these few because there were many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from other great passes who had not arrived yet. They were either in the middle of building purifying black ink battleships or were on their way here. Although there weren't many people, the hall was silent, and there were only divine senses flying back and forth as the masters conversed with each other. After everyone had arrived, the 4 army commanders of Blue Sky Pass came out from the back and took their seats in the front. The scattered divine senses calmed down, and the group looked forward, wondering why the army commanders of Blue Sky Pass called them here. As they had already discussed this prior to coming here, they didn't spare any time after taking their seats, and Ding Yao, the Eastern Army commander, spoke first. "I heard that many of you went to take a look at the purifying black ink battleship in progress today." The moment he said that, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately understood. All of them were old foxes, so how could they not notice that the hidden annoyance behind Ding Yao's tone was because word of their actions had spread to the ears of Blue Sky Pass army commanders? Some of them felt restless, some closed their eyes and pretended to be sleeping, and some smiled but didn't say anything. No one spoke a word. Noticing their silence, Ding Yao continued, "I also heard that you all have promised Yang Boy a lot of benefits and are trying to poach him for your own great passes." He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Look at you! Is this something an honorable person would do?" The day the purifying black ink battleship was created, Blue Sky Pass was still being besieged by the Black Ink clan, and was in a precarious situation, yet we still immediately passed on word to all the great passes and told all of you about this wondrous news. We know that on the Black Ink battlefield, if one of us suffers, we all suffer, and if one of us prospers, we all prosper. We share whatever advancements and advantages we have and never hoard them from other great passes. With the purifying black ink battleships supporting up our armies, we humans will no longer be at risk of being corrupted by black ink strength. This is a heaven-sent blessing for all of us. He took a pause to glare around the room before continuing. This was proven during the previous battle. Before Yang Kai arrived at Blue Sky Pass, our soldiers were still at risk of being corrupted by black ink strength, but since his arrival, no one from Blue Sky Pass has suffered from black ink strength anymore. This is especially true since the birth of the purifying black ink battleship. We of Blue Sky Pass have always been open and honest, but what about you all? How could you think of poaching him away from Blue Sky Pass? Don't you have any conscience at all? If it were a normal open heaven realm master, they would have been frightened by Ding Yao's roar. However, the guests here were all 8th Order masters, and none of them was afraid of him. Of course, many of them were showing guilty expressions. What they did was indeed unrighteous, so they couldn't refute Ding Yao's words. Only one person chuckled and said, "Brother Ding, don't be angry. I don't know what the others are thinking, but Yang Kai belongs to Yinyang Cave Heaven. As his elder, I naturally want to bring him back to Yinyang Pass. He holds the purifying light, which is the only method we have to counteract black ink strength. It is the key to breaking the stalemate between both races. Most importantly, we can better protect him after bringing him back to Yinyang Pass." The person who spoke was none other than Tang Qiu from Yinyang Pass. Ding Yao turned his head to look at Tang Qiu and said indifferently, "Who says that disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven must serve in Yinyang Pass? Blue Sky Pass also has disciples from Yinyang Heaven, and disciples of my Great Battle Cave Heaven are serving in Yinyang Pass. Since ancient times, once someone from the 3,000 worlds is assigned to a pass, they belong to that pass. This is the rule, and it has nothing to do with the person's master sect. Yang Kai came to Blue Sky Pass first, so he is a member of Blue Sky Pass, and he has already registered as a member here. Also, he is the squad leader of Blue Sky Pass Dawn Squad." Nodding slightly, Tang Qiu argued, "Of course I know that, but Brother Ding, you might have misheard me. What I said just now is that I want to bring him back to Yinyang Pass to better protect him. As for his military merits and his position as squad leader, we at Yinyang Pass can give him what Blue Sky Pass can give him as well." Those words angered Zhong Liang, and he roared, "What are you trying to say? Are you saying that Blue Sky Pass can't protect him?" Tang Qiu said slowly, "That's not what I meant, but I heard that Yang Kai was only a 6th Order master when he rushed out to the battlefield during the previous fight. Also, he was even attacked by a royal lord and almost lost his life. Is this true?" The crowd was shocked at these words because most of them didn't know about this. Even Tang Qiu only knew about this because he had overheard Lu En speaking about it. Lu En did not mean to expose all this. He only spoke of how Yang Kai had excellent aptitude, braved life and death during the last battle, advanced to the next order, and had his purifying light. He felt he would be of great use in the future. When the crowd heard about this from Tang Qiu, they were greatly alarmed. Everyone knew the importance of Yang Kai's existence. He was the only one who could use purifying light, which was the only means to purify and dispel black ink strength. "Brother Ding, is this true?" someone asked urgently. Ding Yao was dumbfounded. There was no way to deny this, and Tang Qiu's words had hit the nail on the head. Faced with stares from everyone, Ding Yao could only nod. It is true, but Yang Kai also gained something from the disaster. He advanced from 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Shaking his head, Tang Qiu disagreed. He was lucky this time, but he won't always be lucky. He found an opportunity in the crisis this time, but who knows what might happen next. If he has an accident, the implications are unimaginable. Zhong Liang turned to look at him and asked, "Brother Tang, let me ask you this. If you take Yang Kai back to Yinyang Pass, how will you protect him?" Tang Qiu replied, "I will place him in the inner sanctum. I will grant him anything he needs and won't ever let him be in danger." Nodding, Zhong Liang retorted, "This was the same idea I had before, but that brat might not agree with that. To tell you the truth, Brother Tang, he joined the battle last time by sneaking out onto the battlefield. This is an important matter, and it doesn't matter if he's willing or not. Throughout the ages, how many elites from the cave heavens and paradises shed blood on the black ink battlefield? How many of them fell into this vast void? For the greater good of the human race, everyone must make sacrifices. He is in control of the purifying light, and he can determine the fate of the human race, so he must sacrifice his freedom." Zhong Liang smiled and said, "Why don't you talk to Yang Kai about this and see if he will agree?" Hearing that, Tang Qiu laughed. "How can we leave it to him to make the decision?" This meant that if Yang Kai was brought back to Yinyang Pass, he would not be able to leave the pass under any circumstances ever again. Zhong Liang frowned and said nothing. Meanwhile, Shen Tuimo, who had been keeping silent, suddenly spoke up. To him, all of you here are highly respected seniors. No matter whether it's our seniority, strength, or status, we are all far better than him. Yet we, the seniors, are now placing the hope for our entire race on his shoulders. Don't you think that is too cruel? The crowd was silent, and Tang Qiu frowned. Shen Tuimo continued, the future of the human race cannot rely on just one person. For countless years, the Black Ink clan has wanted to invade and conquer the 3,000 worlds, but they are still being held back by us in this very Black Ink battlefield. What did we do in the past when there was no purifying light? Did we just stand back and allow the Black Ink clan to attack us with impunity? What would we do without purifying light in the future? Will we have no way of fighting the Black Ink clan without such means? In my opinion, we can rely on purifying light to fight against the Black Ink clan, but we cannot be fully dependent on it. Fellow brothers, don't put the cart before the horse. There was a silence in the hall as all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fell into deep thought. They had to admit that Shen Tuimo's words made sense. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Shen Tuimo added, in the past, we didn't have Yang Boy and his purifying light, but all the great passes were firmly united. But now, you are all sitting here arguing over who gets to keep him? Won't such an argument destroy our unity? Furthermore, as far as I know, Yang Kai's purifying light requires 2 unique types of materials called yellow crystals and blue crystals, which are only produced in the chaotic dead territory. I don't know how many yellow and blue crystals he has, but he has to seal his purifying light into 400 purifying Black Ink battleships, which is a huge number. There will inevitably come a day when he runs out of these resources. When that happens, who will you ask for purifying light? Yellow and blue crystals. The chaotic dead territory? The others only knew about the wonders of the purifying light, but they did not know about the materials needed to create it or the source of those materials. Shen Tuimo was only repeating what Yang Kai had said to them before. Many of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately frowned at those words. If that were true, the purifying light was not inexhaustible, and there would be a day when it ran out. By then, the human race would return to their previous situation. As Shen Tuimo said, purifying light could be used as a tool in battle, but they couldn't fully rely on it. On the Black Ink battlefield, the unity of the entire human race was the key to confronting the Black Ink clan. It would indeed be putting the cart before the horse if they only had their eyes on the purifying light. Martial Peak, Chapter 4987, Dawn Battleship. Brother Shen Tu has a point. Someone nodded lightly. Following that, another spoke up, Brother Shen Tu has thought about this matter more thoroughly. We feel ashamed. Shen Tuimo's words dissuaded many people from the idea of poaching Yang Kai, which was already a bit unorthodox. They couldn't argue with the others because they didn't have a reason to, and their chances of succeeding were slim. Now that they heard Shen Tuimo's analysis of the pros and cons of this matter, they thought he was right and cancelled their current plans. Meanwhile, Ding Yao and the others were observing the crowd, so they knew Shen Tuimo's words had persuaded them and immediately felt relieved. Zhong Liang looked toward Tang Qiu after a moment and asked, What do you think, Brother Tang? Tang Qiu frowned and said, I still insist on bringing Yang Kai back to Inyang Pass. If he is willing to come back with me. Although he said that, his tone was not as insistent as before. Smiling, Zhong Liang spoke up, If you ask him in person, that brat might not be able to refuse. After all, you are also his elder, so why force him to make a decision? I don't think it's necessary to ask him that, and I think his presence in Blue Sky Pass is just right. Tang Qiu raised his eyebrows. How is it just right? Zhong Liang answered, We have more than 100 great passes that form a barrier on the Black Ink battlefield, blocking the Black Ink clan's invasion of the 3,000 worlds. Blue Sky Pass just happens to sit at the center of this barrier, so no matter which great pass you all come from, the distance to here does not vary much. But if Yang Kai goes to Inyang Pass, the situation will be different. The distance between passes will vary greatly, so I believe it is best for him to stay in Blue Sky Pass. And no matter which Great Pass he's at, he will still be serving the human race, so why does it matter which Great Pass he belongs to? 1 month later, the 4 purifying black ink battleships of Great Battle Pass were completed and delivered. Wei Junyang, who had been waiting at the central square the whole time, thanked Yang Kai and put the 4 purifying black ink battleships in his small universe. Then he immediately left. Great Battle Pass was engaged in battle with the Black Ink clan and needed the purifying black ink battleships to aid them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had no time to rest before another 4 purifying black ink battleships from another Great Pass were ready and waiting for him to finish. He had no idea how the others negotiated it, but every time Yang Kai finished the purifying black ink battleships from one pass, he had to work on the ones from another. After huge amounts of supplies were consumed, and all the universe arrays were arranged, the purifying black ink battleships that were filled with purifying light were taken away by their respective Great Pass representatives. Once the purifying black ink battleships were introduced into the battlefield, they could greatly curb the problem of black ink strength, and at the same time, the universe array inside each purifying black ink battleship could allow the humans to return to their lines quickly. Repeating this process day in and day out was incredibly dull, yet Yang Kai was meticulous because he knew that the tedium he endured today could save the lives of many tomorrow. Gradually, he even forgot about the passage of time. Except for resting for a few days after exhausting himself, he continued working in the central square. Almost every month, one of the visitors to Blue Sky Pass would leave while feeling satisfied. The purifying black ink battleships that were brought back to the Great Passes blossomed like a beautiful flower, with Blue Sky Pass as its stem. Finally, after Yang Kai delivered 4 more battleships and saw them off together with an 8th Order Master from one of the Great Passes, he suddenly realized that the square was empty. In the past, before he finished his work, there would be 4 new purifying black ink battleships waiting here for him, and he had long gotten used to this kind of life, but there seemed to be something different today. Soon after, Zhong Liang came over. He smiled and nodded when he saw Yang Kai looking at him. "You've worked hard these past few years. Go back and have a good rest." Yang Kai was slightly dazed, and only then did he respond, "Is that all?" "Yes." Zhong Liang patted Yang Kai's shoulder. "Now, more than 100 Great Passes have their own purifying black ink battleships. In the future, we no longer have to be afraid of being corrupted by black ink strength when facing the Black Ink clan, and it's all thanks to you." Yang Kai silently nodded before taking a moment and calculating things, soon realizing that some 7 to 8 years had passed. In other words, he had been busy in this square for 7 to 8 years. Although a few years was nothing to an Open Heaven Realm Master, it was still surprising that time had passed so quickly. "Go back to your residence. You've only recently advanced to the 7th Order, so you need to stabilize your cultivation." Zhong Liang waved his hand and said, "Yes, sir." Yang Kai took orders and left. When he returned to Feng Ying's compound, Yang Kai opened the barrier and entered. He sat alone in front of the porch steps and suddenly felt a little dazed. After being used to a busy life, he somehow felt like a fish out of water when it was all peaceful and quiet. Zhong Liang had asked him to consolidate his cultivation, but he was not in a hurry to do so. Since his advancement to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, although he hadn't had the time to cultivate properly, the special situation of his small universe made it possible for his heritage to continuously increase. Now that 7 or 8 years had passed, his cultivation had long since been stabilized. However, after checking the situation of his small universe, Yang Kai let out a faint sigh. Over the past 7 or 8 years, he had completed more than 400 purifying black ink battleships. While he did not need to bother with the materials for the universe arrays as each Great Pass had prepared them, he had to consume yellow and blue crystals to seal purifying light into each purifying black ink battleship. Finishing 400 purifying black ink battleships had depleted roughly 10% of his yellow and blue crystal stockpile. Before he left the 3,000 worlds, he had divided half of the yellow and blue crystals he received in the chaotic dead territory to be used by High Heaven Palace. Still, he retained an enormous amount. Even after all the work he put in, he only consumed about 10% of it. Although there were still huge amounts of yellow and blue crystals left, they would be consumed sooner or later. By then, there would be no more purifying light for the human race to use on the black ink battlefield. When that day arrived, where would he find more yellow and blue crystals? Yang Kai looked up and saw a stream of light falling straight down towards him. Once the light cleared, Feng Ying's slender figure was revealed. "You're back." Feng Ying was surprised to see him. Yang Kai nodded his head. "It's good that you're back. Come with me, I'll show you something good." Feng Ying beckoned with a mysterious expression. Feeling curious, Yang Kai wanted to ask what it was, but Feng Ying had dashed away already, so he had no choice but to follow her. Soon, they returned to the central square, and Feng Ying waved her hand. Then, a portal to her small universe flickered, followed by a large ship-like warship that appeared in Yang Kai's view. The ship was approximately 100 meters in length, 25 meters wide, and seemed to have 3 levels. It was much larger than the smallest warships, but definitely smaller than the biggest ones Yang Kai had seen on the battlefield. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly as he asked curiously, "What's this?" Feng Ying smiled. "This is the Dawn battleship." Astonishment filled him as he asked, "Dawn battleship?" Feng Ying nodded and explained, "Blue Sky Pass provided us with this. Each squad has its own warship, and since Dawn is also a squad, and a special operations squad at that, of course we have one." Yang Kai questioned, "Is that why this warship has such an odd size?" "A battalion's ship needs to accommodate 100 people, so it has to be bigger. This is a ship for a squad, so it's not comparable to a battalion's. In large-scale battles like the previous one, it's safer if we move in battalions, which is why you didn't see many squad warships," Feng Ying explained. Yang Kai nodded in a daze. "So, that's how it is." He looked at it with interest. After all, it belonged to Dawn and was considered a great weapon allocated to the Dawn squad by Blue Sky Pass. Feng Ying gestured to him, "Want to go up and take a look?" "Indeed." Yang Kai dashed up onto the warship, followed by Feng Ying. The large ship-like artifact was not too big as it was only 100 meters long, but it was not small either, and it had all the necessary features. Feeling surprised, Yang Kai said, "The power of this thing seems to be a bit unusual." According to Feng Ying's introduction, a squad warship only needed a few open heaven realm masters to control their direction and speed across the battlefield. This ship, however, had 8 offensive arrays with an extremely powerful array artifact as a core. It only took 3 6th-order masters working together to bring out the power of a 7th-order open heaven realm master with the help of 1 such offensive array. Therefore, 8 arrays were equivalent to, and could display, the power of 8 7th-order open heaven realm masters. There were also several grand arrays dedicated to defense, each one with outstanding array cores which required the combined efforts of 3 6th-order masters to bring forth the defensive strength of a 7th-order open heaven realm master. This warship had incredible offensive and defensive capabilities. Feng Ying explained, "The warships of ordinary squads are naturally quite different from this one. I went to ask someone from the refining hall to custom make this ship, and all of the grand arrays were specially designed to best suit it. If we have the proper amount of personnel on our ship, the power it can display will be far greater than average. With a few 7th-order open heaven realm masters with us on board, we can confront a territory lord." Nodding incessantly, Yang Kai repeated, "Good, good, good. This is amazing." Then Feng Ying added, "But this ship has cost a lot of military merits, your military merits in fact. They've basically been depleted." "My military merits?" Yang Kai was stunned, then suddenly remembered that a few years ago, Feng Ying had asked him for his identity token. Back then, he was so busy arranging universe arrays for the purifying black ink battleships and sealing purifying light in them that he gave it to her without asking any questions. At that time, Feng Ying must have already had the plan to build such a powerful ship using his military merits. Feng Ying explained, "The inner sanctum gives each squad a ship, but that ship only has the most standard configuration. If you want to modify and enhance your squad's warship, you need to spend military merits to get help from the refining hall. Martial Peak, Chapter 4988, Not More Than Thrice. On the Black Ink battlefield, military merits were extremely important. Not only could one exchange them for cultivation resources, artifacts, pills, or even techniques, one could also ask for guidance from powerful masters. If one had enough military merits, they could even ask to be taught directly by an old ancestor. Of course, the costs for such opportunities were basically unaffordable for the average cultivator. A warship like the one before Yang Kai naturally needed a massive amount of military merits to construct. Basically, every squad and battalion would slowly customize their warship in order to best fit its members. Moreover, the members of the squad or battalion were happy to spend their military merits on such things because a better warship would give them a better chance of survival and make it easier to kill the enemy. Since Yang Kai was new to Blue Sky Pass, of course he didn't know about these things. However, Feng Ying knew them very well. Yang Kai was Dawn's squad leader, so she had spent his military merits without batting an eyelid. Yang Kai had no objection to this of course and nodded, "Good. My military merits aren't of much use to me anyways, so this is just the right thing to use them on." While others might need to exchange military merits for cultivation materials, he didn't, as he had enough to cultivate until he reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm with extra left over. After taking a few more looks at it, Yang Kai suddenly became serious. "But what are we going to do with this warship? The Black Ink clan has been driven back, and wasn't it said that they wouldn't return for at least 100 years? Feng Ying laughed. "It's true that the Black Ink clan has retreated, but they will definitely return, so we will need this warship at that time. Moreover, after every battle, Blue Sky Pass will send out some personnel to collect cultivation resources and monitor the Black Ink clan's movements, which requires approaching, if not entering Black Ink clan territory." Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he parroted, "Gathering cultivation materials and spying on the Black Ink clan?" Nodding, Feng Ying added, "While you were busy with the purifying Black Ink battleships, others have been carrying out these tasks, generally with squads as a unit. After all, the Black Ink clan just suffered a serious defeat a few years ago and is still recuperating. As long as one doesn't venture too deep into Black Ink clan territory, there is basically no danger. On top of that, if you come across Black Ink clansmen while gathering resources, you might even be able to earn more military merits." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel eager, so he quickly asked, "Are these tasks assigned to specific squads or can anyone go?" Glancing at him, Feng Ying immediately knew what he was thinking and she smiled and replied, "As long as you apply, you will not be rejected." Yang Kai suddenly said with excitement, "Have we applied? Don't we have to wait for you?" Feng Ying glared at him. At that comment, Yang Kai nodded, "Good, very good. Martial Ant, let's go apply now." The smile on Feng Ying's face slowly faded before she said with some concern, "We can apply, but I'm not sure if the army commanders will let us go." "Let's give it a try. If they don't let us go, I'll find the army commanders and talk to them directly." Yang Kai suddenly remembered one more thing. "By the way, how many people have you recruited for our squad?" Immediately after Dawn was ordered to be established, Yang Kai started to work on the Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises outside of Blue Sky Pass. Later, he was busy with the purifying Black Ink battleships, so he didn't have time to deal with this matter and instead left it in Feng Ying's hands. Therefore, he didn't know how many members they had and who they were. "I'm almost done recruiting members. I'll have them meet with you later so we can all get to know each other better." After she said that, she pointed at the cabin. "I left a space inside for you to arrange a universe array, and I have prepared the materials necessary, so you can work on that first. Also, you have to name this warship." "Martial Ant, you're too thoughtful." Yang Kai reached out and took the space ring from Feng Ying. A few moments later, she left, probably to apply for the mission, while Yang Kai stayed in the square and entered the cabin to set up a universe array in the space that was left for him. As he had been arranging universe arrays for 400 purifying Black Ink battleships for a few years, Yang Kai was now traversing on a familiar path. In just a few days, the warship's universe array was operational, and Yang Kai had branded the large ship's bow with 2 large characters. Dawning Light. After putting the ship into his small universe, Yang Kai returned to Feng Ying's place. Half a day later, Dawn Squad's members arrived and met with him. Shen Ao, Ning Qiji, and Qi Tai Chu were the 3 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who fought their way back from the Black Ink clan with Yang Kai and Feng Ying. As for the rest, there were 30 others who had been enlisted. When Yang Kai was appointed as Dawn Squad leader, Zhong Liang publicly announced to the Inner Sanctum that any cultivator under the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm that Yang Kai chose could join his squad, and the limit for that squad was 50 people. In other words, if Yang wanted to, he could create a squad with 57th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, if he did that, it would be a waste of manpower because there was no need for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to manipulate a warship. 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would suffice for such roles. Thus, under careful consideration, in addition to the 3 Yang Kai had previously mentioned, Feng Ying did not take in any more 7th Order Masters. The other 30 members were all in the 5th and 6th Order. The entire Dawn Squad's configuration, including Yang Kai and Feng Ying, was 5 7th Order Masters, 26th Order Masters, and 10 5th Order Masters. Such a configuration was quite reasonable. Not only would it not reduce Dawn's combat power, but it also wouldn't squander valuable human resources. Moreover, the 5 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the team were enough to ensure Dawn Squad's fighting capability. Feng Ying kept the remaining 15 slots empty so they could recruit members they needed when suitable opportunities arose. What's more, everyone here was someone Yang Kai brought back from the Black Ink clan's domain. Therefore, they were already quite familiar with each other. In Feng Ying's courtyard, a banquet was prepared, and the atmosphere was lively as everyone exchanged pleasantries and drinks. If it hadn't been for Yang Kai's help in dispersing the Black Ink strength within them, they would have still been working for the Black Ink clan and would likely have died on the battlefield during the last war. They thought about their future battles, like how they would kill the Black Ink clan and spread Dawn Squad's reputation far and wide. After a few rounds of drinks, some began to sing, which attracted cheers from the others. At that moment, Feng Ying's expression suddenly changed. She took out the communication artifact, looked at it, and looked at Yang Kai with a helpless expression. Noticing her gaze, Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. "What is it?" Feng Ying said, "Our request to sortie on a mission has been rejected." The noisy courtyard instantly fell silent. They were just chatting about Dawn Squad's future fame, but now their request to go out mission was denied. How could they realize their dreams if they couldn't even leave Blue Sky Pass? Generally speaking, such requests wouldn't be denied. In the years after the Great Battle, countless squads would leave the Great Pass to go out on missions. As long as they were prepared, their applications would be accepted. After all, the Black Ink clan had suffered a crushing defeat in the Blue Sky Theater and were now busy recuperating. As long as they took great care and did not wander too deep into the Black Ink clan's territory or encounter a strong enemy by accident, they wouldn't be in any danger. However, everyone knew that the reason why Dawn's request was denied was because of Yang Kai. During the previous war, the army commanders did not dare to let Yang Kai freely set foot on the battlefield, but he snuck out and upended the entire situation alone, forcing Zhong Liang to borrow troops from the other 3 armies. Although a series of lucky coincidences allowed them to expose the royal lord's resting place and aided them in achieving a great victory, that was only a random bout of good fortune, not a carefully planned out strategy. How many lucky coincidences could one person have? The army commanders and the other higher-ups did not feel safe letting Yang Kai leave Blue Sky Pass. If they had a chance, they wouldn't even want Yang Kai to take one step outside the inner sanctum. While the crowd fell silent, Yang Kai drank his glass of wine in one gulp and coldly snorted, "I expected as much. I'll go make my case to the army commanders." After saying that, he stood up and flew off into the sky. A short while later, in front of Zhong Liang's office, Yang Kai landed straight down from above. Someone was guarding the door and stopped Yang Kai. Yang Kai explained his intention and asked the guard to report his arrival to Zhong Liang. Moments later, the guard came out, cupped his fist, and said, "Brother Yang, the army commander is busy at the moment and won't see any guests." Frowning, Yang Kai asked, "When will the army commander be finished?" The guard shook his head and answered, "I don't know. Why don't you go back and wait?" Yang Kai took a deep look at the hall in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then nodded, "Fine, many thanks." Then he turned around and left. Inside the hall, Zhong Liang sat behind the long table while perceiving the situation outside with his divine sense. Yang Kai was gone, but the direction he left in seemed to not be the way back to Feng Ying's residence. It seemed like the way to the Eastern Army's headquarters. Knowing that the brat was probably going to find Ding Yao after not seeing him, Zhong Liang snorted lightly and took out a communication artifact to send a message to Ding Yao. A few moments later, Yang Kai arrived at Ding Yao's office and asked to see him, but the guard there didn't even go inside to inform Ding Yao. Instead, the guard told Yang Kai that Ding Yao was not in Blue Sky Pass and that he did not know where he had gone or when he would return. Yang Kai was speechless. He went looking for Zhong Liang, but couldn't see him because the latter was busy, and now he couldn't find Ding Yao because he was out. Yang Kai began to suspect he wouldn't be able to see the other two army commanders either. As Yang Kai expected, when he went to see Liang Yulong and Shin Tu-Mo, the guards at their doors also told Yang Kai that the army commanders were not in the inner sanctum, and their whereabouts and return dates were unknown. At this point, Yang Kai knew they were intentionally avoiding him, and they wouldn't give him any chance of meeting them. That realization made Yang Kai furious, and he thought that the tricks those four old men were playing were too shameless. Shut out from all directions, he had no choice but to return to his residence. The next day, Yang Kai asked to see Zhong Liang again, but he still failed. On the following day, Yang Kai went to see Zhong Liang for a third time only to be told by the guard there that Zhong Liang had left the Great Pass as well. Yang Kai was so angry he thought he was about to explode. After lingering in front of the door for a long time, he finally clenched his teeth, opened his mouth, and shouted, "Army Commander, I won't do things more than thrice. Since you won't see me after I've been asking to meet you so many times, I'll gather my men now and leave the pass." Martial Peak, Chapter 4989, Let's Make a Bet. After Yang Kai said what he had to say, he turned around to leave. He had only taken a few steps when a furious shout came from behind though, "Brat, you dare leave the pass without authorization?" Yang Kai did not look back and stubbornly said, "Try me." He then walked forward with large strides. Zhong Liang, who was pretending to have gone out, couldn't sit still any longer and stormed out of the hall and stopped right in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with a derisive expression. "Sir Army Commander, didn't you leave the Great Pass on a mission?" Shamelessly keeping his expression, Zhong Liang calmly declared, "I just came back. It's just a coincidence." Yang Kai let out a chuckle. "What a coincidence. Since you're here, I need to ask permission to lead my squad." Before he could finish his words, Zhong Liang waved his hand. "Rejected." Feeling like half of his words were stuck in his throat, Yang Kai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a deep breath, gazed helplessly at Zhong Liang and pleaded, "Army Commander, I've fought my way up from my youth and killed so many I have lost track of their number. I'm not some weak and delicate greenhouse flower." Zhong Liang answered flatly, "It has nothing to do with your strength or weakness. Your existence is of vital importance to the human race and cannot be treated carelessly. I understand your feelings, but young boy, I hope you can put the big picture first." Hanging his head, Yang Kai said, "I've just advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and the bigger picture of the Black Ink battlefield is too much for me to care about. I can only do what I can." Zhong Liang raised his brow and ordered, "Stay in the inner sanctum. That's what you can do and what we want the most." After Zhong Liang said that, Yang Kai fell silent. Of course he knew what Zhong Liang and others were thinking and understood why they had such thoughts. If he were in Zhong Liang's shoes, he wouldn't be willing to let himself be in danger by leaving the pass either. However, understanding their situation was one thing, but he still had his own insistence and plans. With a world spring, Yang Kai was not afraid of being corrupted by Black Ink strength, and he also had his purifying light which could safeguard those around him. He had just advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and his strength had increased greatly, so he should have been able to move freely around the black ink battlefield. If he were trapped inside Blue Sky Pass, he would lose his vigor in the long run, which would not be beneficial to his future growth. If he wanted to keep striving for greater heights in the martial Dao, the only option was to go out and fight. The black ink battlefield has more than 100 great passes and millions of masters. I am just one of them. I can do what others can and go wherever the others go. I don't want to receive any special treatment, and I hope you all can realize my wish. Yang Kai looked solemn and cupped his fist. Zhong Liang sighed. Life never goes the way you want it to. There are always people in this world who have abilities that others do not, so they have to bear the responsibilities that others cannot. You said you don't want any special treatment, but you have a unique ability, so it's impossible for you not to have special treatment. Feeling unresigned, Yang Kai argued, they always say that the older a person gets, the more stubborn they become. I originally did not believe it, but seeing how you're acting now, I have to believe it. A few guards nearby couldn't help but laugh at those words. Zhong Liang gave a light "Brat, you're acting reckless again." Then he glared at the guards to shut them up. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "Army Commander, I am proficient in the Tao of space." Zhong Liang nodded. "Yes, I know. What are you trying to say?" "What I'm trying to say is that if I insist on leaving, you cannot stop me unless you lock down the entire Blue Sky Pass. Otherwise, I can easily leave at will." Zhong Liang felt his face twitch as he snarled, "Don't forget that you are an official member of Blue Sky Pass. Disregarding orders is punishable by military law." Yang Kai snorted, obviously not taking his words to heart. "How about this, Army Commander? Let's make a bet." "What kind of bet?" Zhong Liang frowned at him. "Using Blue Sky Pass interior as the boundary, if you can catch me before an incense stick burns out, I will stay, but if you can't, you have to approve my application. How about that?" Zhong Liang was immediately exasperated as he quipped, "Are you that confident in yourself?" He did know that those who were proficient in the Tao of space were good at escaping, and if it had been the limitless void outside, he wasn't confident if he could catch Yang Kai within an incense stick. However, with the inside of Blue Sky Pass as the boundary, it would be a simple matter for an 8th-order master to catch a 7th-order junior. With his nostrils pointing up towards the sky, Yang Kai looked at Zhong Liang arrogantly. "I dare you to make a bet with me. It's fine if you don't, I won't laugh." Even though Zhong Liang knew Yang Kai was trying to provoke him, he was still furious and said through clenched teeth, "Good, I'll take that bet. But boy, if I catch you, it won't be as simple as you staying in Blue Sky Pass. I'll beat you black and blue until you beg for mercy." With a wave of his hand, Zhong Liang ordered, "Light up an incense stick." One of the guards who had been watching the fun hurriedly took out an incense burner from his small universe. Yang Kai glanced at the half-human tall incense and incense burner, and he couldn't help but snicker. "Army Commander, your methods continue to astound me. This incense is much, much bigger than any I've ever seen before." No matter how shameless Zhong Liang was, he couldn't help but blush at this moment. A normal stick of incense was a bit longer than a palm's length, so the time it took to burn through was naturally not too long. This giant incense stick was several times bigger and would probably burn for at least 5 times as long. This was not something Zhong Liang had prepared in advance, of course, it was something the guard had done of his own accord. Although it felt like he was cheating, it was exactly what Zhong Liang had in mind, so he choked down his embarrassment and instead laughed and taunted, "If you think it's inappropriate, we can stop the bet and you'll have to obediently stay in the inner sanctum, otherwise, you would know the consequences of disobeying my orders." Taking a look at the big incense, Yang Kai knew that there was no room for him to retreat at this point, so he clenched his and said, "Let's begin." Zhong Liang smiled even more cunningly than a fox as he raised his hand and shouted, "Light it up." The guard got the order and immediately prepared to burn the incense. Zhong Liang smilingly looked at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, don't blame me for not reminding you. You can start running now." Once the incense is lit, I'll be making my move." While saying so, he stood in place and began to stretch and loosen his muscles. Before he finished his sentence, Yang Kai turned around and ran. Behind Zhong Liang, the incense was also lit at the same time. The moment the incense filled the air, Zhong Liang rushed in Yang Kai's direction like an arrow that had been shot from a bow. He wanted to take this smelly brat down in one fell swoop and cut off anything thought of leaving the pass so Yang Kai would obediently stay inside the inner sanctum from now on. Suddenly, Zhong Liang felt a sense of crisis, and when he looked up, he saw that Yang Kai, who should have been wildly fleeing, had actually turned around and was looking at him with a fierce grin. Yang Kai raised his hands high into the sky, and above him a great sun around with a golden crow was cawing rose. Above his other hand a shimmering full moon had manifested. Both the sun and moon shone together. The two celestial bodies began circling one another, radiating rich time principles as they orbited faster and faster. Yang Kai surged his space principles next and merged the two images together to create a new, mysterious force. The rapidly rotating sun and moon enlarged and soon filled Zhong Liang's field of vision. Even though he was an 8th Order master, he couldn't help but feel chills run down his spine at this moment. The power of this divine ability was beyond his imagination, and it was definitely not something that a 7th Order master could perform. With such a divine ability, even though he was at the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm, he would not escape unscathed if he just stood there and took the hit from Yang Kai. Zhong Liang never expected Yang Kai to turn around and attack him instead of fleeing, so he was caught completely off guard and didn't have time to dodge. In addition, under the influence of this strange divine ability, time and space around him distorted, and even his thoughts and perception became a little blurred. This whole situation was too absurd. Zhong Liang made an immediate decision, and with a loud shout, the power of an 8th Order open heaven realm master exploded forth. World force exploded from his body as he threw his fist out at Yang Kai. A loud bang was heard, and violent energy surged throughout the space. The entire blue sky pass was shaken by the shockwave, and all the humans inside the inner sanctum were so shocked that they thought the Black Ink clan was attacking, so they all came out to investigate. All of a sudden, the sky above Blue Sky Pass was filled with people. Meanwhile, inside the Eastern Army's headquarters, Ding Yao leapt up into the air after noticing the movement. He looked around and frowned when he saw Zhong Liang suspended in midair. However, the current Zhong Liang looked a bit haggard. Although the sun and moon divine will didn't injure him, it wasn't easy for him to take the blow. His vitality was churning slightly, making it impossible for him to chase after Yang Kai immediately. Moreover, under the dazzling fallout from the clash, he had lost sight of Yang Kai and didn't know where to find him. Frowning, Ding Yao flew over and soon arrived in front of the Western Army's headquarters. Together with him were Liang Yulong and Shen Tuimo, who were supposed to be outside right now. The three army commanders gathered together, and Zhong Liang's adjutant hurriedly greeted them. "What's the meaning of this?" Ding Yao asked with a frown. As soon as he spoke those words though, he turned his head up towards Zhong Liang. In his vision, Ding Yao clearly saw a ripple in the void, followed by Yang Kai's ghostly figure appearing less than 100 meters behind Zhong Liang. Yang Kai was holding his azure dragon spear and fiercely thrust it out at Zhong Liang's back. Ding Yao's eyes widened at Yang Kai's action, but he also saw that Yang Kai did not have any killing intent. Moreover, Zhong Liang was at the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm, so although this spear attack was unexpected and powerful, it couldn't do much to Zhong Liang. What Ding Yao didn't know was that Zhong Liang's senses had been scrambled somewhat after being struck by the sun and moon divine wheel, so when Yang Kai launched this sneak attack, he was not able to detect it until the spear tip was almost touching his body. Only then did Zhong Liang sense danger and turn around to throw out a punch. Yang Kai's body flew out like a paper kite before plunging into the void, disappearing between the ripples as his voice lingered in the air, as expected of an army commander. "My greatest respects to your strength." Zhong Liang grabbed at him, but missed. His face now as black as the bottom of a pot, he could not help but roar, "You little bastard!" You better hide well and not let me catch you, or I swear your end will be miserable. He was the army commander of the Western Army, one of the most important figures in all of Blue Sky Pass, only ranking below the old ancestor himself. But now, he was being played by Yang Kai, who had just advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, in front of everyone. What's more, he actually suffered 2 losses because he was repeatedly caught off guard, furthering his humiliation. Zhong Liang was angry, but he was also forced to admit that he admired Yang Kai's boldness. He simply did not expect Yang Kai would dare act so recklessly and decisively. If it had been an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven realm master, that person would have already died twice by now.